Bom dia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Bom dia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Meu bom dia a todos.
Good morning to all of you.
Muito bem-vindo.
Welcome. I would like those who are here
Tomar seus assentos.
at Paho to please take your seats and please maintain your cell phones on the silent mode. Welcome to all of you. Let's start the opening ceremony of our road safety stakeholders meetings, okay, addressing Brazil's commitments to the second decade of action.
Eu queria convidar
I would like to invite to the opening panel Dr. Aragon.
unidade técnica
He is the coordinator, okay, of the
da OPAS OMS.
he is the Pan American Health Organization and World Health Organization, PAHO, and who office in Brazil, and he's representing Dr.
Elisa,
and also Dr. Elisa,
possibilidade
who unfortunately couldn't come to the event today, but she is sending her regards to all of you.
Quero convidar aqui para a
I
mesa
would also like to invite the federal congresswoman, Ms. Hareji, and it's a great honor to have you here, Congresswoman.
Quero convidar
I would also like to invite Dr. Men Tran,
de segurança
the head of security and mobility of the health department of the WHO from Geneva.
Quero convidar a diretora
I would like to invite the Deputy Director of Surveillance and Non-Communicable Diseases Department, Dr. Patricia Vasconcelos, and here she is representing the Ministry of Health of Brazil.
Quero por fim convidar
And finally, I would like to invite the National Secretariat of Traffic, Dr. Carneiro, and here he is representing the Ministry of Infrastructure, the Brazilian Ministry of Infrastructure.
bem, em agosto de 2020,
So, in August of 2020, the General Assembly of the UN decided to have a summit regarding to improving the safety on our roads. The summit is going to take place on the 30th of June and also on the 1st of July, okay, of 2022 in New York regarding the horizons as of road safety, guaranteeing a decade of safety. In Brazil, such as in other summits, is going to take place in this summit in New York. And as a support to this Brazilian participation, this meeting that we're going to have today and tomorrow at Paho in Brasilia has as its main objective to address the commitments and challenges for road safety here. And we're going to indicate the pathways ahead so that we can have road safety up until 2030. To welcome all of you in this meeting, we would like to invite the coordinator of the Technical Department of Non-Communicable Diseases of PAHO and WHO, Dr. Miguel Aragon. So I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Miguel Aragon.
daí se preferir
Yes, sir. You can speak sitting down or you can come here to the podium. It's up to you.
bom dia
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of those who are here present in Brazilian and to those who are watching us online, who are watching us on the internet. Translation apologizes. We have lost all the audio.
cumprimentar
Oh, okay, it's back.
colega
I would like to greet our colleague from the WHO, Mr. Nantam, and he's here giving us a great honor with his presence here. So the National Congresswoman, Ms. Jaret, thank you so much, and she's here representing
a Câmara de Deputados
the National Congress here in Brazil, and she's a great activist when it comes to the topic of road safety. And also representing the Ministry of Health, I would like to greet Dr. Patricia Vasconcelos and the National Coordinator, Mr. Frederico Carneiro. On behalf of Dr. Socorro Cruz, I would like to welcome all of you in a very warm way. And please, I apologize because the doctor had a problem, another appointment jointly with the Ministry of Health and the Surveillance Secretary. And unfortunately, she couldn't attend this opening ceremony. But she has all the knowledge. She has been following up the organization of this important meeting. I would also like to greet all of the professionals from public managers and also from the public sectors, organizations, traffic, road safety, and other sectors. I would also like to thank the members of the academia, the members of trade unions, NGOs from the private sector, and to the experts and to all who are here, making us very glad that they have come here. I would also like to greet and also thank mainly all of the ladies and gentlemen and the panelists that are going to be here, the moderators that are going to be here, mainly those that left their cities and countries and have come here dedicating their time and expertise so that they could be here with us, helping us out. I would also like to thank the support from our colleagues from the WHO and also from the Bloomberg Initiative, and also our partners from the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Infrastructure, because they helped us to organize this meeting. And I would also like to thank all of the collaborators, all of the partners from Paho in Brazil, in the Brazilian office, for all of the efforts they have endeavored to organize this meeting. All of us know very well that all over the world, the traffic crashes, they cause more than 1.3 million deaths around the world that could have been avoided, and between 20 and 15 million people with non-fatal injuries. And it is the main causes of death of children, young people all over the world. In the Americas, where Paho operates, these deaths caused by traffic crashes, they are the second main reason for mortality of young adults between 15 and 29 years of age. In the Americas, also the mortality rates in the road traffic, they have remained stable in the last decade. It was the decade that was dedicated so that we could focus on road safety, and this was the main topic given to us by the UN. This is really concerning because the fact that these rates are stable, I'm talking about the Americas, implies that the impact that we wanted to reach was not so high. The impact was not so high. However, in Brazil, was able to achieve a very important reduction of 24% in the absolute number of road deaths and about 30% by 100,000 inhabitants. And I believe that we should acknowledge that this was a progress. But we also want to reinforce that we still have a lot to do. Because in the country, the non-fatal injuries represent the second highest cause of deaths, with the highest incidence among young adults and adults, according to the Brazilian Ministry of Health. We know that this amount of injuries and deaths in our roads, on our roads, they are much, much more than statistics and in numbers, impacting the public health sector and the economies of our countries. And it also represents the suffering that we cannot measure, suffering that we cannot measure. Families that have been destroyed, dreams and projects that have been destroyed because of this violence that is completely senseless and that we can avoid. And I believe that this is the most important that we have to discuss and should discuss. I would also like to mention a very important issue that it is extremely frustrating and painful to see that after achieving a reduction of these rates, such as child mortality, infant mortality. Infant mortality is related to the first year of a baby's life. And so we were able to achieve a very important reduction around the world and in the Americas and also in Brazil. But it's very sad to see that after this achievement via public health measures that were very, very effective, we are going to lose this. We're going to lose these people afterwards due to reasons that can be avoided. So we have already discussed the meeting that we're going to carry out on the 30th of June and on the 1st of July in New York, in our main office in New York. And this meeting that we're having today and tomorrow, it is a preparation because Brazil is also going to take part in this meeting that is going to take place in New York. And this fact that we are all here together, those who are interested in this topic, I believe that this is clear evidence of the commitment that we have, that Brazil has. We have experts in different sectors, in different fields of knowledge, from different organizations, members of the academia, NGOs, and even the Brazilian government is present here today. And we, as Paho, we are here to work jointly with all of you so that we can support, so that we can coordinate, so that we can defend or advocate, so that we can unite all of these organizations and to become stronger, even stronger. This commitment, this interest that we have can become stronger because this is a topic that impacts all of us, all of us. And more we are exposed to this. To come here today, I had to drive my car. To go back home, I have to drive my car. Like many of us, we are exposed to the dangers on our roads, all of us, and we are all witnesses that we have seen people on the streets abusing of their power to be a driver. They can be driving extremely fast. They can be drinking and driving, lack of respect. And people to pedestrians. They do not respect pedestrians many times. The day before yesterday, I cannot talk about the meeting, but I saw with my own eyes in front of me a motorcycle accident or crash. Those who deliver foods, like an iFood, and it was not serious. The young man got up and he brushed the dust away and continued, but it could have been serious. And so we are all subject to this, and we want to avoid. And many measures are already acknowledged as being effective, and education is also important. So involving everybody, not only the authorities. It's also a matter of attitude. Attitude when we are driving. It doesn't matter what kind of vehicle. I remember that my father, when I received my driver's license and they gave me my driver's license, he said, "Be careful, because this driver's license can kill a person." but it all depends on you. So this responsibility, we also must assume it in an individualized way. We have to assume this responsibility, and then we're going to become a collective, and then we're going to have a huge impact. So, dear friends and colleagues and partners present here, thank you so much for being here, because we are here so that we can protect our community, our population, our families, so that we can have a prosperous future and a long future. Thank you so much.
Muito grato pelas palavras, doutor Miguel.
Thank you, Dr. Miguel, for your wonderful words. Okay, we would like to thank Dr. Miguel, and we would like to pass the floor to Dr. Nam Tran,
Organização Mundial da Saúde.
our colleague from the WHO. He is the head of the Security and Mobility Department
Mundial da Saúde.
at the WHO. I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Nam.
Obrigado, Victor. I'm sorry, I will speak English. Dear distinguished colleagues, excellencies, and colleagues and friends, it's a real pleasure to be here. And certainly after 2 years of the COVID pandemic, I think that we are certainly happy to be able to gather together, even if not with everybody. And I know that we have participation from those online as well. But nonetheless, it's a real pleasure to be able to connect and speak to with each other in person. On behalf of the extended WHO family and the WHO headquarters, I'd also like to extend my sincere welcome and thanks to all of you for coming to this event, which of course is an important event for all of us here. Brazil is no stranger to the field of road safety, and Brazil's leadership in the space of road safety has been demonstrated for a long time regionally, but also globally. In 2015, Brazil was the host of the Ministerial Conference for Road Safety, and it was from that meeting that we actually had the SDG target of reducing deaths by 50%. And so Brazil is a very special place for WHO in terms of road safety. And as has already been mentioned, since 2015, there has been actually much progress that has been made. And actually the fact that we are here today is a result, is proof of that progress that has been mentioned by our colleague just now. Nonetheless, as also been said, there remains a lot of important challenges. And we know in terms of the deaths, the injuries, that there are important challenges that need to be overcome. But we also know that in addition to the deaths, the mobility systems that we have today are not sustainable in terms of their impact on the environment, in terms of their dependency on private vehicles, which also, by the way, has an impact on the level of physical activity. And from the perspective of a health organization like ours, we are very concerned about the relationship between physical activity, transport and mobility, and for example, the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases. So this is an important challenge for us. Mobility, as we all know, is an important topic. Every day we leave our homes and we rely upon our transport systems to take us to work, to take us to school, to access health services, to connect socially with people. So transport systems are a fundamental part of our modern societies, and access to safe mobility is, in that sense, a fundamental human right. And it is, from that perspective, a critical key to achieving the Sustainable Development Agenda that we as a collective organization have committed to. Member states and the United Nations have committed to achieving this. And I believe that achieving this vision of mobility and realizing access to safe mobility as a human right requires us to think beyond business as usual. We have made progress, but at this point, the challenge is to move to the next level. And moving to the next level requires transformative thinking. It requires, dare I say, a paradigm shift in how we approach mobility and transport. And this is exactly what has been called for in the Global Plan for the Decade of Action for Road Safety. which was launched by the World Health Organization and the UN Regional Economic Commissions in 2021. And this is in part why this particular meeting is so important, because the global plan calls for a new way of looking at road safety. It calls for a new way of thinking about how do we achieve it. And what it says is that road safety and safe mobility is not a topic for the health sector. It is not just a topic for the transport sector. It is not just a topic for the urban mobility sector, urban planning sector. It is a topic that can only be addressed through partnership. And we are extremely happy that this meeting brings together the health sector, the transport sector, but also representatives of the non-state actors, civil society, academia, private sector, all of whom have an influence and a stake in this topic. And it is this theme of partnership which we believe will carry us forward through the next decade and will allow us to achieve the important target of reducing deaths and injuries by 50%. So for me today, we're making a very important step forward, and we're moving forward together as partners. And this is why we are so happy that you have all come here to join us. Let me just end by reminding us that when we developed the global plan, we recommitted to the target of reducing deaths and injuries by 50%. And when we did so, there were a lot of questions about whether or not this was really achievable. Is this realistic? Is this realistic for countries that are in different stages of development? And ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you my answer to that. Yes. Yes, it is realistic. Yes, it is achievable. We know we can do this. We have seen examples of how to do this. And what we need now is the commitment from all of the actors in the room today: government, health, transport, environment, businesses, private sector, the commitment to work together, the commitment to see this vision through. And if that's not enough, let me just end by reminding you that achieving 50% may seem like a lot if it's done at one time. But if we achieve a 7% reduction every year over the next 10 years, at the end of that 10-year period, we will have actually exceeded 50%. So just to put into perspective that maybe it seems overwhelming, but it is in fact doable. We have the tools, we have the resources, and today what we are bringing is the commitment and the mobilization of the partnerships that are so critical to achieving this important target. So thank you again for being here, and I very much look forward to the important discussions that we'll have in the next 2 days. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Dr. Nam, for your inspiring participation now and your speech now. Thank you, Dr. Nam. And at this moment, we would like to pass the floor to the National Congresswoman, Cristiane Aredi. She's the Vice President of the Parliamentary Caucuses, so that we can have safe roads. I would like to pass the floor to you, dear Madam Congresswoman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before anything else, I would like to thank you very much. A special thank to my dear friend for the struggle that you have been living through and fighting. I can see dear friends here present and some that I'm getting to meet today, and they warm my heart. Our fight is the same. Our fight is the same. The fight is the same of several people that are not appearing here, but those who are making the difference around the world. And I would like to tell you that the Brazilian National Congress struggles in an unequal way so that we can change the relationship that people have with our traffic. We would like to approve and pass laws, and we believe that when we create laws, we are going to be changing a reality in our country that unfortunately this is not happening the way that we would like it to happen. Because a short while ago, I understood that we're walking on a path that is wrong, a wrong path. When people woke me up in the middle of the night in a May in the past, and I received the news that my son had died, I never believed that I could move forward with my life. When we see and we are faced with these tragedies that change families, entire families, and our realities, we lose the trust in everything, in everyone. Unfortunately, I only cared more about this topic when it happened to me. Unfortunately, sometimes we are like this. Citizens are kind of like this. We only care when it happens to our children, to the people we love. And then after that moment that in which my life was transformed into a difficult life, I really thought that I would not survive. And the sensation that the best place for us was in a grave where I could be safe. I was also certain that I could not only have buried my son. I had promised my son that I was going to plant him as a seed. And I thank God because he has been supporting me every single day. Because it's a walk, a long walk. But I always say that eternity is right around the corner. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you who are involved in this fight, who didn't feel this pain to work in this sector and on this topic. I would like to thank you as a mother, as a citizen.
And being the congresswoman, because I am a congresswoman, I believe that we have a long path ahead because we need to convince our partners, our friends, that people will only change their behavior if they belong to the causes. And the sole way for a person to belong to a cause is knowledge. The knowledge changes behaviors. And the fight today is so that we can take to society, to the population, to pointing to those who are in the day-to-day basis and believe that nothing's going to happen, to take knowledge. Knowledge changes the world. It changed my life. Everything's going to pass, obviously. We're not going to be here later, but the legacy that is being left behind, JP that is here has a legacy. Many others who are here are leaving legacies. Women and men that certainly in eternity will have great surprises when hugging people that they do not know, but that they helped to save. Our life's going to continue, my dears. Each one of us trying to do the best, because this is how it works. The country that I want begins in me. So a little bit of everything. The great part, maybe it is the sufficient to save more lives. The reality that we live, bear one. It invades families, the structures, the house. The home is no longer a home. It is a place to be there and cry. The mother that loses a child does not want to live anymore. The father that loses a child lost the mother too. these families simply are destroyed. The number of separations in families that have their child taken by these tragedies is, we cannot count this. And they try to run away from what they used to live in, that home, which is no longer a home. And we do not have public policies to be able to take care of these families and even to understand that a country is made by families, that people work and produce, and that when they do not produce more, who loses it is the whole, and these families do not produce anymore. For many years, my life was, for many years, my life was to give lectures in the morning, the afternoon, at night. I gave more than 3,000 lectures. I left my home, my company. I wanted to save lives. And I know that I had many great things happening, but most of the times I listened. You use your child's death to elect yourself. And while I use the death of my child, how many children are going to be saved? How many sons are going to be saved? While I'm still here, screaming, being the voice of many, many mothers. I have a thanks that I take in my heart every single day to God that sustains me, to the God that sustains me, because the work that God does in my soul, I participated in a lot of therapies. I participated in hundreds of seminars, congress, forums, meetings to seek an answer, get the fruits from the child that I planted. And I understood. I understood that if we do not educate the next generation, we are not going to have results. To punish is necessary, yes, to the infractor, much more. But to education changes a nation. The law says to arrest that person. The Brazilian justice tells to release that person. So a country with no justice has no future. And a country with no future has no peace. I hope from the bottom of my heart that we have solutions, answers for that which many people ask for. How can we change this reality? And once more, I want to thank your life, to put you in a very special place before God, and as a mother that I am, as a mother, to say to you, thank you very much. May God bless you all. Thank you very much, Congresswoman Cristiane. And I still recomposing myself from your speech. I pass the floor to our substitute deputy director from the Safety and Vigilance of Non-Transmissible Diseases, Patricia Vasconcelos, here representing the Ministry of Health. Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. It's a challenge to talk here later. Thank you for your word. I'm going to try to recompose myself too. I would like to salute you all. Dr. Nantan from the World Health Organization, Dr. Federico. I'm going to break the protocol and mention each one of them. Dr. Frederico Carneiro, Secretary from Sinatran, representing the Ministry of Infrastructure, Dr. Miguel Aragon for the Paho, and Congresswoman Cristiane, to thank every one of you for the speeches, the inspiration, the dedication. I agree with all the words that were said here. I'm not going to repeat them, but I would like to say that to congratulate Paho in the name of Dr. Socorro and all its team, Vitor, and to say that this initiative is very important. This event is more than an event. It's a space of integration, a space of confluences, of convergencies in the sense of gathering all of us so that we can establish actions, guidelines, strategies in name of Brazil so that we can face and reduce the load of mortality that is in the region of road traffic crashes, and more than this, to promote health, to make people to have a better quality of life, and that these avoidable causes do not really happen. No parent should lose their child. There is no name for this. And it's like Congresswoman Cristiana said, it destructures the family. There is a social load. This is very big in relation to these happenings. And in this, us in this space of convergency, in this confluence, in this gathering of ideas, expertises, and livings, we can establish actions so that we can face this and contribute so that we can reduce these deaths, these injuries, and not only that, but the incapabilities that are generated from this. And this is very important because beyond this load that is for you to have a person from your family that died due to something that is unavoidable, you have a lot of people living with that, not having good quality of life because they injured themselves, because this happened, and due to that, they are in a bed or they lost some kind of member and cannot reestablish themselves. So very big injuries. So this for the country, remembering that a lot of these people are young, they are economically active. This is very severe. This is a public health issue. So when we work with public health, we take another compromise. These are causes, these are experiences in the day-to-day basis in the work routine that makes you think, what is my compromise? It is greater than for me just to arrive here, get my money and work. This is a compromise with the population's health. It is something that we need to do so that we can improve the life quality and the healthy life quality for the population. And the Ministry of Health takes this compromise. They has been working. One of the projects important in the last decade was the project Vida no Trânsito, Life in Traffic, which talks about this interterritoriality above all, the qualification of information, the advocacy. These are projects like these that I know we have many others, other initiatives that we need to interact, to connect, so that we can walk towards this tendency of going to a common path, which is to reduce work so that these deaths can be avoided and that these consequences do not exist. So I would like to thank once more and to say that through the unified plan, the work plan to face these non-communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, that we have our compromise to work with all of you, and mainly in the reapproximation with the Ministry of Infrastructure so that together we can reach the goals that were established for the second decade. So I wish you a good event. Thank you for the interest and the participation of all of those who are online. And I believe that in many spaces, we will be able to talk and reach in a common denominator so that we can face this decade with a lot of unity, effort, each one of them in your necessities, in their specificities, so that together we can reach to the objective that we aim to achieve. So thank you very much. And in the name of the Secretary, Dr. Arnaldo Medeiros, our director, and the Ministry of Health, let's go together. And this is it. Let's go for the second decade. Thank you very much. We thank here the speech from the Deputy Director, Patricia. And now with the floor, the National Secretary of Road Traffic, Federico Carneiro, representing its Ministry of Infrastructure, Marcelo Sampaio. Good morning to you all. Good morning, Miguel. Thank you for inviting us for this event, receiving us in your home. It's a pleasure to be here discussing road safety, which is in our DNA. Good morning, Nam, representing WHO, the world arm, let's say, for the seek for health, the equality of the population. My thanks for the invitation. To say that I agree completely with your speech. Not only is it possible, but it will be possible. This is going to happen. I'm certain that we're going to reach some better steps in relation to road safety, not only in Brazil, but in the entire world. Good morning, my dear friends, Patricia and Congresswoman Cristina. It's not by chance that we are here ending this panel as representatives from the Marcelo Sampaio, the Ministry of Infrastructure, and in front of the Secretariat of Road Traffic, which is the body responsible for the national policy of traffic. And then representing in the name of all those who act in traffic in Brazil, Congresswoman, in answering your question, is it possible? How are we going to do this? I say yes, it's possible. This is the message that Brazil aims to do in the meeting of high level in New York, to say not only to Brazilians, but all of those who are going to be present there, that Brazil has a proposal, has a plan, national plan to reduce deaths and injuries in road traffic. A plan, like Nam said, brings the integration, brings partnerships. It was imposed, established by the National Congress, transformed in a law, incorporated to the Code of Traffic in Brazil. The National Council of Traffic from Brazil regulated this in 2018, and last year, in 2021, we had the pleasure, the honor of following and conducting the review of this plan that had the participation of many actors here, stakeholders here, and many others who follow us through the social network. And I'm going to talk later about this plan in the panel that we're still going to have in the morning. I'm not going to get into the details here, but I reinforce that this brings the signature of all the Brazilian society. The representativity of the specialists, more than 100 specialists that participated in the review of this plan, they signed with us and validated to 154 actions that are proposed there. They represent the federal government here in the panel, not only the Ministry of Infrastructure, but the Ministry of Health is present here. They represent the state governments, the bodies from the traffic. We have here the TRAN that was with us there. Even in the federal scope, the federal police is there. They are keepers to fulfill the traffic laws. They are the enforcement so that the Brazilian population can fulfill what is there. We still had the parliament represented. The parliamentary front was present there. Congresswoman Cristiane, Congresswoman Lube Alves. They were fighters for a safer traffic. And we also had the civil society, organized civil society. Paho was there, the academia, entities, Cesenati, a lot, many stakeholders that validated this plan, in which we have not only a robust plan, but a strategy to implement that is robust. A strategy, implementation strategy that already began. And like I said, talking to JP, it already is going. We are already working on this. It's already flying. It's already being implemented. And since it is an ample plan, an integral plan, it has projects like PDT, like Safe Traffic, Trânsito Seguro, Vida Segura, Safe Life, and many others, like Patricia said, which are throughout the country. And all of those who act in traffic, this I say, and I have been going throughout the country and seeing this, hearing this from many professionals from traffic. All of those who act in traffic have the compromise precisely with to avoid this pain through which the congresswoman referred to, that she lives. We have this compromise of seeking and employ the necessary efforts so that families cannot suffer, do not suffer more. And many of us, Congresswoman, although we have not lived this pain, we have a few of them because unfortunately most people have situations like this in their families, but we see, we have an empathy with the pain from the other people, and we fight daily so that this does not happen anymore. And we put there, like I said, in the plan, the activities, the day-to-day activities, this compromise, this commitment of making the traffic safer. And here I am followed by the team from the National Secretariat of Traffic, and internally we already have this spirit, this mentality, this mindset of seeking, aiming to save lives. And to finish here, to say that the National Secretariat of Traffic has the support for our ministry, Marcelo Sampaio, the president, Jair Bolsonaro, that last year also transformed the National Department of Traffic, which was a body subordinated to the Secretariat of Land Transport, and then it elevated to the level of National Secretariat, making it this thing more valuable, signing that this agenda of traffic is very important. It involves all this society and supports all these measures.
And it is the motto of our plan: together we are going to save lives. And this is what, in fact, what we believe in. With each one's efforts, each organization's efforts, each citizen's efforts is the way we're going to transform our roads into a safer place. I wish to all of you a wonderful event. Let's exchange experiences, knowledge, and you can always count on the National Traffic Secretariat. Thank you. We would like to thank the Mr. Secretary, and with his words, we are going to wrap up the opening ceremony. And we would like to invite the authorities to go back to their seats on the first row. And so please, according to your schedules, and then you can follow up the program that we're going to move on to next.
Diria aos colegas ali da produção.
So, can we have the slides with the meeting objectives, please, on the screen? Can you please show it on the screen?
Poderia já projetar os slides? Sim, esse mesmo.
Can you please show the slides? Yes, that's exactly the slide that I need. Thank you. So continuing with our program, we are going to have, the meeting objectives and expected results that we are expecting to have at the end of this meeting. Considering that we're going to have this high-level meeting in New York that we mentioned before, today's event and tomorrow's event has the main objective of discussing the alternatives and challenges that we're going to have during this next 2021-2030 decade, okay? And within this main objective, we would like to encourage an intersectoral dialogue here, so that we can give the opportunity for us to meet once again, get in touch once again, identify the challenges and potentials that we have, disseminate practices, strategies, and plans, and also identify ways of making the proposals feasible. And we, with this, we would like to offer inputs, okay, so that the Brazilian team can have and use it in this high meeting in New York. And we're going to discuss the discussions and everything that was discussed in these 2 days. And we're going to create a support document, and we're going to have a rapporteur, Ms. Silmara Vieira. She's here. Welcome, Silmara. She's going to be a rapporteur, and she's going to summarize everything that we discussed these 2 days. The design of this program, what we had were topics based on the pillars of the PENATRANS, the National Plan for the Reduction of Injuries and Deaths in Our Traffic, and also a plan of strategic actions for facing the non-communicable diseases and injuries, okay? And it's called DANTE, and Patricia mentioned that before. So these discussions, they're going to take place in the format of panels and presentations. We're going to have experts, technicians from the government, from the academia, from NGOs, from organizations. And we are totally aware, it's always important to highlight this, we are totally aware that the topics that are going to be discussed, they are far from being totally covered, and many participants could be here with us. That's why, in considering our limitations regarding time, room, space, and also the availability of each one of these stakeholders, we understand that this event is only the beginning of the discussions that we're going to have. And they can and they should be improved throughout other meetings that we're going to have the pleasure to host and support according to the demands that appear. We would like to inform to all of you that in order to facilitate the access to a wider audience, all of the sessions of this event, they are being broadcasted in real time on our Paho TV channel on YouTube. So I would like to wish to all of you a great event, and I would like to remind all of you that at Paho we are still wearing masks. And from now on, I would like to pass the floor to the meetings committee, okay, Mr. Alvarenga, and he represents Senatran here, so that he can assemble the first panel. Everaldo, the floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have already been introduced. My name is Everardo Alvarenga. I work at the National Secretariat of Traffic, okay? It's called Senatran, and now it has become a secretariat. I'm going to conduct the work today, and I would like to invite Mr. Mats Ek Bailing. He's the global leader for the Decade of Action for Road Safety, and he works at the WHO. And he's going to give a presentation regarding the global plan for the Decade of Action for Road Safety of 2021 and 2030.
Thank you very much. So this is my second time in Brazil, actually, physically. But during maybe a 2 years period now, I've been here virtual many times now. And it's fantastic to see what's going on now in Brazil when it comes to safety. But before I talk a little bit about the global plan, I would like to put this meeting into a little bit more broader context. As Miguel mentioned in his presentation, road traffic injuries is a huge global problem. And I used to say it's a time before 2004 and a time after 2004. Because 2004 was the first time ever in the history when the UN General Assembly discussed road traffic injuries around the world. And they creating the first world report on traffic injuries. So that's, I would say, a start of a more international policy process when it comes to road safety. And the second important milestone was will be a lot of first ever now, the first ever ministerial conference on road traffic injuries. And that was in Moscow, Russia, 2009. And the outcome from that meeting was the first global decade of action plan. And then, as been mentioned today, the second ministerial conference was here in Brazil, actually. And that was an important conference because it was a kind of midterm conference where we look into the implementation of the global plan. But as Nan also told, that during this process now, the UN have started to work with these global sustainable development goals. Unfortunately, road traffic injuries is part of that agenda now. And the third step was in February 2020, just before the outbreak of the pandemic, Sweden organized the third ministerial conference on road traffic injuries. And it was an important conference because it was an event that we could look back and see what we have done with the first decade of action and evaluate what we were in that time. But also, probably most important, to look forward, to look what we have to do now when it comes to road traffic injuries in the next decade of action. And this high-level meeting now that will happen in June of 30 and July the 1st is also the first one ever in the history. And now the UN General Assembly, or the President of UN General Assembly, would like to gather the head of states around the world. So road traffic injuries is not just a small sectorial issue, it's something for the whole government. So it's extremely important event. And this is a very unusual event with these kind of topics. And so road traffic injuries is really on the policy agenda, I would say. And based on the Stockholm conference and the UN resolution in 2020, the WHO, together with the UN region commissions and other partners, developed this global plan of the Decade of Action for Road Safety. And this plan is very much influenced by idea about safe system Vision Zero approach. And let me just mention some important things here. And as Nan said that in the UN resolution now, we have a 50% target, and it is challenge if we look at it from a global perspective, because when we go back and see the trends, the trends has been quite stable the first decade of action, and now it's not enough with business as usual. We have to start to deliver things that make us achieve this 50% reduction. And of course, I will not have time to go into details about the whole global plan, but I will say some important points here. Safe mobility is a basic human need. It's not enough with mobility. We have to make sure that it's a safe mobility. And I think now with this global plan, it's much more clear. It's more emphasized that this is basically a human right, safe mobility. Because we need mobility. We need to go to school, we need to go to work and so on. And it's not enough with mobility. We need a safe mobility. The second thing is that safe mobility is an integrated component of sustainability. If you think about it, we know that we need to make more people to cycling and walk, because that's good from a climate point of view, it's good from a health point of view. But I would say and argue that one of the major barriers for that to happen is safety. Because if you want your kids to be able to go by themselves from home to school, you need to make it safe. So therefore, road safety is integrated part of the way that we plan and design our road traffic system. And it is a part of sustainability. We also, and that is also emphasized in this plan, we need to have a whole safe system approach to road safety. It's not enough with focus on individual road users. We have to go beyond that and see that there are lots of different components that needs to be integrated in a whole system. Safe mobility requires strong focus on technology. Technology could be something frightening from a safety point of view, but the safety community, we need to be part of the discussion about new technology and make sure that we can take advantages of what's happening now with digital technology and other aspects. But that will not happen by itself. The safety community needs to be part of that discussion, because there are so many things that are going on now which the road safety community, I would say, is not really a part of. But we need to step up here and become more connected to those kind of discussions. Safe mobility requires a strong focus on implementation. It's good to have plans. It's good to have policies, regulation, because they are necessary, but it is not sufficient. We need to go beyond the plans and policies to make sure that we deliver on these things. And to make things happen, capacity is a prerequisite. Capacity building and make sure that we have a strong capacity to deliver these things become a very important aspect, for example. But also make sure the safety become integrated in the investment of things in the road transport system. Make sure that safety become an integrated part of it, because in the end, we also need investments for safety. And finally, safe mobility requires multi-sectorial responsibility and collaboration. And for me, who's been involved in road safety for a very long time, I can see that the traditional way that we work with safety emphasize a lot about the government and the government role to make things happen. But a whole system approach requires a responsibility from many parts of the society. And in this global plan, for example, I think this is the first time where it more emphasized the private sector role in help us to solve road safety, global road safety challenges. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Gostaria de agradecer
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Matsu Bailey, our global leader, okay, for road safety. Thank you so much for your presentation. As he said, he had to summarize because the information that we have presents high quality. Continuing our work, we're going to have a brief coffee break of about 20 minutes so that the colleagues that are present here downstairs, we're going to have a coffee break. So please, let's be punctual so that we can follow up with our program without any problems. For those who are watching us online, on the Paho TV channel on YouTube, I would also like you to have 20 minutes, a 20-minute break, and then we're going to continue with the program. And right after that, we're going to have a very important panel after that, talking about Penatrans, the Dante Plan, and also the Brazilian goals for the decade. So we're going to have a maximum break of 20 minutes, okay? Thank you so much, and let's try to be punctual. See you soon.
Então, mais uma vez, convido a todos a ocuparem.
Once more, please take your places.
Dando início ao nosso.
Now let's begin our first panel for today. We are going to invite and give the floor to conduct this part to the journalist J. Pedro Correia, special consultant in road traffic safety, which will coordinate this panel, which we deal with Penatrans, the DENT plan, coordination and management of Brazilian road safety pragmatic frameworks for the decade. Remembering that those who are following us through YouTube, that you can make your questions there, because our team will do the work to select and later pass them to our moderator. And another detail, the presentations can be done through the table, the panel, or here in this podium. Now I pass the floor to the journalist J. Pedro Correia. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be here. João Everaldo already presented me. I'm J. Pedro Correia, consultant in programs of road traffic safety, and I will have the pleasure to moderate this panel that is beginning now. This panel aims to update the level of development of the two most important programs in action here in Brazil, and that certainly will constitute in the essence of what Brazil will say in the high-level meeting of UN in New York at the end of this month and beginning of July. It's worth to highlight the objective of this panel, already shown previously, to discuss the challenges, the possibilities, and suggestions to deliver proposals in the DENT plan, particularly through ABRUM and Penatrans, which Victor is going to bring a brief summary later. During this next hour, we are going to hear four personalities, very important personalities for our event. Dr. Federico de Moura Carneiro, National Secretary of Traffic Safety, talking about Penatrans. Dr. Patrícia Vasconcelos de Oliveira, Deputy Director from the Department of Analysis in Health and Vigilance from the Ministry of Health. Dr. Mats Eik Billin, Global Leader for the Decade of Action for Road Safety from the WHO, about the Second World Decade. And Dr. Rebecca Bavinger, official from the program from the Department of Public Health from Bloomberg Philanthropies about the international support to the decade. To begin here, let's know what are the penetrance and the dent plan. Victor Pavarino from Paho's Brazil, Paho WHO Brazil is going to make a summary of the two projects. Victor, thank you, Jay. Please project there the slides. Obviously, this is a summary, which obviously the director Patricia and the secretary Federico can complement and correct me in some kind of detail. Brazil has many roadmaps in relation to these mobility, sustainable mobility and traffic safety beyond the many programs in many levels. But the landmarks, the recent landmarks towards this decade, 2021-2030, it's in the traffic area, the National Plan for the Reduction of Death and Injuries in Traffic, called PENATRANS, and in the health area, the Plan for Statistical Actions to Face the Non-Transmissible Diseases, Non-Communicable Diseases for 2030, 2021-2030, the DENT Plan. In 2011, the Ministry of Health had launched the action plan to face non-communicable diseases, which was the plan DCNT towards the main non-communicable diseases, which are the heart diseases, cancers, breathing diseases, respiratory diseases, those who answer for half of the deaths in the country. With the end of the DCNT plan, the Ministry of Health elaborated a new document, the DENT plan, which added this A for the injuries caused by external causes like injury through accidents and violence. Crashes and violence. This was the answer to the World Pact with the objectives, the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, which we have what is called the transition, epidemiological transition that has been occurring in the last decades, which are factors like the old age of the population that changes the profile of the and also the increase of deaths due to these themes like crashes and violence. The injuries in traffic that interest us more here are those that are more represented between the crashes, those called non-intentional. The DENT plan presents that although the reduction of the index for mortality in the country, we still have many lives that are lost, mainly of young people and adults who are economically active. And the plan also highlights particularly that the injuries relating to people who drive motorcycles have a crescent tendency and are still interiorizing in the country and in cities of small and medium size. We are going to have some examples in some panels here in the afternoon. And I call your attention the plan for the great number of non-fatal injuries that cause incapabilities which are temporary or permanent. To reach these goals, the SDGs were presented by blocks and were associated to indicators and goals and specific access. This obviously is, Dr. Patricia, something that is summarized, the summary of the summary, which can be complemented in your speech or corrected in the next part. But PENATRANS was created by Law 3014 and proposed a new management for the traffic laws and for the bodies for the national system of traffic. The plan was created with the goal in the period of 10 years to reduce at least by half the index of deaths in traffic by group of vehicles and group of inhabitants in the country from the law when the law came into force in 2018. But having in view the most important landmarks are the Stockholm Declaration during the Third Ministerial Conference in 2020 and the resolution of the UN, also having approaching this Stockholm for the second decade, the Senatran, which I remember was still Denatran, understood the necessity and the opportunity of a review of Penatrans in 2018. And for that, Senatran promoted a speech involving, like said by the secretary, more than 100 specialists of governmental entities, NGOs, people from the National System of Traffic, and like said before, in a second moment, the civil society as a whole through instruments that were launched that we participated on, of social participation, and this discussion created a document that took into account, beyond, amongst others, that can be complemented. But let's remember, they have the global landmarks, the diagnosis of the road safety in the country, the paradigms of the safe system based on the zero vision, the budget, the operational capacity indicators, and among other aspects, and propose the action plan divided in 6 pillars. These pillars were divided in many initiatives and actions defining products, indicators, goals, terms and routines, responsible bodies, the target groups, and other aspects. And it's important to highlight that, like the initiative from 2001 that did a review from 2018 plan, Denatrans also foresees the periodical reviews. And for that, Penatrans itself, Senatrans instituted the chamber, a thematic chamber with Contran, specific for the management and coordination of this plan. Well, like it was said, this is just a summary, this context here of this panel, and greater details can be seen in the reading of the plans itself. They are going to be available here. I think Dr. Patrícia can inform this, and from Penatrans itself, and greater details we can take with the panelists themselves. Now I'm going to return to you, JP. Thank you, Victor. We had the opportunity to hear Dr. Maxoto Matzek-Bellen talking about the world panorama of traffic safety, notably about the road decade that is going on. We also heard the summary about the development of Penatrans and from the Dante plan through Victor Pavarino that he just did now. And now I think it is up to hear from the own leaders of these programs what Brazil could expose in the meeting, in the high-level meeting of the UN in the end of June and beginning of July in New York. I'm going to begin by doing some questions to the Secretary Frederico Carneiro from Senatran, which certainly one of the most important people in Brazil to participate in this type of event. Secretary, in the first world decade of traffic, Brazil had 24% of the goal aimed by UN and WHO. For the second decade, we had with Penatrans, Senatran, and the DENT plan from the Ministry of Health, both of them still in adjustments phase. About Penatrans, what can Brazil present as in concrete in New York in the end of the month? Well, before even going a little bit back for the first decade, it's important all this percentage that was said. Since 2014, Brazil has registered the reduction in the number of deaths, and there is already an inflection of this curve, because in the beginning of the decade we had an increase, a tendency of increase, which was stabilized and now is going down. This is one of the greatest opportunities that we saw for the success of Penatran in this second decade for the actions in Brazil, because the spirit between the managers, not only from the federal government, but the state ones, the municipal ones. The compromise of these actors, these important actors, is very alive. We notice this in each role of the state, municipality, through where the Secretariat of Traffic has been going. And this is one of the greatest opportunities of the points of exit of this plan. I say that's because in Brazil has continental dimensions, a diversity of realities and characteristics in each state of the country. So we can see this in local. The reality in São Paulo is completely different from those from Acre, which is different from Rio Grande do Norte and Rio Grande do Sul. So we have different panoramas, and this is one more challenge, not only in the elaboration of the plan, but because we have to put actions that meet all these Brazilian states, but also mainly in the implementation, the difference of availability of resources, not only economical, financial ones, but also in the human potential, the managers, the qualification. We see a lot of differences there. And that's why during the elaboration, we gathered specialists from all of the regions of the country. We have, like I said previously, the DNA and the proposals, the suggestions from many states, Brazilian states, from many sectors also that act with traffic. And here in the issue of implementation, the strategy was to visit each one of the states. And then we are putting here, taking a compromise, a commitment with the managers for each Brazilian state. It is important to say that the first state that we began this was Paraná state. And it's a great satisfaction because the governor itself that did this with the Secretary of Health in the opening of the National Week of Traffic, we already had this commitment with 17 federative units. We have more 10 to go through in the next days and months. And in each place there, it's important to say that we can already see instituted groups, work groups that have been acting in the traffic safety. For example, PVTU, which is Life in Traffic. In many capitals, this is already being implemented. And Penatrans does not have the aim to annul all of these works that have already been developed. On the contrary, the idea is to hug them, let's say. And this brings another important point for this plan, that it is national. It has guidelines that apply to all the states, have strategies, implementation strategies that can be applied to all states. And like Vito said, in the reviews, biennial reviews, we are going to collect particularities and the difficulties, challenges that each Brazilian state lives. And maybe in a second moment, we can go down to the municipality levels, because even in a state, the reality of the capital is completely different from that smaller municipality that is towards the inside of the state. So what do we intend to present at the UN is the procedure to build this plan that brings the legitimacy of the participation from many stakeholders and specialist bodies from many regions of the country, and also this commitment of implementation in each one of these federative units. And then we have the guarantee that in each place, the manager, within its arrangement, its policy, the economic circumstances, social circumstances that the state lives in, we're going to have a success in this implementation. And I highlight even two important aspects which are fundamental for this plan and the guarantee of a success in the objectives to be reached. The first one, the issue of the statistical basis. There was not in Brazil a consolidated basis, so we had been counting deaths and crashes, and now we already have a national basis, which is the National Registry of Crashes and Statistics of Traffic, NIH, which was foreseen in the law since the implementation from the code, and in 2021 it was already instituted. Now we have the 27 federative units aligned with the statistical basis. They give monthly the data to the National Secretariat of Traffic, and we are now going into this time to elaborate predictive models, and this is the great advancement, the greatest step that we go in terms for the provision and establishment of public policies in traffic.
So we're going to have the conditions. So based on the number of crashes, the causes, the predominant causes, the locations, the days, the times of higher incidence of the crashes. And then we can propose to the public managers prevention measures. And another point is the capacity building of the public managers around Brazil. So Penatrans brings with it the fundamentals so that we can have zero accidents. And I would like to highlight another partnership that we have signed with the Swedish embassy, and he has been, they have been sharing all of the knowledge that we have. We are now hosting the second course at Senatran. This is the second class. This is being wrapped up. Okay, zero accidents and also safe systems. And we are also going to mention another partnership, the Bloomberg Foundation. Okay, and they have been helping us not only to revise Penatrans, but also to forward proposals, and everything is based on safe systems. And we are offering the capacity building of these public managers. And so the administrative stakeholders, the educators, we are having around so that we can offer this training course, this capacity building, so that our civil servants who work with traffic can receive this information, and also to implement the Penatrans actions. So, as you mentioned before, the challenges ahead of us are huge, but the possibilities exist, and the expectations and the certainty that this plan is going to work out. It is already working out. We already have this commitment. The actions are being implemented. Many of them have already been fulfilled, okay, the goals set forth. So we are very optimistic, and the scenario is very optimistic. So we have many interesting things to offer to our population and to all of the organizations. So you're passing to the states the attributions to develop the Penatrans in each one of the federative units. So Senatran, unfortunately, does not have a budget that allows it to carry out all of these plans. And the states also do not have enough resources. And the municipalities where the crashes happen, they have even less financial resources. So the federal government has enough money and resources to help Senatran. So how are you going to get funds to implement all of these plans? So the financial resources that Senatran has, they are meant to promote the management and the coordination among all of these agencies. So we have many computerized systems that offer support to the state and the municipal agencies so that they can implement their policies. And as you mentioned, the national traffic policy is totally decentralized. This is unique about it. And when we see the attributions in the traffic code, we have many, many stakeholders. They have many attributions and many responsibilities, and we can mention Senatran, DENIT, ANTT, and going to the state level, we have the DETRANS, the DRs, the military police departments, and at the end, we have the municipal agencies. So the mandates are well established and divided. And respecting the federative pact, the federal government cannot monitor the urban traffic, for example, in the city of Fortaleza. There is an agency responsible for that in Fortaleza. The financial resources of these agencies depend on the collection of fines, okay? Collection of fines from the bad drivers. And the law sets forth that this collection of money is to be reinvested in engineering, education, infrastructure, so that we have this legal provision for that. And the federal government also has been working within this institutional arrangement. They're responsible for the management, the coordination, and the capacity building. And this year, we have already carried out 2 courses. Okay, so 0 accidents or crashes. We are going to create another one. We're going to create a course jointly with the Federal Road Police at the University of the Federal Road Police, which is the PRF in Santa Catarina. And we are going to offer the capacity building, the updating of these professionals who work with traffic. And we're looking for partnerships. And regarding our partnerships, what is our biggest bet? That together we can save lives and together we can have more resources. So within this decentralization policy or decentralization approach of the policy, so in most of the states, they have a good budget, a good collection. They are trying to find agreements or make agreements with municipal agencies. São Paulo, Mato Grosso do Sul, Rio Grande do Sul, Rio de Janeiro, Paraná, all of these states, they are signing agreements with traffic agencies and they are trying to decentralize the resources. The state of Maranhão, jointly with the municipal agencies, they created a survey to find the needs regarding the signs along our roads. So they implemented a public bidding, and so they paid the roads, they purchased traffic lights, and they could hire better professionals, and they are offering to the municipalities the designs, the projects, the opportunity of hiring other people, and also hiring and renting everything at lower prices and purchasing as well. The state of Paraná is trying to do that. Detran is going to offer the support to the municipality as long as they have a urban mobility plan in place. So we ensure not only the delivery of the funds, but the commitment of this municipality to sign or carry out the actions, the improvement actions when it comes to road safety. This is the arrangement that is the most feasible, mainly at moments that we're going through, such as the lack of resources. Our country is going through this crisis now. This would be a good answer. And now I have an appeal and an invitation or a provocation to the Bloomberg Foundation. Please support other municipalities besides the ones that you're already supporting now. We visited Salvador. We saw the partnership that Bloomberg has with the city of Salvador. So the policies implemented there are very successful. And so we have seen a reduction in the number of car crashes and vehicle crashes also in Fortaleza. These initiatives are very interesting. And sometimes, JP, the Senatran's role is to unite those who have the resources and those who need the resources and have the needs. Recently, some Congress people and some senators, they contacted us. A federal police officer also contacted me. And they said, please, let's get some parliamentary amendments so that we can encourage some municipalities with vehicles, with uniforms, with signs along the roads and streets. So this coordination is a great asset that Senatran has. And within this Senatran, mobile Senatran, visiting each and every state in Brazil, getting to know the reality of these states. And so we can make this puzzle work out. So who has the funds, who receives the funds? And then we can have more success while implementing the plan. Thank you, Secretary. And so you're not a secretary, you are the head of Senatran, Penatrans, and he has to maintain ahead of everything. And so to maintain our traffic safe. And so in the end, if we have time for more questions, we're going to get back to you. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Mats Akbelin from the World Health Organization. So you have just carried out a survey, a collection of data regarding traffic actions. What are the most important points of this plan when compared to the first one, to the first version of this plan? Please, sir.
Yes, so I joined the WHO on the 10th of January, and one of my first steps was to starting to mapping some of the activities that the international community are delivered to countries as support. And when we do that, we can see, and also when we look back a little bit on the first decade of action, apparently, I think we need to be realize, as the Secretary also mentioned, that this is a process that we are into. It takes some time to set things in place. And the first decade, it seems that we have a lot of strategies, we have national plans, we have a lot of policies in place in many countries, and we can see that through the Global Status Report, for example. So I think the next decade now, we need to get more into things like the implementation, the process of deliver things based on these plans and so on. And when we do that, we get into exactly what the Secretary talks about. How do we make sure that we have the right knowledge and capacity among those who are deliver these services? And how do we make sure that we also have resources in terms of finance and so on? But in the same time, when we're talking about investment and money and that sort of thing, I think that because if you take an urban setting or infrastructure, whatever, most of these organizations who are involved in designing this different environment, they are kind of multi-target, multi-goal organization. There are lots of things and expectation that they should deliver. It's accessibility, it's environment, and that all this kind of thing. And I think it's important that the road safety community be more involved in those discussions to make sure that those investments that put in place, that they reflect the need of safety. So that is some of these initial thought that we have during these mapping activities. So there are lots of things to build on, I would say, but we have to take the next step now when it comes to the delivery mechanism around the world. And that's why, if I just meant, that's why it's so good to see that there are things moving in a country like Brazil, for example, because from a more global WHO perspective, we need this kind of example now, because you're struggling with your implementation, but we have a whole world that also struggling with this implementation. And if we have some good example from especially large countries like Brazil, you know, that will have be very important to share with the rest of the world. We know that countries like Sweden is very active, has been very successful. They have been where you are now historically. They have been there before, but sometimes it's difficult to use the example from a high-income country setting in other countries. We need to see the more implementation more from a low and middle-income country and contextualize the implementation of these things.
Ok, obrigado.
Okay, thank you very much. So the national governments and the municipal governments, they are extremely important for this implementation, the implementation of the decade. Regarding the other stakeholders, such as the private sector, what is your expectation when it comes to their involvement?
No, and I mentioned that in my introduction here, that I think that when we look more traditionally into road safety, where it's very easy to put a very strong, and it's right to do it, put a strong efforts on the government, both the national and local government. But lots of things that has to do with road transport system, the delivery of some of the products and the services is actually done by the private sector. And the road safety community, they have somehow been very much focused on maybe regulate the private sector to become delivery. And those processes is sometimes very slow. It can take 10, 15 years to make sure that some standards is put in place. Why waiting for that? Why not make sure that private sector deliver right now? And it's not only about vehicle standard, it's also the use of the road transport system. For example, if you have a transport company, I think it's wrong that we use, for example, resources like police to enforce a transport company if they are complying with speeds and drinking driving and seatbelts wearing. That should be something that the organization, the transport company itself, feel a huge responsibility for. Because if the manager and others feel a responsibility for that, they will make sure that their transport is delivered in a safe way. And I think that we need to engage with the private sector more from the road safety community to make sure that they understand that they can really contribute. You know, well, based on my experience, of course, if you take a country like Sweden and you go to Stockholm, the largest town in Sweden, 50% of the traffic that is carrying out in that town one day is actually delivered by someone in professional. And if we could make them to comply with the speed, for example, it will also have a huge impact on the rest of the transport. So I think that is a great potential here for the next decade to make them be involved and be engaged and deliver safety for us. Just like they now have start to understand when it comes to climate change and environment. I think they are ahead when it comes to those things. But we could do the same when it comes to road safety, I think.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Matsek. I have two questions for the Deputy Director, Ms. Patrícia Oliveira from the Ministry of Health. Considering the decades for action, the first and the second one, the decades of action, what are the strategies of the Brazilian Ministry of Health to reach the goals up until 2030? Thank you very much, JP. So in the first decade, as Secretary Frederico mentioned, the strategies that the Ministry of Health strengthened and implemented in 2014 was the safety in traffic. So if I should summarize this project, I would use two words. Two words would be able to describe it. The intersectorial aspects of the project, and it was created so that based on evidence, on information, on data from the several sectors, via the implementation, creation of an intersectorial committee, everything could be assessed, the risk factors, so that these road crashes happen, And then after that, we could create an intersectorial plan to face these crashes. So, as we got closer to the Ministry of Infrastructure, mainly with Senatran, this project must be strengthened and to stay in line with everything that we have, with our national traffic laws, with all of our laws. And throughout these years, they should use this legacy, the best practices, the lessons learned, so that we can redesign it and update everything that we have to the current scenario. So this is one of the strategies that we want to maintain the legacy, but at the same time improve it, enlarge it, and in, and bring the states to participate.
This characteristic in many capitals and many other states. And we understand that the role of the state is fundamental for the support and for the work aligned with the DETRANS. And this is a strategy that we aim to maintain and give more institutional support for them, for the state, so that they can do this articulation, intersectorial articulation. And this is all brought in the Dante plan. The DANT plan is an initiative to bring and internalize international agendas, something that our area has always done, and the DCNT plan is in this sense, and it aligns with the SDGs, with the global plan, not only for the road safety, but also for the DCNTs, the non-communicable diseases. And so bringing all of this alignment makes us to notice not only these themes are connected between themselves. So when we talk about road safety, we are talking about the promotion of health. We are talking about social mobility, safe mobility. We are talking about the change of the approach for the safe traffic. So we are also talking about the complete roads as an instrument, as a strategy that not only reduces the deaths, the lesions, but it also promotes health and reduces chronic diseases. So this is also the logic that the Dante plan brings. This is one of the strategies that the ministry establishes and takes as a compromise. Another innovation that brings the Dante plan beyond the aim of to reduce 50% of deaths and injuries in traffic, it also has the compromise to reduce the motorcyclist deaths. So this is something that we need to work on, and this elevates this reduction, diminishes this speed of reduction for us to reach the decade goals. And I think that all of us have this consciousness that we in fact need to work this, and the plan bring this alignment alongside Penatrans and the global plan when it says that it needs to establish intersectorial actions, but in the civil society, with the private sector, with the governmental bodies and non-governmental bodies, so that we can change this reality and this logic and this change of the approach to try to focus in the dead and instead of those are injured, to bring these elements so in the crashes, so that, to bring these elements so that we can work on them. This brings the risk factors, alcohol, the relation to alcohol when driving, the relation of air pollution that in consequence to the reduction of this sustainable city, of this concept of sustainable city, we can protect the population. This is it not only in relation to crashes, but non-communicable diseases. This alignment with the SDGs, these compromises, commitments brings actions. This was a plan built with many hands. It went to public consult like Penatrans, and it has 226 actions, not only of traffic, but non-communicable diseases, strategic actions, macro actions, those who are, let's say, these good practices or these actions that are cost effective for one theme. It can give ideas and can be considered for to face other ones, and brings all these recommendations on how to use the plan the intersectoriality, the formation of networks to face these conditions, the planning, integrated planning, and this is why we believe we have been doing a lot of analysis of convergence from our plan, and we believe that this convergence with Penatrans and the Global Plan has been giving success. We have been working actively with the National Council of Traffic. We are in 2 thematic chambers of health and management from Penatrans. So we believe that this proximity with the federal sphere can strengthen the proximity of states. And with that, we can decentralize these good practices and these relations so that we can strengthen all of our actions and our programs alongside Senatran. And when we talk about resources, Secretary Federico said, this type of convergency, it brings resources, actions, and we need to strengthen. We need to unite ourselves to optimize these resources, not only financial ones, but of people, personnel, these technical strategies, the political strategies. This is the word, intersectoriality, compromise, commitment and focus in the common good to reduce, to reach the goals and contribute to the decade for action. So thank you very much. Actually, I even would like to reformulate my question because a lot of people questioned me, what are the convergency points between the Penatrans and the DONT plan? Like you explained something, but I would like to, in a summarized way, where are these connection between the programs? So one of the convergencies would be in the strengthening of the intersectorial management of traffic safety, road safety. This is in the 3 levels of the government. Like I said, only our participation to the effectivation, the participation of CONTRAN to talk, stimulate so that the actions of health, like the PDT, the strategies from health can be articulated in the local level. This is one of the convergencies that we have in Penatrans and in the Dante plan, the strengthening for in the expansion of the problem, because the sectorial strategies are considered in both plans. We have the PVT and we have other structures within the traffic, the areas of traffic, and this alignment needs to be done to strengthen these strategies so that we can have more participation and establish the space for common governance so that we can discuss these action plans. Another convergency is in the world of the scope of communication. Both of them talk about campaigns, not only performing them, but establishing guidelines to perform them and help so that these campaigns can reach their objective with their target public through which they are directed towards. And we have a proposal to develop alongside Paho, alongside Senatran, trainings and capacity building on how to use these communication instruments and these methodologies, communication methods, so that we can focus and direct and have success to communicate in a clear, objective, and direct way, passing the message that we need to pass, because many campaigns we do not have. In health, we have this a lot. When we have something, we go and do it. And then we make campaigns, but without this study, without this knowledge that not all campaign has their objective. And another point is in the part of education. Health has the programs Health in Schools, and this program is alongside, is connected. It's in partnership with the Ministry of Education. The idea is that we can articulate a material in which we can give more visibility to these aspects of traffic, and through the program Health in Schools, we can do this to begin, like Congresswoman Cristiana said, to begin the education, to begin to allow that the future generations have this knowledge in respect to what is this and how to deal and how to behave in traffic. Another one I already said, but the promotion of mobility, safe and sustainable mobility. This is approached by both plans. Penatrans brings very clearly both of them completely. We bring them in a general way, but we understand that it is a strategy that can be unified, that we can collaborate, and the own management and qualification of informations. So Secretary said about VINAEST. Historically, health, our department in particular, takes care, for example, of the national system for the information of mortalities, and this system, all of the declaration of death that is filled is within this system. And when we deal with information of data referring to these crashes, referring to these injuries in traffic, we need to have in mind that it's not easy to do this codifying. And this codifying these data, if they were not qualified and corrected, they take to the false impression of reduction or increase. And this work is done within the system of information about deaths. And is this regard of vigilance using disciplines like epidemiology, strategy, this regard that we want to also offer through Senatran in these aspects of RENAEST so that we can bring these elements that a data, when it's collected, is a data that needs to be qualified, it needs to be worked on so that the answer is closer to what is real. And the vigilance it has this role, this regard, and this is one of the convergences that we have within this perspective to create informations of quality, trustworthy, and that we can have this line from the occurrence of the event until the last moments. So these are some examples of these convergences. Okay, Patricia, thank you very much for those who are more than 30 years in traffic, working, trying to help the country to work with this burden. This is very good to see, to hear, and feel that certainly this possibility, this reality is closer. So thank you very much, and good luck to both secretariats in the execution of this program. And I hope that with the involvement of all the Brazilian society, if we had obviously more time, certainly there would be more questions for our panelists, but unfortunately, the program needs to continue, and we have still an honor person that we Rebecca Bavinger, which is the Bloomberg Foundation from New York, through which I would like to ask the following. The Bloomberg Initiative has given great contribution to many cities throughout the world for the development of both road decades and actions of road safety. What are the main lessons that you would indicate for the Brazilian cities that are beginning their programs for road safety? Thank you very much.
But I do not speak Portuguese, so if people need a moment to put on their headset, it's truly an honor to be here with this distinguished panel, and it's wonderful to see the commitment and support of the national government. I know that Matsake has a big challenge ahead of coordinating national governments as they implement the global plan of action for the second decade of action to reduce deaths from road traffic injuries by 50%. At Bloomberg Philanthropies, we believe very strongly in using a data-driven approach. So when we partner with cities in our initiative, and now we have 28 partner cities across the world, 12 of those partner cities are in Latin America, 4 are in Brazil. So just this week, I've been in Recife, and I was told you would all know where I was if you saw this. Does everyone know? Salvador. So I was in Recife and Salvador, and now I'm here. Recife and Salvador, like all of our cities, we advise them first and foremost, gather your data. Understand who are dying on the roads, where, when, identify those hotspots, identify the risk factors. But even in the absence of strong data, the biggest risk factor that our initiative is focusing on is speed. I think Matsake started to talk about this, but we need to build a system, a safe system where there's safe speeds within the city, even within the state. We know that a lot of the interstate highways around Brazil and around the world have high severity crashes, a lot of mortality. So we may not be able to prevent a crash always, but if we can have safe speeds and traffic calming measures, the severity of the crashes can reduce. So we always advise our cities, first gather your data. Mike Bloomberg always says, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So you need to have the data. I know that the Ministry of Health is working hard to improve the data collection and analysis around the country. It starts at a city level, because without strong data from the cities and the states, the national government can't have that data available. So we always say, start with your data, improve your data collection and your analysis. You need to be able to geocode those crashes to understand the high crash spots in your cities and in your states, and work on speed calming. It's not always the most politically savory. A lot of politicians don't want to work on speed reduction and speed management because people complain that, oh, you're going to lead to more congestion. But actually, study after study, and we have a lot of resources available at the World Bank, show that these traffic calming measures and speed management does not increase congestion. It leads to safer flows of traffic, reduction in crashes, and does not increase congestion. So if you're facing this problem in your city, please avail our resources, both at WHO and at World Bank, for some of that evidence that you can bring and collect data in your cities to show your residents that these measures, they don't lead to congestion, they lead to safer streets for all road users.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Just a small question to finish this panel about the lack of the culture of road safety that seems to be a characteristic of many countries where possibly Bloomberg has been working actively. Is there some kind of recipe to face the lack of priorities to the road safety due to the inexistence of a culture of road safety?
So we always analyze our impact, and we've been investing in road safety since 2007. We are currently in a 6-year phase and have committed $250 million. And each time we recommit to this issue, this public health issue, we review what's working and what's not working. And time again, we know that having the leader of the locality, whether that's the mayor or the governor or a parliament or the president, that leadership, that high level leadership, is so critical for the recipe. But so are a number of projects that you can implement so that you get public support. So often when we work in the cities, we bring a comprehensive approach, not only to focus on the road users. We do need road users complying with the policies, and we do work on that, but also a safe system so that the environment, the infrastructure is built in a safe way to allow protection for your most vulnerable road users, your children, your elderly, people with different abilities. If we can build a system that protects those users, we've built one that can protect all road users. So we try to build public support. We work with civic organizations, with victims associations, with other advocates to demand change. So when we see that there's the high level leadership, as well as a groundswell of support from the public, from your civic organizations, demanding change, keeping this topic in the media. We always encourage our city partners, work with the media. We offer training for journalists so that when the mayor announces speed limit reductions, the questions aren't, how will this increase congestion? It's, how will this save lives? How will the traffic enforcement not lead to an increase in fines, but how will that save lives? How will that prevent more injuries? So we always encourage, work with the media, have the journalists be your allies in spreading the good news of these works. So we see that that can often be a good recipe with the leadership and the high level political will, but also the civic engagement, the public support, and your media support as well.
Ok, muito obrigado.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we could be talking here for a long time, but unfortunately, we need to follow with our program. Thank you very much, Patricia. Rebecca, it's a pleasure to have you here. So before finishing, Victor Pavarino, we have a question. We ask Victor if this event will be recorded and available for the people who eventually would like to watch it in the next opportunity for the next days.
Thank you so much for the question, JP. Yes, it is being recorded and it's going to be made available in Portuguese, in English, and also in the original. Not only the presentations, but all of the comments, all of the questions. Of course, the time limits are not going to allow us to be able to answer all of your questions, but I remember that all of the comments that are going to be made, they're being written down by the rapporteur, and we're going to document everything that is happening on the internet and now here live in the auditorium. Thank you, Dr. Victor. Thank you. Dr. Rebecca Bavinger, thank you to Mats Akebelin. Thank you to the National Secretary of Traffic, Mr. Frederico Carneiro. Thank you, Patricia, for the explanations. I believe that we need a round of applause for them. And we wish you all the luck and success in the world to all of you. Thank you.
Obrigado mais uma vez.
Thank you once again, Mr. J.P. Correa, and he was an outstanding moderator. He conducted the questions super well with interesting questions, moderating panel number 1. And he also discussed the Dante Plan, the Penatrans, and talks about the coordination and management of the Brazilian road safety programmatic frameworks for the decades. Thank you to all of the panels, Dr. Frederico, Dr. Patricia Vasconcelos. She is the Deputy Director of the Surveillance and Health Department, Dr. Matsuk Bailin. He is the global leader for the Decade of Action for Road Safety at the WHO, and Dr. Rebecca Bavinger, the Public Health Program Officer from Bloomberg Philanthropies. Continuing with our program, so besides thanking everybody, I would like to remind you that this event is being recorded, so you're going to be able to watch it any day, anytime. Dr. Vitor Pavarini, are we going to have that active pause or are we going to continue? So we were going to have a 5-minute break. No, I don't think so, Frederico. I believe... Oh, sorry, Everaldo, not Frederico. I apologize. I believe we should continue. And then after the following presentation, we're going to have a lunch break. Okay, let's continue. So now, let's continue with our program. we're going to go to the good practices. And now we're going to have the good practice number 1, adopting the safe systems approach in a municipal road safety plan. And we're going to share with all of you the Fortaleza case. And to be the moderator of this panel, I'm going to invite Mr. Daniel Tavares. He's from the Senatran. And he's going to invite onto the stage our speaker. Daniel?
Daniel vai chamar.
So Mr. Daniel is going to invite our next speaker. Mr. Daniel, the floor is yours. Thank you, Everaldo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Victor Pavarino and Paho for the invitation so that we could continue this event and be a moderator, and also provoke some discussions, debates, and discuss the Penatrans, the DUNT plan, and the safety plan. As shown during the previous panel, they have mentioned the 2 main plans that we have, Penatrans and DUNT plan. Penatrans is our great national strategy for road safety, and it's basically based on robust principles and also having a safety plan, and its approach that essentially does not admit any deaths or injuries happening on our roads. And it goes through the understanding. And I believe it's a bit obvious, but I have to mention that human beings, they make mistakes. They're going to continue making mistakes. And we have to adopt a traffic system, a road system that is safe and that they understand that human beings make mistakes. And so these are a few principles that were implemented in Sweden at the end of the 1990s when we were creating our current traffic code. So the Swedish, they have been working on this topic for quite some time. And so we are discussing this, implementing this in our national plan. So a huge challenge that we have, and Senatran has this role of fostering this, and we created the Penatrans to be a leader of this plan, but to show how this can be done or implemented in practice. And the case of Fortaleza is a success place. It has received many awards. And to discuss this, I would like to invite Mr. Eduardo de Aquino, Traffic Director from the Fortaleza Traffic Authority. And he's going to discuss the Fortaleza case with us. Thank you. Welcome, Eduardo.
Olá, bom dia a todos. Daniel.
Hello, good morning to all. Thank you so much for the invitation so that I could be here sharing a little bit about the experiences that my municipality had, Fortaleza. And in the essence of our plan, we had the idea of having a safe city, safe traffic. And so we took care of everything. We based all of our work on studies. We followed up everything that we were implementing, and we wanted to promote safety in our traffic. So I am a worker at the Fortaleza Traffic Authority, the AMC. I work with consultancy, I work with traffic lights, I work with signs along the roads. I have already participated in some private initiatives. I also work with the traffic, and now I'm working as a director, working with signs, engineering, monitoring, and traffic education traffic education. I'm going to share part of my experience with you, and I'm going to give you a presentation about that. So this is not a novelty, but it's important for us to discuss this, that we have over 1.35 million deaths related to traffic crashes. And this is very concerning. This is very worrying. And this makes us become hostages of the situation. Our families are hostages, the people that we love, and this, all of this could be avoided, yes? So, in Brazil, we have also noticed, I'm going to remove my mask so that you can hear me better, okay? And so we have noticed, okay, the results achieved. We had a 24% reduction in traffic crashes, approximately. And when we analyze the city of Fortaleza, and in our state, the state of Ceará, it was as if we got 390,000 deaths that happened in the last decade. And it's as if we were ending with the entire population or exterminating the entire population of our second biggest municipality. So this is what makes our topic so important, okay? Traffic safety. And so we have to have safety to improve this scenario. And so the city of Fortaleza, we faced many moments, we had many actions that had good results. Only in the first trimester of this year, we had this quarter or trimester with the lowest number of traffic crashes and victims. And we have been observing this reduction trend of the crashes happening in our city. So we had the reduction of about 51.7% in the number of fatal victims between 2011 and 2021. But in 2021, we lost 184 deaths, and this is still very worrisome. And so we had the reduction of 50%, around 50%, but it's not what we want to have. We still see and believe that crashes should be eliminated. People should not die in a traffic crash or be injured fatally or become disabled inside our municipality. So we are trying to treat and use these pieces of information. We try to collect as much data as possible so that we should follow this up. And it has been discussed here that data, information, all of these things are very important. And so the data regarding the crashes and injuries. So what is the model? What is the profile? Who are the people involved in this kind of crash? And we have the user profile in our city, profile of the victims in the last year, and we have 48% motorcycle riders, and then 36% pedestrians, and also 8% cars and 8% bike riders, and so cyclists. And this on Monday, we had a crash. We were following up what was happening in the city, and we follow up everything that's happening in the city. And yesterday, Wednesday, we had a few victims, a few traffic victims, and they involved motorcyclists and pedestrians. So the motorcyclist ran over the pedestrian. And so this shows that we have to be careful, and our main focus now has to do with the bike riders, yes, the motorcycle riders, how they behave on our roads. And regarding the exposure to risk, we have the ages, the age groups between 18 and 59 years of age. We have the percentage of people who were injured and the number of motorcycle riders. And above 60 years of age, we had a higher number of elderly people dying and also injured. So as I said, Fortaleza went through several moments until we could reach this reduction level. And within this topic, at the very beginning, we had a strong motivation that the topic that we call road safety or traffic, it would be a well-implemented traffic. And then we started this motivation. Even though we have highly qualified technicians, well-trained groups and teams, we still lacked some kind of motivation, a desire, a political will to implement this. And I believe that this is a reality in many municipalities in Brazil. We can have the motivation, but if we do not have the political will, let's do it, everything is going to work out, let's start, and then we were able to implement. So between 2015 and 2016, we had road safety as a priority on our agenda, something that was debated, discussed with the support from the Bloomberg philanthropies. And within this idea, we had capacity building moments, the technicians, they were trained. We created teams, our PITE, our action plan was created, and within these teams, formed by several staff, okay, from other organizations, from other agencies, from the academia. And so we had new minds, beautiful minds, thinking about road safety in a different way. And within this motivation, within this model of thinking about things in a different way, we started the entire idea of having this in Fortaleza, having a different perspective for Fortaleza as regards our traffic. And then in 2019, Fortaleza already achieved the goal of reducing its crashes by 50%. We had several moments to present our results, to disseminate all of this information, to disseminate and spread the news, the good news of this 50% reduction. We also defined some strategies and goals with our teams. So we have thought about these, but we have to evolve, we have to move forward, and we have to continue working so that the results can be reached and so that we can have the reductions expected. So we decided to create our road safety plan, and we had public consultations with our population. We aligned the work with all of the municipal secretariats and the state secretariats so that we could implement a plan that is totally consolidated. It was presented to our municipal assembly, legislative branch, our municipal legislative branch, and we talked to our aldermen. So it was, and so we told them that there was a reduction, and also the text of the law was approved, and now we are waiting for it to be passed in the plenary session. The plan is going to bring that we say that we achieve the model, that we have many indexes and rates, and we're going to have to follow this up for a certain period of time set forth, so that we can understand that these traffic crashes, they can be reduced, and so that the injuries, deaths, and crashes can be reduced. And so the main objective of this plan is to reduce the deaths and injuries in the traffic in Fortaleza, to institutionalize concepts regarding safe traffic systems in our system, to have a legal instrument or a piece of legislation that is going to maintain this road safety policy continue to be successful. We are going to have training, capacity building. We have to implement this constantly so that we can do this correctly and so that we can continue evolving and to make for the city of Fortaleza to become a benchmark. So our example has been shared at many moments regarding the safety actions that we have been implementing in our municipality. So we have there's a day in May called Yellow Day for Safety Day, and the main cities are involved, and we tried to receive a group of teams to show to them what Fortaleza was doing. And this was a very important moment for us. We have been disseminating now because many accidents that happen, they come from the metropolitan area. And we need to have a dynamic inside the municipality, a dynamic that is different from the municipalities around the metropolitan area. So we created a seminar so that we could unite these teams, create partnerships, so that the actions that were implemented and worked out, okay, and we have the results of this victory, we were able to diminish the number of crashes so that they can be implemented in other metropolitan municipalities.
So Fortaleza has the view to have this mobility of sustainable mobility and safe one, where no, it's not referred to be safety, and this is what we have as a vision, and this is what we have a vision as our security plan. Also, our plan in security is aligned with the national policy of traffic, Penatrans, and the access, the pillar, and in the management of security in traffic. We sought this documentation, this idea from Penatrans of bringing this road safety to work on this, and we already put this in the ideas of the security plan that we built, and there is this alignment, strong alignment with Penatrans, and the team works in partnership, seeking these ideas within this alignment with Penatrans. We have the vision of safe system. So from our plan, we observing this, which is already known from many of you, which shows the cities that adhered to these safety systems, they were able to reduce systems. So we also have this same idea in our plan, through which humans commit mistakes, humans are vulnerable to them, and the responsibility is shared, and the idea of proactiveness and reactivity. I know that many of the municipalities, due to their load of work and their existent resources, we end up having to put down some fire. The idea of seeing something happening and then we run to diminish and minimize that impact in that place. But taking this experience that I have statistical data, work data, I can identify about that model that has there for in relation to the traffic is not safe. I can replicate this for other places and avoid this. So the idea of having this view of being able to expand this for the rest of the region, of having this worked on not only to fix this and fix what happened there, and try to seek the maximum integration between the bodies to be able to guarantee so that we can have their safe roads that brings a kind of security when going through them. And then within our approach of safe system, we also bring this system through which the problem there, dead and injured people. It's not the usual approach of the risk of crashes. We also have the cause of the problem, that within the approach we have the inadequate human behavior, and then we know that it's not precisely this idea, and the human beings commit mistakes and are fragile, and this is what we have to minimize to work so that this does not happen. And who is responsible? The users. We put them in our system of approach that the responsibility is shared between the users and those who project. And here I put the layer of management. They are also responsible for the what happens in the roads, and also with the what's the perspective of our planning. We have here that it's proactive to the risk in traffic. The demand for security in traffic. Are there demands for safety in traffic? The population demands for safety in roads. They demand security, and we work this, that it has been seeking for safety, and our objective is to have 0 deaths and injured people in traffic. This coming from the approach from Penatrans, of course, that no death in traffic is acceptable, and that human beings commit mistakes. Human beings are vulnerable, and the responsibility is shared, and the management is integrated management and proactive. So within this idea of our safety plan, we built our objectives, our goals, and our actions. The plan, for those who are interested in knowing the QR code, you have the QR code here. So, but we have as the main pillar the management of the safety in traffic, safe user, the sustainable mobility in safe roads, and the network for protection to the victim, through which we distribute all the actions and the objectives within these pillars, main pillars. So within this axis, for the management of safety in traffic, each secretariat involved there has a role of developing its idea so that we can have implementation of safe traffic within our municipality. This has a distribution through which the body is not the traffic is not the same one for transport of the infrastructure. So this mobility of integration between the secretariats, and they were heard and they were put within the table to discuss the plan and implement jointly these actions, including when the plan was ready. We had another role of discussion before publishing this through the mayor, and then we sent this as a message to become a bill. So these axes involve many secretariats, and the secretariats interact in the traffic area, and we have the municipal traffic, and there's the idealizer, the pillar that is going to work for the actions to be implemented and followed. So within the secretariats and coordinators, we have the AMC as the general governance of the plan, which is the body for traffic in the municipality. It coordinates this main point of governance of the plan. Then we had to identify who would be the person responsible. Initially thinking we were thought to put this within the directory of traffic, but this is more executive. We needed someone that is more connected and articulated with the other secretariats to be able for the plan to have more speed and to have more focus, not only in executing, but also planning and bringing the idea of this planning. It's connected to the superintendency of the body, to the coordinator of the security plan, and the directory through which I'm part of. We are in the part connected to the execution. So this was an idea of bringing the strategy to have a focus in the road safety and bringing actions to implement in the area, in the part of execution, and education and fiscalization of traffic, inspection of traffic. So I have here all the key actions of each entity, each body responsible body. This was also aligned with each one of them to guarantee the efficiency of this plan. We have our plan, our table to follow here. This is only illustration. This is shared with the other secretariats. It has its landmarks, its dates, so that we can implement these actions. This as an objective of security, of safety. They observe which are the actions. We begin to build our plans and implement what we have to make roads safer. And this follow-up of the plan has as a main focus the political and cultural structure. It goes from the basis. I have a political decision, I have an alignment, political and cultural alignment, very well determined, which made us do many implementations, and then evolving until you reach the idea of not having more crashes and deaths in traffic. So this we have as the follow-up also. Indicator, the rates of people that died in traffic during the last year by 100 inhabitants. This is, we want to reduce this by 50% between 2022 and 2031. So reduce by 50%, but they're going to reduce more 50 and evolve so that we can have the idea of zero vision with no injury, no victim, no crash. So this, within the access, I have the creation of an executive council which takes care of the idea to implement the plan. We have there some landmarks for the implementation of these, of the data, soft crashes, in which we consolidated this in a tool of follow-up of these crashes, and we were able to minimize the time that this information arrives, to be able to be more effective, to have a more effective action, to have more speed to act. And within each axis, there are some particularities about the management indicators with their goals and their steps. And here we have and highlighted the elaboration of practices. We can propose management plans. We need to reduce the taking care of the victims, and we work alongside the secretariats to take care of the victims for crashes. Going here, those are the indicators that have as the basis the follow-up of risk factors. We have many moments for researchers since 2019 through which we have been observing the correct use of seat belts, helmets, child chairs. We did the follow-up in the dry law, Lei Seca. We had tests involved there in the quantity of people that would reject the test, to be able to build our actions for publicity, marketing, and also the operation education in the commands that we perform in the cities. So this has been followed up on the day-to-day basis. We have there some still steps to be done, finishing in the semester to see what's the main focus that we're going to work on, and this is also part of the idea of the indicators for the plan. So the plan is going to be approved in the chamber. We hope that this law is going to be implemented until 2030. And some good practices that we usually present about this idea about cities. In our city, Fortaleza, we have there the mobility center, through which we have all of the connections in relation to observe traffic, and we call this mobility center and preservation of life in traffic, mainly with this focus of taking care of the crashes, the victims. Annually we have been launching our annual report for road safety. Our report is the one that bases our actions from what happened in the previous year. Usually it brings all of the statistics, the follow-ups. We have the platform Vida Live, which is our database of crashes, and then it's an open platform doing their simple registry, and you can have access to the information, the statistics of the crashes in the city, and beyond the statistics for command and actions for the inspection. We are finishing to put this in the platform. We're going to have a approach of all the actions and other actions, the urban drawing of safety roads. We have elevated roads. This is with drawings, bringing the signaling different signs for the place, bringing the non-conventional idea of roads signaling, the urban drawing. We have projects of road safety award, which was had a prize in road safety awards, which we had as an indicator of reduction of 50% of crashes with victims. This is a project that we follow up and we put in practice in the city, which is the project Safe Corners. We also had the mobility of roads, the investment of this cyclo road investment there with non-motorized vehicles. In this sense, the investment of this policy beyond the readequation of speed, 60.2% of the fatalities were reduced in the roads where we had the readequation of the speed limit, and we implemented this in great scale last year. We had many roads with reduced speed limit for 50 kilometers per hour, and other commands like inspection, blitz, which is inspection here in Brazil, the special operations, so the actions to follow up with the presence of the agents, traffic agents, with engineering and with the education in traffic makes it possible that these indexes we can reduce these indexes of crashes when we are focused in a certain region. We can see that there are certain readequation, respect to the traffic laws, and this reduction in the number of crashes. And other images from our actions. We also have courses, trainings that we do for the motorcyclists. This for conduction, they are free. Then we have difficulties in calling those motorcyclists. We call some groups there, which we have most of those delivery guys, but they're calling them to come here for a training to how to drive safely, a practical training that is performed in our training road. These are actions we have been looking for. We have been seeing that within this sphere of crashes, the cyclists and motorcyclists, they are there. So our educative campaigns, we also have the publicity team from the municipality, the one that discloses actions in the municipality, also hug this idea. They sought to bring to the media this sensibilization that these crashes, the way that they occur, and how can we work to avoid them. So the end of my speech, I want to thank, and I am open for questions. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you for the presentation. It shows that actions can be taken, in fact, in our country, and we have great specialists in the team, and it's possible to bring this safety system and implant them in Brazil. Actions like this based on data. It was very clear here. It's not something that we think that can happen. This is technical. This happens. This is based on data that we can advance. Do we have time for questions? We have no questions in YouTube, but if anyone here wants to make a question, 2 minutes. Eduardo, I would like to make a question here. You put in your presentation that some of the objectives is to institutionalize and to have a safe system within the bodies, responsible bodies. And within this line of thought, what changes these bodies had to do in your mentality, in your way of acting, in their internal procedures, in their guidelines established locally to implement the zero vision, Visão Zero. And I'm complementing here. There was the necessity to do a rearrangement, institutional rearrangement, the management procedure. And another curiosity that I have is how this procedure began. How was it a decision, some procedure top down, so the managers had this idea, or saw they had contact with the approach of safe systems and brought them to the technicians, or was it the other way, the technicians took this to the managers? How did it happen in Fortaleza? So in Fortaleza, to implement this idea, first, since we had all the municipal body present there, there was the traditional approach of following what is written there in the manual, implementing it due to the resources that he's going to have in the municipality. And there in Fortaleza, there was the creation of an action plan, immediate action plan. This plan, since it had within the government plan from the municipality, it was turned towards the urban mobility, then it already had this motivation to work the zero vision. So this specific group that was not connected directly to the traffic body or infrastructure body began to work the idea of vision zero, the idea of safe traffic.
So after the set of people that were brought from these agencies and bodies, and they were taken to the university, and the university is highly connected to the traffic programs there. We have a master's program and a PhD program on traffic, and so they shared this zero vision with us, so that we were able to follow up since the beginning. We had some instructions, but this was a government plan, and so they had to accept this, and then we decided to do that. We created the first models, we disseminated them, we had public consultations, we waited for the consolidation of the data, and then we implemented this on scale. So without data, we would not have been able to do this. And so we have to work on this data well. And so you have to be able to see that the actions are implemented to allow the public manager to feel calm and relaxed about what he's doing, that he's working based on the reality. Thank you very much, Mr. Eduardo. During the opening ceremony and during the previous panel, we discussed this a lot, the importance of partnerships. Fortaleza had many partners, the Bloomberg Foundation, other partners. So what is the importance throughout this process of having partnerships, and what are your future perspectives? So do you still need the support of these partners, or is the city of Fortaleza now able to walk on its own legs with its own resources? So the partnership was essential for this because it shared ideas with us, and many of our technicians, they didn't know this. They didn't know what was happening around the world. And so this partnership, such as the partnership that we have with Bloomberg, they gave us many training courses, many capacity building courses, and we found out, this is the right path ahead. So the partnerships were essential for our implementation. What is Fortaleza expecting for the future and throughout the way? So we have a bill of law that is going to become a law. And we believe that it's going to be like a manual that is going to be followed inside the municipality. We know what is right, and we are going to start working strongly on this. So this is the perspective, that the idea is going to become a reality, that is going to become a solution that has resulted in great results, and that it's going to be implemented, and we're going to have this vision to use in the future and reduce the number of crashes, deaths, and injuries. And so, do we have another question?
Eu vou fazer uma pergunta, por favor.
So I have a question. Can you please switch on the microphone and identify yourself? My name is Dr. Carlos. Fortaleza did not receive the award for nothing. I just have a suggestion, mainly for the state government, that you should create a program, for instance, sister cities, for instance, or you would adopt some cities, 5 cities, for instance, inside which you would follow up the implementation of this program or similar programs in these cities. I know it's not simple. It's not a mere observation that you're going to do the same thing and copy you. That's not what I'm suggesting. But why don't you become the tutors or the moderators or the mentors of these cities as smaller cities, so that you would be their mentors and be able to identify what can be done in this other municipality, doing things based on your experience. This is my suggestion, and congratulations once again. Thank you so much for your suggestion. And due to the time, it was very fast. So we started this inside the metropolitan area, the smaller cities that surround Fortaleza. And now in May, we started this, and our traffic agency is going to support their technical teams and help them implement their ideas. And so we are trying to do this. We're trying to work together, just like Senatran has been doing at the state levels, at the municipal levels. So we are here to try to contribute with the cities near us. I was going to invite the audience, if you allow us, Danielle. Is anybody in the audience interested in asking a question?
Yeah. First, I would like to congratulate you. It's a great presentation.
Ele está sem o equipamento de tradução.
I'm sorry, sir. Just a minute. They are going to bring him the translation device. Oh, you can go ahead. He's going to translate for the colleague.
And of course, I have heard about Fortalezas before, but much more some of the countermeasures that you have implemented. But what you show was that you have worked very strategically with a strategical plan and organization, and things will not happen by itself. It's a long journey to go from strategies to implementation, and that is a great example on that, I think.
Então,
So what you mentioned regarding Fortaleza, the things that we were able to achieve with our partnerships, with our partnership with Bloomberg, and we were able to progress and evolve, it is very gratifying for us technicians ourselves, and we truly believe that this solution is being well used. It should be well used and disseminated, and we have been trying to work this way, that when we bring these solutions, they are going to bring about huge advances, not only for our municipality, but for other cities. And we are also very grateful for the remarks that you made to see that the work that we are doing is working out and having success. Thank you.
alguém da plenária?
Anybody else here in the auditorium? Do you have any questions or remarks that you would like to make?
Mais da plenária seria
If there are no other questions, I have a question. One of the things that we learned when we were creating the Penatrans regarding all of the pillars, but mainly the fourth pillar that has to do with education, it is the power of the educational campaigns and what great results they have in the short run. And we had these discussions with the guys from Bloomberg, from Vital Strategy. So please, very briefly, what is the true power of these educational campaigns? What have you noticed when you got in touch with the communities, with the leaders, with your internal communications? Did people buy this idea, accept this idea, and then you were able to achieve these results, right? Or what happened? Yes, regarding the educational campaigns, I only mentioned them briefly. So reduce the speed with which you drive, go from 60 to 50, go from 70 to 60. And then we spend many months observing the traffic at specific moments, specific traffic moments on the roads. And so the monitoring would only happen after these months, these 6 months. And then we also have electronic barriers that control the speed. And then we added some texts. And we added this idea of speed reduction in these texts. And so we also went to classrooms. We also have blitzes so that we can guide people, teach them how to drive, teach them ideas, teach them the behavior along those roads. And so the monitoring of these roads is becoming more and more evident. And so we also had many educational campaigns aimed at motorcycle riders, okay? They were being trained, educated. And so we had, we added a device to their motorcycles to control the speed. And so we were always on the streets, on the roads. We were visible, we were there. People could see us, and we could say that people are watching you, people are monitoring you. So let's monitor these actions. Thank you so much, Dr. Eduardo. I believe we have another question. Please mention your name. Nice to meet you. My name is Thalita. I work at the SDS. First of all, congratulations. Your story is a success story. I knew a little bit about it, and I'm a little curious about the actions. As a journalist, we are going to develop part of the materials mentioned by Miss Patricia. And I would like to know the macro actions that you did with the journalists all over the state, beyond the educational campaigns, okay? The actions. Regarding the journalists in our city, usually all of these actions, we have a team that has the marketing and publicity and advertising team that we have there in the city. So how are we going to do this? Oh, what could be done here? How could we carry out this action? So sometimes we readjust the speed and people start complaining, and we had to raise this awareness that we were there to save lives. This is not a monitoring action per se or a surveillance action per se. We're trying to save lives. And then we were always insisting on this, showing evidence, showing the data. And then the team adjusted itself in a wonderful way. And this communication department and the media, they are now having a great relationship. Dante, I believe, has a final question. No, I just wanted to complement the answer. I was the coordinator of the Bloomberg initiative between 2015 and 2020. And we talked about the media's involvement, the journalists' involvement. And so their involvement is essential so that we can convince our population of the importance of these actions. So we have a wonderful relationship with these journalists to show to them, what are we doing? Why is the city doing this? What is the city doing? So that the journalists, they could analyze this topic in a different way. So the journalists, they usually have the same common sense as our population. So we wanted to change this, to shift this. And this helped us a lot so that we could place the road safety theme on their agenda. And slowly, we started talking to more and more people. And so now the way that they see our actions is very different from 5 years ago. And the main idea is we are here to save lives. We are here to save lives.
Hoje eu acho que trata lá como pauta positiva.
And nowadays, they see this as a positive agenda. Whenever we are implementing a new model, they see this as a positive agenda. I believe we have one more question. Mr. Paulo Guimarães, I believe. Please introduce yourself. My name is Paulo Guimarães. I am the Mobility Secretary of São José dos Campos. And just complementing Dante's participation, the media usually tries to find topics to advertise or to put on the news. And if we only have a reactive action or a reactive behavior, that we are only going to answer to the negative agenda. And so we have work that we have been doing, complementing what Dante said. We have to separate our PR work in two things. Daily, we should feed the journalists with the positive agenda and positive news. And so we have to generate news, generate information. So we do a lot of things, cool things, but sometimes we make mistakes with our own communication. So I would like to highlight this because the role of the communication department is essential so that we can improve our road safety numbers. And he's also the leader of the mobility front in Brazil. It's a national front, and so he knows this topic a lot. So Daniel, I would like to pass the floor once again to you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Everaldo. This is an important topic. It was wonderful to hear the success case of Fortaleza by the technicians. Congratulations on the work that you have been doing. And so your success is our success. So continue your great work. And we are truly working to save lives. And your plan shows that your plan is a plan for Fortaleza, but it's a national plan. It was created by experts such as you guys. So the plan is feasible, the plan is possible, and the plan is there to be implemented. It's not a piece of paper, it's a planning. It's a planning with a short, medium, and long-run actions. And so it was implemented in Fortaleza in a very successful way. So congratulations once again. Thank you. Thank you to all. Thank you for your questions, your remarks, and see you later. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Eduardo. So now we're going to have our lunch break. We are going to be back here at 2 p.m. sharp, okay, 2 p.m. sharp. So we are going to have a lunch here on the ground floor. And so remember, we're going to be back here at 2 p.m. sharp. And so let's be ready here at 2 p.m. to start. And on YouTube, if you are on YouTube, set your alarms, and we're going to be back soon so that we can have the second panel, which is going to discuss speed management. See you soon.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon to you
Após
all.
esse período
After
do nosso
this
almoço,
period of the
vamos
break for
entrar agora
lunch,
nessa
now we are
etapa da
going to go
tarde,
into this
painel bastante
part in the
interessante,
afternoon with a very
painel 2
interesting
sobre
panel,
gestão da
second panel
velocidade.
about speed management.
Eu gostaria de pronto
I
de
would
convidar
like to invite
a nossa moderadora, a
our
professora
moderator,
Michele
Professor
Andrade,
Michele
aqui do
Andrade,
Programa de
from the
Pós-Graduação
Transport
de Transportes da
Postgraduation
Universidade de
Program from the
Brasília, da
University of
UNB,
Brasilia,
que vai moderar esse
which is
painel.
going to be the
Professora
moderator
Michele,
for this
peço que
panel, Professor Michele.
nessa etapa da tarde,
I
a
ask
mesa
her to
central.
occupy the central table. And then I'm going to call also our people here, Bruno Rizon, Road Safety Analyst from WRI Brazil. Bruno, thank you very much for the presence. Eduardo Pompeu Martins, Project Manager from Global Design Cities Initiative, GDCI. Thank you very much, Eduardo. Ingrid Luiza Neto, Researcher in Environmental Psychology. Thank you, Professor. Juan Miguel Velázquez Torres, Transport Specialist from the GRSF World Bank, who is going to participate with us, I believe, that in a remote way. I just would like that the team here verify. Okay, he's connected. Thank you very much. So, Professor, we have all of you present here and connected in this step for us to work into the panel management, speed management. So I give you the floor. Thank you all. Thank you, Everaldo, for the presentation, for composing our table. I would like to salute you all, those present here, the people that follow us in a remote way. I would like to thank the invitation given by Paho for us to participate in this panel to discuss issues with speed, and mainly thank this panel that I believe is going to bring great reflections. Bruno Rizon, Eduardo Pompeu, Ingrid, and Juan Miguel, which is with us. I would like to thank you all, and we begin our panel by doing a brief presentation, motivating presentation, being that the objective of this presentation is in continuity with what was done in the period of the morning, mainly the presentation that was done by Vito, in which he did a presentation that was very summarized of what was Penatrans. We did a report of the main elements related to speed, and we brought in the presentation to call the attention for the aspects that we already have proposed and the main challenges that we still going to have related to the performance of this plan. So what was redefined for us in a world level, we can see in this item 11 from the Stockholm Declaration, in which it was very clear for us the issues related with speed, where it was described the aspect of concentrating in the management of speed, including the strengthening of the application of law to avoid the excess of speed and impose a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour in areas where the users and vehicles which are vulnerable mix themselves in a frequent way and planned, except when there are strong evidences where this higher speed is safe, observing the efforts to reduce speed in general. So we can see in a clear way, explicit way, the call for the issues related to speed in this item. And what we are doing in Brazil in relation to this. What are we doing in Brazil in relation to this? So about the road goals for the development safety in traffic, we have this sixth item, which is within Penatrans. We see that until 2030, this objective to reduce by half the proportion of vehicles going above the speed limit and reduce the injuries and deaths related to speed. So in this aspect, we have aspects, clear aspects in terms of actions, which were defined both in the second pillar, bringing issues of security, roads, or as well in the fourth pillar, in which there were put many topics related to education for traffic, and lastly, in the sixth pillar, in relation to the normalizing and inspection. From these items we brought here highlighted to call the attention that we have in total 8 actions and 20 products which are specific to speed. We have here the second pillar that this is greater because this part here is greater because this is the pillar that has the greatest number of projects that we have to develop. So we have 3 actions, and in these actions we have those that result in products, 6, 8, respectively. We have the fourth pillar, 2 products, 2 actions, and the sixth one, 3. So bringing in a more specific way each one of them, because they're going to subside our discussion here. So we see that in the second pillar that is related to the safe roads, we have 2 initiatives related to the expansion of the implementation of safe infrastructures and update of guidelines and parameters for safe design. So in this aspect, I highlighted some parts in red here, which I think are the key elements for us to have in our mind in this discussion, which would be this first one, the regulation of new elements to reduce speed, where we have a term that is relatively short to be able to end it, which would be in the next year. The recommendation and guideline to implement projects for the management of speed in these urban areas, the elaboration of manuals, the training capability building, capacity building. We saw this in the morning with the speech from Secretary Federico. He talked about the capacity building which are already being done in the country, mainly with our technicians, changing our perspective, our view in relation to the traffic safety. So the review of speed limits, a measure that is very technical, really necessary, and that is not far away from the end, for the end, which would be 2025. The regulation for the inspection of the average speed, I think that this is a great challenge that we have, maybe one of the greatest challenges for us to be able to reach, because when we think about speed, it brings a positive value for our society and for the political power, and to face it at this level, it is very challenging. So it's not an easy task for us to be able to reach this regulation. The publishing of a law talking about the speed and circulation of motorcyclists in this corridor that we call between 2 cars, and the elaboration and execution of programs to fiscalize, inspect speed. Here we have a longer period because certainly in the reflection about these aspects, the group noticed the great challenge that they're going to have about the aspect of technology going beyond the legal issues. Lastly, we have here the expansion and implementation of infrastructure that promotes mobility, sustainable mobility, and curbs behaviors of risk related to high speed. So this is a very strong aspect that we have. We have a space that is very rich to be able to develop this action, but the demand for resources. So maybe our challenge would be having resources for it to do the necessary changes in relation to these products. So going through the pillar 6 in relation to the rotation, we have these 3 actions, 2 initiatives, the one to promote the innovation of the operation and inspection of traffic, and the prevention of risk behaviors through operation and inspection of the traffic. So we have these 3 projects, which will have three actions related to the new ways to inspect speed. We also have a long period, mainly due to the fact that it is foreseen many technologies for this. And within the projects, we have a great highlight for the elaboration of studies, the installment of the fiscalization of speed, then critical points, and also the directing of the inspection for the excess of speed. So here, inadequate planning for these actions of inspection. And lastly, in our fourth pillar related to education, so we have a specific aspect of speed. We have an initiative that deals with the improvement and direction of educational campaigns for traffic safety, and which brings the elaboration and disclosure of campaigns preferably related to the actions of inspection and engineering. This is an aspect that is very relevant, that is the plan brings in an explicit way the necessity to perform these actions in a coordinated way. That is, the pillars must have these actions happening in a joint way with this planning, joint planning, so that this can dialogue in an adequate way with society. And then we are going to have this training of journalists and communication teams, which is also a very important aspect so that we can communicate in an effective way, in an adequate way, in a way to reach all the public, given that the entire society uses this system, transport system. So communication needs to happen in an effective way. So these are the main elements that we highlight here in relation to Penatrans, and we also bring some concerns first. First would be, how does our society see speed? We understand that this is a very complicated aspect, given that speed is not associated to negative issues. On the contrary, whenever we think about an aspect of buying, of going to another place, of receiving any kind of element, what we hope is that that thing arrives as fast as possible. It's very difficult for us to convince a society that we need to go slower, mainly in a world where we live with information, communication, things happening in very elevated speed. So it seems that it's contradictory for us to want to go slower. But if our society recognizes the risks that are inherent to speed, we understand that by rule, society as a whole cannot understand this, mainly because our body does not reach the speeds that we can reach with the equipment that we use for going to places. So our brain has no capacity to understand these consequences of speed in our body. And lastly, the society accepts to go in slower speeds. So if we continue to communicate in this way, it will be much harder for us to change this acceptance. Possibly we must use elements, indirect elements, let's say, to try to show for the population that it is possible to live with slower speeds. This is not going to hinder our lives. On the contrary, this can bring benefits, not only for the reduction of the great severity that the high speeds, that the speeds that are practiced nowadays, that they result in when there are accidents.
And speed contributes in a double way. It's not only contributes with one thing, it contributes to the crashes, and it is a factor that makes the crashes even worse, okay? Because it impacts everything this way, two ways. And so even though we have this, since we don't have this perception, well, the population in general doesn't, in order for us to be able to convince our society, we're going to have to use many, many other elements, and we need to analyze them. What are the pathways ahead that Penatrans can give to us so that we can reach this point? And Penatrans gives us these things. And finally, I would like to share with you so that we can start start our chat with our panelists. An accident or a crash that happened in Brasilia, and some comments that we got from this news report, okay? It was published in a newspaper called Metropolis, and this crash happened right in the middle of the Yellow May. The violence involved in this crash was shocking, and the population reacted in a very strong way. And people should react like this, because this kind of thing should not be accepted. But it's very interesting to notice, since we can see what people were saying. So people were desperate. They saw children being run over. And a retiree said that the crime only happened because the driver was imprudent or was very careless and reckless. And so if we analyze this technically, this analysis is not correct, because we're trying to blame one person, and the reaction was that they beat up the driver. So this driver was attacked by the residents of the area. But should our society react like this, with violence, beating up the driver? The perception that we have is, let's eliminate this person from our society, because by doing that, we're going to eliminate the problem. But we have to think, if we had a road system that would not allow this person to drive at such speeds, even if that person was drunk, and that is already a crime, and he didn't have a driver's license, and that was another crime, would this person have been able to run over those children if he had been monitored? Our society does not see things this way, because this is not a reality for us. But it's important for us to think about this. Can we move forward to that level? So now we're going to start our discussion now with, okay, the first. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of the members of the panel, and I would like to start by asking a question to Ingrid. Ingrid, she is a psychologist, she is an expert in education, and I believe that this would be a very interesting question for her. So since we saw during the presentation, mainly at the end in the news report showing the reaction of the people when the children were run over, they were trying to find a culprit and also to eliminate that person, beat up that person to eliminate the problem. Considering this behavioral situation or case, is our society ready to analyze this problem? First of all, good afternoon to all. Thank you so much, Paho, for the invitation. Thank you, Professor Michele. Thank you for all of my co-panelists here. Regarding these behavioral elements, we do not have an answer that is going to answer all of the questions the same way. And we know that when we study people's behaviors, they are determined by many, many different variables. So behaviors, they are determined by several variables, and we need to analyze which variables can impact people's behavior. And Senatran appears in all of, the word behavior appears in all of Senatran's documents, and we have the education, the manuals, and I would include the third pillar, that when we talk about road safety, there are some studies that show that some devices inside the vehicle can contribute and facilitate this high management by the driver. So we have some devices that already alert the driver that they are driving over the speed limit. And this is something important for us to discuss, because when we're talking about the residents that wanted to lynch the driver who ran over those children, and we have this issue. So it is as if the person had the intention to do that. I'm not discussing this from a legal perspective. I'm discussing this from a psychological perspective. So people go over the speed limit because they have the intention, or they don't have the intention, but this happens habitually. So when you came to Paho, did you drive a little over the speed limit? So many people are not going to say if they did or not, because even though you have there in your vehicle the odometer showing you the speed, but people usually don't know how fast they are driving, or they don't realize that. Maybe we should think about that. People who drive over the speed limit, they are not necessarily criminals or people who commit infractions or traffic infractions all the time, or they drive over the speed limit, they endanger people's lives. So if you have an important meeting, if you have an emergency, a medical emergency, so people can be the best driver in the world, never have received a fine, but because of these problems, they can go over the speed limit. So it's important for us to bear in mind as road safety professionals that not always this decision of driving over the speed limit was intentional or deliberate. So when we talk about monitoring, surveillance, and the campaigns that we carry out, don't drive over the speed limit. Sometimes we have the idea that these people are doing this intentionally. So you're trying to stop a behavior that is already happening. And along our roads, we should try to change people's behavior. And people sometimes are not aware of their behavior. This is what Professor Michele said. We're living in a very accelerated world. We cannot ignore the impacts that the pandemic had on our people. And we work with at our offices with people that are more irritable, they are more upset, and this is going to impact the way they drive. And not only in Brazil, but we have been noticing this in other countries. The statistics prove that. So if we are able to use thinking about the behavior being based on several variables, how can we inhibit or hinder this kind of behavior from happening? So monitoring, surveillance, they're going to be important so that we can reach a high number of people, and also adjust our roads so that this behavior cannot happen. And maybe people are going to notice less, and then people are going to start using those lanes and roads in the city. And so many times the environment is not going to impact the driver's behavior or the pedestrian's behavior or the cyclist's behavior. And so I believe that Senatran was able to discuss this idea, which is broad, but we need to plan everything so that our actions can be interconnected, have to be intercoordinated. We had a case in Brasilia that there were changes on our roads so that we could have calmer traffic in our city, and people reacted in a negative way, in a strong way. And based on what some friends told me, the population didn't know what was going on. So we have to educate the population, talk to them. Why are we doing this? And so we need to do everything. So adjust the roads, the environmental aspects, the education, adjustments to the vehicle so that devices can tell the driver when they are going over the speed limit. Thank you. And so you mentioned this communication. Effective communication is necessary. Education is necessary. This is part of a process. And over that pillar regarding the participation of everybody, of the media, of the journalists, how important it is for us to have an effective kind of communication. And so we have to teach people how to accept certain changes. So thank you, Ingrid. And Ingrid mentioned the monitoring, the surveillance. So I'm going to pass the floor to Mr. Eduardo. So the surveillance or monitoring that you mentioned, that was mentioned, talks about the user, which is a common denominator, and they drive. And so the regulated speeds, they are low. It's difficult for us to respect the speed. So, what was the speed that you drove at to get here? So some people think that slower speeds, they harm people more than they benefit people. So, what is this perception that people are mentioning? Thank you so much for the invitation to be part of this panel. There is no doubt in my mind that the scenario that we live in impact our behaviors from several dimensions. When we talk about the surveillance and the difficulty that people have to respect the speed limits, it's important for us to think about the structure and the alignment of our roads, or how they were created, their profile. For decades and decades, our roads, they were adapted so that we could have a higher volume of cars at the highest speed possible. And these roads, they were designed for speeds, and so we noticed as time went by that these speeds were unsafe. So the design of these roads, so here in Brasilia, for instance, we have wide avenues, wide roads with several lanes, and this is a problem that has been happening all over Brazil, and people tend to drive faster and to have unsafe behaviors. And so, for example, you also have narrower lanes. And so when the lanes are narrower, so people tend to drive slower because it's uncomfortable for them to drive faster. And there are also other elements. The width of the avenue as a whole also impacts the speed. It increases the speeds, and it also exposes most vulnerable users. And so, for example, wider avenues tend to have more pedestrians being run over. Many studies have also shown that each additional meter, when the pedestrian has to cross a street or to cross a road, increases the probability of that pedestrian being run over by a lot, okay? And so the lanes and roads in our cities, we have to think about how they are designed to not to have higher speeds, and also urban planning that can help us reduce the speeds. So a curve that is not so that is not so dangerous. And so we should design the roads and the lanes. It's very interesting. This was mentioned, the mobility, safe mobility. We have to create roads and avenues that promote safe mobility. So in the same space that we have excessive speed, so maybe we can change this, move this, so that we can have bus lanes and stuff like that, so that we can also widen our pavements and sidewalks, so that we can manage the speed by the design of our roads, and also to use other modes and methods that are safer and that are going to reduce the speed. Thank you very much, Mr. Eduardo. Bruno, can you see inside Penatrans, mainly these pillars that we mentioned, elements or actions or products that effectively are going to help in reducing the speed, mainly in urban areas? So can we see this? Can you emphasize something for us to make it clear for us? Yes, we can do this right now. We do not need a change in legislation to be able to do that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I believe that first, it would be nice to start talking about what does the Penatrans encompass. If we are readjusting the speeds, if we are readjusting our roads, we are talking about a shift in paradigms. And a paradigm we can understand as something that is created by three main points, okay? I'm saying this in a simplified way. The first point, we have the principles. the principles that are going to guide the ideas regarding this paradigm. And in this case, we are talking about the flow of vehicles. This is the idea of our mobility system. And then the second point of the paradigm can be understood as actions that are going to implement what this principle is talking about. So the way we construct our roads and avenues, what is being put in practice, what are the priorities, and we also have the power over the management so that this can continue happening and so that we can consolidate this paradigm. And that's where Penatrans is going to enter, to break this paradigm, to change this paradigm. The actions and the pillars that you mentioned before, they focus on that. Penatrans establishes issues regarding speed management plans, the expansion of a safe infrastructure, also monitoring, surveillance, campaigns, capacity building. So Penatrans ends up discussing these three main points of this paradigm so that we can implement this shift. And this is essential. And Penatrans is able to highlight the speed issue, and not only the speed issue or problem, but also the safe infrastructure regarding this speed. And so the success examples that we can find with lower speeds, safe speeds, are exactly the plans in places that they were able to connect these 2 points. So the speed was readjusted to safer limits and the infrastructure was safer. The problem is every time we discuss a safer kind of infrastructure, so the users are able to understand what's happening on that road, they understand the priorities that are being given, and for those who are priority along that road, and we are able to change this priority. And we go to the active transportation, other transportation modes, making people change to other transportation modes. We can monitor the speeds that are allowed along those roads. So we're talking about self-regulated roads or self-controlled roads based on the design, based on the infrastructure, so that we can ensure that these speeds are going to be respected. And this has also helped us a lot in terms of monitoring, because the monitoring is not going to have such a heavy burden over its shoulders. Because when we can do this via the infrastructure, we also help the monitoring to happen by itself. And based on that, we can see that Penatrans is in fact attacking all of these points, and it's being able to establish a shift in this paradigm based on the guidelines, the tools, and everything that it offers, and it's able to reduce the speed along our roads in an effective way. Perfect. Excellent, Bruno. Very interesting. What was very interesting about your answer is that it has become very evident to me the need for us to have a joint work based on these pillars. Sometimes I believe that the surveillance team, they are very anxious and they say, we have to be able to achieve this and reach most points and reach our society. And then the burden over them is too heavy. And this morning's presentations, they were very interesting. And the gentleman from the WHO mentioned how important it was for the private sector to control the speeds, and for the companies to control the speed at which their drivers are driving.
And the importance to strengthen this view of joint action of these pillars. The issue also of mobility that was mentioned by Eduardo also here in his speech. I even complimented because it's something that took one from the other. It's very important for us to see how we, although we do these efforts in relation to the inspection, the implementation of safer environments, communication, but if we have an investment, an effective investment in public transport, are we going to be able to reach our objectives? Certainly not. We need to have this effort in the aspect of to promote mobility that is a partner, strong partner for the traffic safety, which is the strengthening of the public transport system. This needs to be evident. And see that in our speech, it gives a certain tranquility in the sense that, yes, Penatrans is aligned, it is coherent. These pillars were built by many hands and it's coherent. This is very beautiful to see. I think this is a great product for us to present. Now let's question with Juan in relation to, hello Juan, thank you. Now, you with your experience with the World Bank, with the investments that you do you have any experience from the bank, be it in Brazil or in other countries, that you can talk here to us that is aligned with these issues that we are discussing? Then this can enrich our dialogue here in the panel. Thank you very much, Michelle. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. Now, the next time I would like to be there present. Thank you very much for the question. I would like to begin speaking a little bit about the work from the bank that it has been doing in Brazil. We have a history of work in road traffic safety. We in Brazil we have a partnership for the Secretariat for the partnership, and we are working with them in Brazil more than 10 years. Initially, when we supported the first evaluations for my RAP in many states, this program now has been reaching a dynamic that is very interesting. A very important number of kilometers in a federal state level evaluated with this tool. But recently, we were also able to work with Fortaleza, Sao Paulo, and also other partners. We have worked with the technical assistance to support initiatives of road traffic safety. Most of them focus on the management of speed with results that we already have been seeing in the other editions. But recently, we also launched a ROB for the management of speed, which is an online portal where we have been publishing these useful resources, research. We have many answers for frequent doubts about the issue. We are also working alongside WRI to create a world guide for the management of speed management, bringing international good practices. And I think that this can also be good to meet the objectives of Penatrans for the speed management, and we have many resources of work in a global level, but also in Brazil that I think that is very interesting to highlight, especially about the focusing about the speed and the resources. And another thing that I would like to bring here on the other side is that we have been having many dialogues with many clients to plan projects from our side for transport projects in a state level, road level, even for urban transport. Is in these talks with clients, we see some barriers that impede us, that hinder us to include effective measures for the management of speed in our projects. I would like to highlight two barriers, two challenges that I think which are very important to bring for discussion. The first one has to do with the necessity to update the regulations that allow the application of initiatives, technology, types of mechanisms to manage speed, which are more modern and innovators, be it technologies to the inspection of average speed, elements of the innovative road traffic development to improve the traffic in cities and even in the roads when they are in the urban times. So I think that we have many barriers of elements that are not regulated, ways to fiscalize it cannot be applied mainly in Brazil, but they are applied commonly in projects of other countries, which I think that most of these elements are clearly identified from Penatrans, the elements for the regulation and manuals incorporated good international, which I think they are going to be very important to allow that the citizen states can implement this type of action in a more modern way, in a more innovative way. I think that another challenge is to have projects ready to be financed. Most of the times we talk about actions, isolated actions, a street that has been redesigned with criteria of road traffic safety, and then to have this package which is more integral, more complete of actions that talk with these pillars and also that talk with the penetrance in a strategy of investment that we know which are the most effective actions, that let's prioritize the actions which are more cost effective, that we can do an evaluation, socioeconomic evaluation, to be able to show the results, the good results that this would bring, and a strategy of investment with an adequate scale to be able to access the international financing. I think that this is an important barrier. We have many examples in other countries where we have been doing this, mainly in Argentina. And in Argentina, for example, where I think that Penatrans could give this structure to structure these investment strategies that can be financed by the bilateral investments. So thank you, Juan, and thank you very much. This speech from Juan, this it's connected to what Ingrid spoke about. Ingrid and the guys here said, Bruno, I call them guys, the boys. So when he talks about this need for us to have these projects ready, we reflected a lot about these integrations, the integration of these pillars. When Ingrid spoke about the example that was performed here in Brasilia, trying to do a calm traffic, so the population was against this because we know that our population is not ready, cannot see the positive aspects for us to change and fluidity because we see the profile, but we do not see the other benefits, mainly because this is a tendency in a intuitive way. And associating this aspect of, yes, we need to have a project to finance that can be financed so that it can be implemented, but in a more coordinated way so that it acts effectively. But in this sense, I ask here, it can be Bruno or Eduardo. You can both talk. Is there a place that can be more adequate for us to implement an example, this example that Ingrid brought, for us to do a road traffic development so that it can show to the population, experiment here. Let's see how you're going to develop, how you're going to fill this space. Do we have a space that would be more adequate for us to kind of take that and replicate this procedure, for example, many points in the same city for us to be able to launch with this behavioral change? Do you imagine that if there is a space that is more adequate for this, for maybe, I don't know, for us to advance and do this project in Brazil, some cities, and we implement this because this is within Penatrans? I think that your question was very good, Ingrid, because Michelle, I'm sorry, because the was the one that put there what needs to be done, but these decisions politically are not always the simpler ones or the more immediate ones. I would talk about 2 points here. I think that a presentation from my friend Eduardo earlier showed how Fortaleza was able to coordinate all these areas to have a road traffic safety policy that is more effective and also serve as an example and encouraging that it was not no political suicide to do this, because some people say that this type of measure is a political suicide, that sometimes it's not popular, but they are sustainable. Yes, they can be sustainable. But if I want to say about an entrance point that could be a great model of project that has little resistance, if I was to do this around schools, we have now in Brazil, in these crashes, traffic crashes are the one that are greatest for children until 14 years old. That in fact it's something that can be avoided and must be avoided. And even the theme that would be in favor of us to protect our children. So thinking also about the capillarity of schools in the cities, we can have some kind of intervention that can be done again. It can gain a scale and that have a focus to protect children, and that would benefit everyone consequently. You can complement. Well, I think that this that Eduardo said is a point that when we talk about the management of speeds and traffic safety, it says about what we can do so that the population demands this change. When we talk about schools, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about a part of little resistance, because few people is going to resist to an improvement around schools to protect children. And I think that an agent can go back and look and expand more the possibility of these demands on how to do the population to demand these modifications, these changes. So the time for this theme of speed management is one that is not very attractive in a general resource society. It's not attractive because this is a complex theme. It involves multi-factors of how this works. It has a center that is very engineering, let's say, because it becomes a theme that is not attractive for society. So I think that a way for us to seek this is to seek a way to bring this theme of traffic safety, speed management, to make them more attractive. And how can we do that is by taking these themes to connecting them to more attractive themes and not putting them in the first plan. So from this, we can think in alternatives that do not involve directly to traffic safety. So we can think about the strategy of complete roads when we talk about a street or a region, not only by looking it through traffic safety, but from the environmental way to improve the trees, the issue of comfort, and how to make this environment better for people. And then we begin to aggregate other elements alongside the management and traffic safety. Another issue is about the chaotic traffic. So this, we talk about these parts around schools. So when we're going to transform a region from the premise of any specific context in that region. So around the school is very important. So we can talk about around hospitals, people who need to have better accessibility. So there are other areas that we can think about. Earlier, we were also talking about this environmental issue, how to bring solutions based in nature to implement this, to be able to do these modifications in infrastructure alongside other elements. So I think that from this, we can aggregate the possibility for the population to demand this, since everybody starts to, some people live next to schools, to hospital. We have many of these elements in the city. From the moment that we can act punctually in these places, which are for victories, easier victories, we can, in a punctual way, to act in a network, because we start to act in so many of these points that we're going to have a network impact. So this is very interesting. And I think that lastly, there is an issue that it was commented, it was talked by Ingrid that earlier, in example from Fortaleza, that is the need for us to be able to hear more the population. We for us to be able to not only get closer, make them closer to the public power, but also make the public power closer to them. So there are researches about this. Recently, I saw a research from UCB, from Union from Cyclists from Brazil, that asked about what were the factors that understood that society could reduce the number of deaths in traffic. And they redesigned that reduction of speed were the last items that were in the research. So I think that this is also necessary for us to be able to get closer, to inform better about these measures, why is this happening, the importance of them for us to be able to reduce the crashes. And it's also this, we get closer to the population and improving this communication. So I think that this is very important, the issue of communication, to hear the population, because most of the time those who have more against this type of policies are people that depend only in cars. The point is that within Brazil, we have a lot of people that do not have cars. They depend in other transport means. They depend in the of going by foot. So these people, we need to reach them, which will be able to understand better these policies and have arguments about the importance that this is for them. And we can also get the speeches from these people and increment and be able to elaborate a strategy, a policy that is more consolidated, and then create this to be able to have these changes. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Bruno Eduardo. I believe that we reach here, unfortunately, the end of this panel because it's very good. We want to continue here, but I can take here a little bit of your speeches and then some follow-ups here. We can see this in a clear way. What I can see here mainly is that we need to improve communication with society. We are going to do this. Penetrance foresees this. We are going to try to convince the population that if we have a lower speed, this is going to help people that do the inspections, but this is not as fast. This needs to happen, and we need to be conscious that it will take a while to have results. But, however, since we can already put some elements in practice that can bring some faster answers, which would be going through these more physical changes, which can make our society, alongside this communication and this feeling that they experience by going through this environment, that they're going to bring a calmer traffic and a quality of life that is better. Like Bruno put in an indirect way, the person does not notice that that action is coming to diminish speed, but the consequence is the diminishing of speed. This is an indirect element. So it is possible, and we are already here with the insight. We already have the ideas. We can think about projects for the entire country, thinking about areas, school areas, and also asking here some kind of support. And then let's continue. I believe that we can put actions in practice. It is already possible to do that. So I was very happy to participate in this panel. I learned a lot. I thank very much for Bruno, Eduardo, Ingrid, and Vito for the invitation. And I don't know if there is any kind of question from the public. Yes, I think so. From the centrality of the team for speed, I think that we can just go a little bit further because it's so interesting. People are asking here, we need the management alongside Vito. We were able to have a little bit more time because the theme is rich. I think that from YouTube, Ronaldo Ferreira does the following comment. The majority of measures to control speed have a low impact in the motorcyclists, the greater number of which are the great number of victims. Do you know some kind of good experience with them? Focus mainly in this public that all of us know already, which are those who are vulnerable and they are in yellow, like the professor said, they had a focus of those vulnerable with having many motorcyclists. These measures that you work on, are they effective? Where could we look for these experiences that work on for this public?
Perfect question. Thank you, Everaldo. Me, personally, I don't know. I don't know any paper, I don't know any study that was carried out and discussed this effectiveness. But maybe Juan is going to be able to share some international experiences that he got to know, or some of the other panelists here with me. I know the experience of Spain, but it's not related to the speed management. It's related to the information management, giving a feedback to the bikers, telling them the number of deaths. When people want to lose weight, they need to have a constant feedback about how many kilos you have lost, how many kilos you have gained. So if you say, how many people died because of traffic crashes today? How many lives were we able to save this month? But it's not regarding speed management, but that's interesting. Mr. Juan Torres? I believe it's an excellent question. It is a huge challenge when it comes to speed management for the bikers, and also in Spain. We have some good experiences in some Spanish cities, mainly in Barcelona, because the general speed management program has achieved great results with bikers as well. But it's not a specific program aimed at bikers. It is the general speed management program for the entire city, and we were able also to reduce, the number of fatalities for motorcycle riders or bikers. But I believe that this is one of the topics that we have to do a lot of research so that we can focus on motorcycle riders in Brazil and around the world. So what about the audience here, those who are here inside the auditorium? Any questions, any doubts? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Duarte Lima. I'm a professor at the University of Brasilia. I have a question for Mr. Bruno and Mr. Eduardo. Well, here in Brasilia, and Vitor Pavarini remembers this well because he participated in this program. So we have the pedestrian crossing lines, and they were implemented in 1996, and nobody believed that this would be possible at that time. Colonel Renato Azevedo, who was the idealizer and the booster of the idea, he was called crazy, that man and crazy. Well, nobody believed that person. It was crazy at that time, but then, and not even the population believed. And then the crossing lines for pedestrians, the respect to our pedestrians, we realized that this is good. Just to give you an idea, we were able to reduce by 40% the mortality of our pedestrians. Only in the first year that the crossing was, the pedestrian crossings were implemented. So I have a question for Mr. Eduardo and for Mr. Bruno. So what comes before, the egg or the chicken? Using other words. So the technicians, you curate the policy, the government does that, but do they implement things before? The population sees that that's good, as it happened with the pedestrian crossings or crosswalks, and then you have to convince the population. So let's reduce our speed, let's do this and that, and then after that you can. So I would like you to make remarks about this. The question is excellent. I believe I don't have an answer. So the infrastructure, yes, it can come before. It can come before. But it's almost magic. how the environment can change the behavior, our people's behaviors. And so that is a great example, combination with a change of infrastructure and a communication campaign happening at the same time. And that it's magical for you to be in Brasilia, and then if you raise your hand, all the cars are going to stop, vehicles are going to stop for you to cross the street. So infrastructures, they can provoke an immediate change in people's behaviors. Our organization, GDCI, supported some of Bloomberg's initiatives. And another thing that we advocate is demonstrations. So time demonstrations, Eduardo showed this. So quickly implemented projects with a low cost, and then we can implement something, a change. And so the standard is the same. Okay, sometimes there is a huge negative reaction from the population. Is this going to work? Sometimes even the technicians, they do not believe if that thing is going to happen. So if you can have a demonstration project, implement temporary things or structures, then we can reconfigure the space, and then the behavior is going to change immediately, regardless if you're going to implement an educational campaign or not. And so the environment that suffers these infrastructural changes, they change people's behavior almost immediately. And so Bruno has already said that, but what I would like to complement with is that we see this. Whenever we implement infrastructures in a correct way, we can see a change in the reality that we have. We can see change in people's behaviors. The Fortaleza case that was presented this morning has a lot of this. So in general, we had the OECD study. Sometimes people lack understanding. What can be implemented so that we can change people's behaviors? The drivers' behaviors or other behaviors. So we have lots of scientific evidence regarding the engineering infrastructures that we can implement. So we can do things jointly. And we know about engineering measures that can truly change people's behaviors. And just to complement, we should develop studies with this topic and maybe carry out a comparison between a certain place that we had the population being convinced of how good that was, and then we can the other one, we can start with the implementation of the infrastructure and vice versa. So we have 4 people who would like to ask questions. So Professor J.P. Correia, and then to Paulo, and then Renata Coelho. And then to Mr. Daniel, who is... I just would like to complement by saying that the OECD, about 6 or 8 years ago, they published a study about educational campaigns on road safety, and the recommendation is always the following. You carry out the action, but you communicate that action at the same time. So the society at the same time is going to notice what is being communicated, and they can see that in practice. Which benefits is this going to bring about? So it's important for you to do the 2 things at the same time. Perfect, thank you. Professor, next, Paulo Guimarães, Mr. Paulo Guimarães. And just complementing a little bit the practical aspects of our municipality, what was mentioned by Professor David, if we communicate first or after the infrastructure is implemented, it's very difficult for people, if we present the project before, it's difficult for them to see the physical infrastructure, to think about what's going to happen. I'm a civil engineer, and so it's difficult for people to foresee what's going to happen, for them to foresee what's going to be the end result. So what have we been trying to do? And we received a lot of support from Bloomberg. So first you carry out the intervention, and then you share with the population that decision, the decision that you're going to carry out a change. And then after that, as Mr. JP mentioned, you have to follow everything up during the intervention. And after the intervention, it has to be assessed. And once again, I mentioned this morning, once again, we have to emphasize the communication measures. Why is it so difficult for us to do this? Because we are terrible at communication. And in second place, when we talk to people about road safety, people do not have the same idea of how risky it is. So mothers, they are extremely careful when the babies leave the hospital after they are born. They want to protect the baby. They want to vaccinate the baby, but they drive with that baby in their arms on the front seat or in the front seat when they go home. So the perception of risk in Brazil is very low. So we have just concluded a month that was filled up with campaigns, which was the Yellow May. I believe we have had the Yellow May for 10 years in Brazil, approximately. And since this is a meeting that is going to summarize the ideas from Brazil, I would like to know if we have the intention of getting this movement that is popular. It has been happening all the time. We have educational initiatives, and we have the private sector, the public sector, everybody working together because it's being organized in other countries. But sometimes I have this impression that we need to engage ourselves more with this Yellow May so that people can get more engaged. So it's a remark and a question at the same time. Professor, thank you very much for your remark. Thank you for sharing this experience. And this only reinforces the experience. So we have to try something out and show it to people, or try something out with the people there so that people can feel. And so the behavior change may happen after that. Regarding the Yellow May, I believe that it is a strong movement. It needs to be seen as a result, but it's important for us to acknowledge that if we carry out many efforts, even if we carry out many efforts and change the legislation, we cannot impact many people. And in Brazil, we had that accident. So during the Yellow May, many children were run over by a drunk driver. So it was the month of the campaign, and the kids, they were run over. That crash or accident was awful. So it's important for us to highlight the importance of having these reflection moments, but the pillars, they need to walk side by side. Yes, we have to work harder and harder so that these campaigns and moments and reflection moments and the Yellow May, that they can be more seen by people. We should take it to every single place in Brazil. And so we have to take it to the other levels of the government, not only to here in the capitals or at the federal government, but we have to make sure that only with the Yellow May, we are not going to be able to change behaviors, only when people start reflecting. And I believe that Eduardo would like to say something else. Agreeing with everything that was said, maybe I was too fast. So communication, as it was mentioned sometimes this morning, so we have to have the concrete project or design and the communication happening at the same time. And this has to be done by the government. And so we have to presuppose a culture change before doing something physical. One thing does not lead to the other. One example of this, our organization is based in New York City. And during Mike Bloomberg's management of the city, there was an example on Times Square. That was a place that was full of pedestrians. 90% of the people there, they were pedestrian, but 80% of the place was taken over by cars. So they carried out deep technical studies. They analyzed other experiences, and so they closed up 2 lanes, and so now they have lots and lots of room for the pedestrians. So Times Square became a place for pedestrians. So this kind of intervention that is so bold, it's difficult to make these things feasible only by trying to convince people about how important it is to do that. Not everybody can foresee or visualize what's going to happen. So they did the studies, they collected data, they collected information, and then they closed the lanes in a temporary way. They had benches, chairs, tables, and so it became a very vibrant, popular place. And then once they were able to show the benefits, the safety benefits, the other benefits, and so it changed the role of that street as a public space. So the acceptance of the project by the politicians, by the local populations, by all of the stakeholders, they changed after that demonstration. So you have to be able to show the results clearly. We know that the technical studies are necessary, okay? But so we were applying concepts that had already been tested, and they showed to everybody the benefits. And just to complement, something that attracted my attention, a few people can see the future design of the project. Who are we talking about? If we're talking about reducing the speed to a driver, then he's going to be upset. But if you talk about reducing the speeds of vehicles to cyclists, they can understand this. But how can we involve all of the users of the roads, our roads, involved in the process? So the changes in the infrastructure in the city of Guará here, if it was implemented, it was canceled. It would bring many benefits to the population. So why do we only hear to the drivers? Sometimes these drivers, they have a bias, they don't have a clear perception of risk. So most people believe, I'm an excellent driver, I'm not driving too fast. So why do we only consider car drivers or truck drivers when analyzing this? And so sometimes people are encouraged to run, to cycle, to work. So the more people you have using that space, the less people drive fast. And so when we have more pedestrians, when we have more cyclists, people are going to automatically reduce their speed. We have to talk to our time is very limited, so now I'm going to pass the floor to Renata Coelho because she has a question. And then we have another question here from Mr. Victor. Renata, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And so what we discussed here, infrastructure, investments in infrastructure, and we have representatives from the World Bank analyzing this, and the infrastructure issue is essential. It is essential in any planning that that the government aims to do in order for us to have mobility for everything. My question, and I can see that tomorrow we're going to have TAFI. TAFI is going to be present here. So any international bank that decides to give a loan to governments, they have to have a collateral offered by the federal government. And so the fact that they don't see the project, they cannot foresee the project, I agree with that person, because what's happening nowadays? Nowadays, we have the legal transactions, the analysis of the the documents of the blueprints by the technical groups and everything. And what's happening? We are able to make something feasible in the states, but when we come to the federal government, there are hindrances. There are hindrances. And this is a question, it's not from the state of Pará, but a question from many states. So what can we do to avoid this? Because we are discussing many, many sectors.
We are discussing mobility, the issue of the traffic safety, and for all of this to happen requires investments. So how Senatran and other mechanisms, other bodies can do this through the technical chambers, this to help us in these projects. So, because what happens, many banks want to mold how this it happens in their countries, they want to mold here, which does not happen. And so we have the difficulty to approve a project. So this happens, I know because I work with this, with many banks. So EFD, all these banks, we have problems. So this is what we need to see. And also these policies for us to do a uniformity of this, or else it does not matter to hear society. It's not good. What does the society want? But the state, only the state cannot do things. So if there is not these two ways, these two, and then we need to do this dialogue, to have this dialogue. So this is the difficulty that we have been feeling of investment. So I leave here my questioning because society is not going to help because we do not know what they want, and we know that it does not happen in a sole project. Theory and practice are not going to work. And what do we need? We need this interaction between all the mechanisms, the bank institutions, with more governments so that we can advance, or else we are going to stay discussing and we're not going to advance because this we hear on the contrary in the decline. So here is my tip that we can even advance in this because it's very interesting. Unfortunately, I won't be able to participate tomorrow. I even wanted to, I know Rafael, which is going to be present here from CAFI, and I think that this is a very interesting theme because we have everything to advance. It's just good for us to advance here in certain points. Here is my tip for you. Thank you, Renata. So due to the time, please, Professor, do a final comment here for us to go to the break. I would just like to pass to an observation from Juan. I think it's very adequate because he has some experiences. We were talking a little bit that some of them can help with the comment of our friend here. Thank you very much, Michelle. I think that I just would like to highlight and close here in our acting of road safety in the bank here. The management of speed is one of the priorities that we adopted here, a new landmark where we have the obligation to meet the road safety and also the issue for speed. So we have the resources which I mentioned previously for the speed management, where we have guides, documents, the knowledge, because I think it gives help to us. But what I think is that we are available to work with you and in our projects for transport in the country to strengthen this structure and have components for road safety from the facility. We are working with our internal teams like our clients, and including innovative interventions and ambitious interventions for speed management. We also have examples in Argentina, India, Bangladesh. Recently, we approved a project of $350 million only of road safety. But to reach there, there needs to be an interest in first to solve the issues of road safety to take a project of this size. So I think that Penatrans has all the ingredients to advance in this issue. And like it was said before, it's necessary to go forward and see how can we translate this in a strategy for investment in a state and federal level and the city level. So I think that the multilateral banks, it would be very attractive to be able to advance in specific financings, which we consider in as the sole element. But like it was said before in our colleagues, and Ingrid and Bruno, there's to have a central element within a project that meets many objectives to improve the emissions, the air quality, to improve the urban environment. And for us, we are available here to work with you to structure this project, future project. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much, Juan. And so now we are going to end this panel. We thank for the extension of our term. Thank you, Eduardo, Bruno, Ingrid, Bruno, Eduardo, Ingrid, and Juan. And I also thank the participation from you, putting the issues here, the questions that increment our analysis. Thank you very much and good afternoon. Now, just one other tip for the next article from JP, considering the issue of the egg and the chicken, thinking about the infrastructure. If in traffic, the mean is the message, right? We give you the tip. Okay, with this proposal, challenging proposal, not only that challenging for JP, I invite you all to do what we are calling here an active pause. To just stand a little bit, 3 minutes, very briefly, and later we are going to have a coffee break. Do not take long because we're going to have a coffee break later for us to prepare for the next panel. So thank you very much for our moderator, our panelists, and we would have time. If we would left, we would talk a lot. So just 3 minutes here for you to have a little break, and then we return very soon.
Para aqueles que nos acompanham,
for those who are following us through the network, just informing that for those who are following us through the networks, that you can make questions, register something. At the end of the event, we're proposing a report. So all these comments will be part of the document which will be compiled by the Pan-American Organization of Health. In a few minutes, we are going to begin the second practice about strengthening and inspection of traffic, the experience of the state of Pará.
Ivan, por favor, aqui no palco. Eu vou chamar o Glauber aqui também. Logo. Pessoal, vou solicitar.
Guys, I'm going to ask you to return to your places for us to continue the panel of practices, strengthening road safety enforcement, the state of Pará experience. So I ask you all to take your places. So I'm going to ask Yvonne for you to participate in this panel. Now we are going to have the second panel, strengthening road safety enforcement, the state of Pará experience. Good practices 2.
Pessoal da filmagem.
People who are filming, please
Verifiquem
verify
o momento eu posso começar.
if I can begin.
Estamos só aguardando aí o pessoal dar o ok para iniciarmos a filmagem lá no canal do YouTube.
We're just waiting for people. We're just waiting for people to. We're just waiting for people to begin the filming here.
Dando continuidade, então, à nossa
Continuing our program, we have already here the agents Glauber Peixoto, Luiz Carlos Souto, which I'm going to call Peixoto, from the areas of inspection from the Federal District, to do the moderation for the presentation about the road safety enforcement from Detran from Pará. I'm going to ask them to present our invitees. So good afternoon to you all. An honor and pleasure to be here representing the Department of Traffic from the Federal District and be able to discuss and understand a little bit about how Detran Pará works. Like they said, my name is Cláudia Peixoto. I'm the director for the traffic inspection. Here we have Luiz Carlos Souto, the coordinator for the metropolitan region, for the fiscalization also from Detran DF. And it's an honor once more to find people here that we already know, people who work for road safety, and talk a little bit about this and when arriving by observing and seeing all the discussions from the beginning. All of us participated and heard the speech from the Congresswoman Cristiane. We all got emotional by what she said. And one of the speeches, the phrases, sentences that we heard is that knowledge can change behaviors. Obviously, that now, before we understood that the environment changes behavior with information, with knowledge. I'm David Duarte, Professor JP, collaborated in this understanding that the importance of knowledge. We saw many people that talked about this here throughout in the morning and in the afternoon. And for us to understand, since our panel is for practices of good practices, like we had in the morning, a knowledge to understand what is done in Fortaleza, the good practices, actions that are being performed there. We are also going to know the reality of what is being done in the department of Pará. And for us, we have here the director, the general director for Detran of Pará, Renata Miranda Coelho, the technical operator, José Bento, and here by my side, a friend, a person that we already work for a long time, the coordinator of inspection. We worked in the permanent forum for the operators in Brazil. So that's why we have the proximity. So I'm going to pass the floor for the general director from Detran, Renata Coelho, so that she can continue here with this panel. Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank here the opportunity to be representing here with my two friends, the operational director, Bento, and Ivan, which is the chief for inspection in Detran. In relation to the themes that we talked about today, where we talk about the reduction of deaths in the many that generate the non-communicable diseases, improvements in urban mobility, road safety, sustainability, alcohol, driving, pollution. And this, we are doing everything in this life. We begin with planning. Without planning, we cannot advance in nothing. So for us to have a planning, there is the planning strategy and the goals. So for the goals to be reached, we need to do all of this structure throughout this planning. So what is Detran Pará doing? Mainly this. Today, if you this was the Detran that has advanced the most in relation to these good practices. Why is that? Our territory is very big. Our dimension, territorial dimension for us to reach the 144 municipalities is very big. So here we are going to present some practices to improve of all of this that we have been doing throughout these 4 years that we are in this government. So I'm going now to pass the floor to the director, Bento, to explain the points, the strategic points. Good afternoon to you all. I'm José Bento Gouveia, I'm an engineer. I am working in this area of traffic for almost 30 years. I'm from the municipality for the entire state. The most interesting part here is the policies from the municipality, but let's now continue here due to the time. So I'm going to see here how the slides are going to work here. Just a second. Okay, it's there. This is the first slide, is our body here. The Detran and autarky, state autarky, is within the Secretariat of Public Safety. It is part of the Secretariat. Our Secretariat is Dr. Aldo and Dr. Renata, which is here, and then our governor is Elder, and I'm José Bento, just for us to begin here. Let me see. Okay, I think it's working. Okay, the institutional mission to assure the execution of the national policy of traffic in the state of Pará in an articulated, integrated way with the other social agents, aiming for the fulfillment of law with the aim of preserving and valuing life and the well-being of society. So Detran Pará has a characteristic, double function as a characteristic. It is beyond being the executive body of traffic, it's also the state one. This has these two functions, these two roles. We have few Detrans in Brazil that have this role. It both works in this issue of inspection, emitting documents, but also works, it is a body, executive body. It fulfills Article 21 of CTB. It is a competent from the Article 21 of CTB. Within these circumscriptions regional of transit, we have the city trans, which are divided in 14 type A and 38 type B, divided in many cities from the state of Pará. The state of Pará is the one from logistics from Brazil. We have 3 ports here where we work with transports that have the role of exporting ores. And what does this bring? Grains. And what does this bring to Detran? It brought a novelty, which was the presence of a lot of trucks that we did not have previously. And as a competence from the state, Detran, fiscalizing these roads, we started to have policies to improve this issue of traffic by giving more safety in this issue of traffic. So we saw that we had many trucks due to these transports to the port of Santarém, Ichituba, and Barcarena. From this moment, we began to see our roads full of train, trucks, and although this is to bring great prejudice because the state we were not ready for this kind of situation.
And so we had to prepare ourselves well for this. And our state has 144 municipalities, and only 62 have become municipalities. Well, actually, we have 144 towns, but only 62 have been upgraded to municipalities. And we have been talking to the prosecutor's office to see this, because most of our mayors, they do not want to become municipalities because of political issues, because the others don't have a good structure, and this is a big problem for us. I'm going quickly because we're going to discuss more the operations themselves, the operational model that we adopt. So we have 3 traffic and road monitoring centers, okay? They were implemented in 2020, and in 2021, we became a much more traffic and road agency, because the state road police or the state traffic police, they share this mandate with Detran. So we already have 2 centers, and we are designing 2 more along our roads and highways. Our state highways, they are about 3,460 kilometers. It's a small system, a small road system. We have many highways that cut through Pará, the state of Pará, and we have some unique characteristics. We have indigenous lands, and so many of our lands, they are not, we don't have people living there, okay? So some time ago, I was the head of a regulatory agency, and you had to drive through indigenous villages, and they charged some fees from us so that we could drive by these indigenous reservations. So they had indigenous people there holding bows and arrows, and they said 5 reais, 50 reais, depending if the vehicle was small or big, trucks or cars. And everybody paid these fees. They paid these fees. So we have some statistics here that we can share with you regarding the number of people who have a driver's license. We have 1,079,040 male drivers who have a driver's license. And we have 72% males and 27% females. And we have now, we have almost 1 million more vehicles than we have drivers with a driver's license. And here we have the main crash causes. So we have people who drink and drive. We have people who are not respecting the lanes or the way of the road. And so some actions, they were really effective. Monitoring, electronic monitoring, education. Among the 144 towns that we have already carried out campaigns in 100 towns. And in some municipalities and towns, they had never even heard of the traffic department in Brazil, which is Detran. And they had never seen anybody from Detran, from this agency there. And so statistics that I got, you have already mentioned this. So comparing Brazil to Latin America, Brazil has 15.8 fatality. This is the fatality rate in Brazil. And we compared to the USA 11 and South Africa with 22.7. We're going to discuss these numbers later on. So Ecuador, Paraguay, and Bolivia, they are above the average, but the other countries are around 14, 15. Now, discussing this slide with you a little bit more. Let me go back just a second. How can I go back to the previous slides? No, I can only move forward. Is that it? Please, can somebody help me? So this slide here, we have 15 deaths in Brazil. And I collected the data and statistics in the state of Pará. So it was approximately 16 people died at every 100,000 inhabitants after the actions that we implemented. Yeah, this first one. No, after that. After all of the actions that we implemented, we were able to improve this. No, the next one. So we went down to 15 per 100,000 inhabitants. So we went from 16 people dead at every 100,000 inhabitants. So we were able to reduce one digit. So according to our population, it represents about 80 lives that were saved if we calculate this using mathematics. Because this one point represents about 80 people saved, 80 lives saved that our actions were able to save. And we get really excited about these numbers, but we are trying to reach 0 deaths. And so we received a new piece of legislation yesterday from the state government, and up until the end of the year, we are going to reach only 9 people dying at every 100,000 inhabitants. That's our goal. So the national average was 15.08 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants, and the average in the state of Pará was 16. So these are the costs of the traffic crashes, and the source of this is IEPA. And so we lost 479,857 lives on our roads between 2007 and 2018. And so this cost 1.584 trillion reais to our coffers. There is a doctor here. The doctor was here, and we had a chat. So a doctor from our metropolitan hospital and the director of this hospital, they said, we have a cost regarding traffic crashes. We spent 85,000 reais per patient that suffered the traffic crash, and they have 93% of their ICU beds occupied by crash victims. Nowadays, the state of Pará, in terms of percentage, we have more bikers, motorcycle riders than in Brazil. We used to have horses, so people who used to ride horses on the farms, now they are driving motorcycles. So the state of Pará is the state that has the highest number of motorcycles. In the north of Brazil, 48% of our vehicles, they are scooters or motorcycles. In the southeast region, 21%. In the center west or Midwest region, 18%. And I collected these data from the Senatran website. so that you could understand the work that we do and how we carry out the work that we have to do. And the source of this information is IEPA, and the average cost is the average cost.
664 mil com fatalidade. Isso aqui está no custo do IPEA. Só foi para ilustrar aqui pouquinho.
And so I'm sorry, I don't know if he's saying that the source is IPEA, which is our economic institute, research institute.
Então, também está no IPEA.
And so this can be found on IPEA's website, IPEA's website. And we have public security data here. We should avoid crashes, traffic crashes, engineering, education, monitoring. So I was the director and the president of a municipal agency in the capital of the state of Pará, which is Belém. And as an engineer, I saw some engineers, my colleagues, talking about the implementation of infrastructure, how to reduce the speed. But if we are not working on these three fronts, things are not going to happen. So in Belém, I had the opportunity in 1996. We were the capital that most invested in signs. So we had over 100 horizontal signs, and at the end of the year, we celebrated, the engineering department celebrated, and we were really happy that we were the national champion of traffic crashes. We had 25 deaths per 10,000 vehicles. This is another rate that we use, or index that we use. Why? Because we didn't focus on education and we didn't focus on monitoring. We focused on engineering. And this gave me vast experience that we cannot do a single thing. We have to do the three things at the same time. We have to do the three things at the same time. So which strategies did we use to have the experience that we have? And the training courses, they are part of a whole. So we have the Sentinel project. We have 516 radars. We have 130 video monitoring lanes. We have 8 mobile scales. Why the mobile scales? Because I shared with you that Pará is the logistics state now, because we have huge trucks destroying our roads. So now we have mobile scales so that we could improve the situation in our state. We spent 150 million reais so that we could pave a new highway. And in 2 months, the highway was broken and we lost this investment. And only on one side, it was damaged on only one side. There was a truck coming from a port. The truck was excessively heavy, and so it broke one of the lanes of the highway. The other side was okay. But what happened is that we started having many crashes because people started deviating from that hole, and then they would go onto the other lane and cause accidents. So we have panels with messages, radars controlling the speed. The messages were meant to guide the drivers.
Pessoal, esses radares, eu fiz uma...
These radars, we organized an event inviting all of the stakeholders from the agencies, public agencies, only talking about the radars, because the radars, they give you wonderful information. They inform you how many vehicles are passing along this road, what time are they driving here, and this can guide us, and we are going to be able to monitor these roads better in a more effective way. We're going to be able to give the right dimensions to the pavement that we need, or the asphalt. How is the level of traffic there at that time? So these radars are not only aimed at monitoring the speed, but if you are an engineer and you like this, we need information so that we can improve. And so education, we go to bars, we train bikers. Well, we talked a lot about motorcycles, and I collected many data and statistics. So every time there is a trip that a private biker takes, and the taxi biker, they have, for every one ride that one private person does, a moto taxi does 25 rides. We created a project of multipliers. We went to the schools, we talked to the communities, we organized training courses for municipal managers. I believe that we are having our 4th edition of these courses for municipal managers. Most of the mayors, they were changed now, and so they have appointed new people to their most important positions. And so we needed to qualify and train these people. And we also had traffic education and road education all over Pará. We implemented this. So we have the photos of the courses. I'm also one of the teachers of these courses. So these are designs and projects that we created. So Maranhão's experience, okay? In Pará, we did a little different. We do this for the towns because this is where people are dying. So we create an agreement with the towns and municipalities. We go there, we sign an agreement, we offer traffic education, and then we create the signs because they don't have technicians, they don't have money, they don't have funds, and people are dying. People are dying. So among these 144 towns, we were able to create signs, road signs in 63 municipalities. Now, let's talk about the surveillance and monitoring. So we have about 360 traffic agents monitoring our roads. We have 285 military police officers.
Como é que chama? Com a ONU agora, o projeto com a ONU, nós ganhamos.
We have signed a project with the UN, and we are using wireless radars. We can use drones.
Por favor. Tá bom. Então agora é projeto de qualificação.
So qualification project. So we have invested in education. We invested a lot in engineering. We placed signs in over 60 towns. We created electronic monitoring systems, and we needed to train and improve the monitoring actions carried out by our traffic agents. And in order to do that, we designed a project, and we thought, how can we train these people? So what do I need to train them to be able to do? How should we train them? Mainly when it comes to people going to bars, drinking, and driving afterwards. So what did we need to improve? So we were doing a kind of monitoring during 2, 3, 4 hours, and we stopped only a few vehicles. We only stopped a few vehicles because we requested the cars, papers, the driver's licenses, and we wasted a lot of time with many things. And in this project, what we needed is to speed up this monitoring. So we needed to be able to monitor more people, because they are still doing this. We haven't been able to overcome this problem. We have improved. We needed to increase.
The number of people who are there stopped to be fiscalized. So we elaborated this project. This project was taken
19 e 20 de fevereiro de 2020.
February of 2020. Our friend Luis Otávio is there, which was one of the authors of the project Stockholm, where in the third conference interministerial about road safety, it was approved among 72 projects, 74 projects of 52 countries. It was a project that we had the approval, the qualifying of the agents, training of the agents, and here it is helping us a lot in the issue to do the surveillance of the road. It can be taken to do the surveillance, to other types of surveillance, the document. Depending on the focus, you saw the statistics there. I saw 1 million more vehicles and drivers. So I can later adapt this project to, in fact, do the surveillance, the driver's license. We need to increment the issue of alcoholism. How does it happen in practice? Okay, it's going. What's the objective? To contribute for the perfectioning of actions for the state, the way to do the training of the agents, theory and practice, the elaboration of the state protocol of traffic surveillance, implement the international standard for visual identity, creating a commission to analyze data, elaborate the law for the career of the agents. This is part of the project as a whole. Project for the qualification, for the training of the agents for traffic surveillance. From this picture here, we have they're in the classroom, and then in the practice one, then you can observe later the choice of the road is very important. Its box, the size, and the times also are very important. Well, how does it work? First, you need to observe what is the problem and what is happening about this. You cannot do it in the morning where everybody is going to work, and then you're going to have some great problem of congestion and slowness, and you're going to have a success. So choosing the road, the time is very important. Your team has sufficient experience to flow the time and place. Then you have to have someone selecting in the front. Okay, come back there. There needs to be a selector responsible to select the vehicles that are going to get into this approach area. I'm going to divide it in 3 lanes. You're going to do the project work well. This approach lane, to verify the conductor of the vehicle, you do a previous fiscalization with name. You're going to talk and say if the person is okay or not, or this person gets into the area where people are going to do definitely and to use these alcoholism testers. So the number of ethylometers, so we acquired this, and this one gained 9 donated by UN. So here, let's go to this other place. It is important, the issue of the results for the actions. The results Here we did many of them. Was in the practical part of the course. There is still very little within the part of the theory, but you can go then later. But now I have data that is new where we can stop in around more than 1,000 vehicles in more than 4 areas or hours of work doing this model of inspection, which before we could not do even 20% of that. So with speed in this issue of the inspection. Well, here are the results. Today we did here 2019. We had 104 for the crime of alcoholism, and then the refusal 746. Just in 2021, we had 1,382, 705 crimes, and 1,315 refused. So you can see the difference that the implementation of the project brought in the issue of numbers. Here is practice. Now we can are able, in fact, to visualize the difference and how it was worked before and now. But there is a good thing we were able to follow here. I took the last data. We were able to reduce the number of people who have received some kind of fine. It was around 5% of what we would stop, a little less, a little more. Now it is 3.9 below. It's stabilizing in 2.7, 2.5. So I think that we were able to have a success because, in fact, with the drivers nowadays within the state of Pará know that we are really doing the inspection, we are working with seriousness and very strongly in this issue of driving while drunk. So here where the state, so we have 4 years of term, and this is a annual evaluation. We have 14 regions of integration, and respect and responsibility transform the traffic in a place that is safer. Friends, this is what I wanted to pass to you. We have a small time. We are going to get into discussions, and I think it will be better. So thank you very much. We are going to take the time now to do some questions. I'm going to leave it to Soto to conduct the questions that already reached there, and then open both for the people who are watching us and those who are present here. Good afternoon. First of all, it is an honor to be sharing here and absorbing the knowledge with people and entities here that have a common focus, the road safety and the preservation of life. I think this is the focus of everybody here, and it's what we aim for. Bento, good afternoon. Ms. Renata Peixoto, Feitosa. You talked a little bit, we were able to absorb the importance of infrastructure in this preservation of life and road safety. And Bento said here, the importance of this tripod, education, engineering, and fiscalization. And to talk a little bit about fiscalization, inspection within this part of the police of traffic, we have a traffic agent in there are many ways. The road police, the military police, the agent, traffic agent, municipal and state one. And with this concept, I would like to know in relation to Detran Pará, what are the criteria used for the vehicles to be approached, in which there was this incrementation in the inspection? Thank you very much. Soto, thank you very much. So it's like this. Actually, nowadays, since we have the issue of technology available here through a Sentinel, we are able to inform the traffic agent with the issue of the cross crisscross of data for about the vehicle that is coming. So the person that is the pointer, the person who selects, know if that vehicle already passed in the number of fines, if they have any kind of problem in the 6.5, if they have some kind of problem because they have information of data from that vehicle that's going to pass. So I aim to select in statistics to avoid doing a selection, random selection. So we aim to do this statistical selection due to the issue of technology that we have available here. Within this concept that you talked about, the statistics, we know that possibly there was a changing paradigm within this usage of this action. So we know how it is important for us to change the paradigms within an organization when we are talking about the state. So then I would like to know from Detran Pará, what's the main debate that happened between these traffic agents to implement these actions for inspection related to the project? Thank you, Soto. So it is like this. Everything that has a novelty, a new technique, a new way, there are some who accept it very fast and those who take a while to accept. So when we do this, for you to have speed, more people being approached, we need to not use other types of inspection. So to not infect the driver's license, see the document of the vehicle. This has some kind of discussion because some people think, no, I'm not going to not do the inspection if the driver's license, this is going to be a risk. So we have been trying to do a conciliation with these discussions. So your friend there, Ivan, it is in favor that we have a mix of works in between fiscalizing the documentation and the issue of alcohol. So this sometimes hinder the issue of production, productivity of people being approached. So this is a paradigm that we are working on, we are having in the... So the most important is that number speaks for themselves. What was 100 starts to be 1,000. So somehow we are improving there our performance. Thank you, Soto. Just complementing here what Bento said, Detran is the headquarters of Detran is going to the municipalities. We are doing that work that is like an ant, very slow. So those who know the state of Pará know that in July we have called Salinópolis, which is very famous. So we went to the municipality, we gathered with this private initiative, with the hotel part. They have a spa in this area. So we called them to debate because the role of the Detran is not only to give fines, but this has it's in their mentality a lot there, do the rigid inspection. But we are in that part of education, even of doing in these resorts, in this seaside, for them to go to our points, to the beaches, to do the tests, and so that when they enter there in the vehicle, they say, no, I cannot drive because it was there saying the blood alcohol levels. So this education we have been doing a lot, and this has been having a visualization that is very big in the restaurants themselves itself. So even of transport, partnership of transport, that person that is in a hotel that cannot drive, so going there to not take the car. So with this, in the municipality of Salinópolis, this was reduced practically to zero number of accidents. So due to this policy and this planning from the so this work that we have been doing, this planning, strategic planning, we have been doing it before so that it can occur with success. So now another question. I'm going to ask here for the audience if they want to say something. And anybody would like to do some kind of question for Detran Pará? So then I have a question. I'd like to hear Yvonne, which is the agents from there, who even Dr. Zabento already said. So we have these divergences, which is a learning, and I would like to hear you about this. We have all this experience, this construction, this dialogue that they had with you. What are you learning in this path? And that obviously the results are excellent. Good afternoon. Currently, I'm in the coordination of operation and inspection from the Pará, and we adopted this methodology where the result has been very satisfactory, not only in the issue of production, and also to not have the practice of the access of the conductors that still insist. And the result, and the primordial result, is the issue of the occurrence related to the traffic crashes. So in this state here, where we have a place that we can do everything, we can, in an operation like this, where we have approximately at average 100,000 vehicles going through that place, to reduce it to zero the occurrences of crashes from the road crashes. So this is a mechanism that we adopted that has been very showing as a very satisfactory result due to our activity. So the numbers speak for themselves. For you to be able to do a behavioral change in a area that is very strong for bathhouses and resorts. So please, special to finish here, considering the time for people to. So first, we need to congratulate the General Director, Renata, for the conduction of the body of this greatness that we saw. We have many vehicles, many people. I would like also to congratulate the operational director for the explanation, the presentation, Ivan Feitosa, for the work that is performed there. For those who, to end here, to thank the opportunity, Vitor Pavarino, Luiz Otávio. And since I began talking about the knowledge, how it's important to know the good practices, to finish here, to leave our general director to finish our panel. Renata, before you finish, let me just say something. So I was talking to Vitor in the phone, and I said, I have a lot of envy from the campaign that is against smoking in Brazil. Brazil is a reference in this campaign. And those who know Europe, and mainly they know that people smoke a lot there. And here, I don't know if they never did any kind of campaign, but now, thank God, the generation from my children, my son and my daughter, did not have the habit of smoking. And the generation from my father smoked a lot. I never smoked, but my friends all had the habit of smoking. It would be interesting, this mirroring of this area of lethality, alcoholism, but it was a campaign that was a success in Brazil. Of course, here the classes, you have more actors. Traffic has more actors than the issue of smoking, but I just would like for us to think about, with this thinking minds, for us to think and look to this campaign against smoking as a reference for us, that we work a lot. To talk to Dr. Renata, we work a lot, but we have educative campaigns, but we do not have a marketing project, even of the institution. We do not have this marketing project, and this leaves me very ambitious, because I believe that we have merit and we should have a greater respect. We are seen as, oh, you are those who fabricate fines, you pursue those who drink. We cannot even take a beer in the beach. This is what we hear. And nobody says, well, thank you, Detran, because my child went and came back with safely. So my wife did this, my family also, and you protected them. I never received this kind of praise, but I always receive criticism because we do the inspections, because we are looking towards this issue. So, doctor, please, you have the floor now. Well, I would like to thank the opportunity of speaking here about the strengthening of the inspection of traffic, the good practices that have been happening in the Trampará, to thank the opportunity. We are available here. The Tran is available for all of you, for any consult, clarification, ideas, exchange ideas. It was very good to have this experience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are finishing this panel.
Thank you so much to Peixoto and everybody who was present here, Mr. Ivan, Dr. Renata, from the Detran department in the state of Pará, Mr. José Bento for his explanations. And I'm going to pass to you a not easy mission. You're going to have 5 minutes so that we can drink some coffee here outside the auditorium. Please don't go downstairs because we're having a coffee break of another event, and so we shouldn't go there. It's only so that we can stay here, upstairs, right here. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Please don't go there. So 5 minutes in the hall for those who are watching us online. So please pay attention, and in 5 minutes we're going to start the third panel. So we are collecting all of the questions, all of the remarks that are being posted on our YouTube channel.
Solicitar a gentileza.
So, ladies and gentlemen, all of the colleagues who are now having the coffee break, please take your seats once again so that we can restart the new panel now in this afternoon's program. So if you are still having the coffee break, if you could please take your seats once again. Thank you.
Pedir a gentileza dos colegas que estão no coffee para.
So please, if you're still outside having the coffee break, can you please come back and take your seats?
Secretário Carlos, por favor.
Secretary Carlos, please. Join me.
Bom, retomando os nossos trabalhos, dando
So restarting our work and continuing our program. Now we already have here near me, we have our friend Patricia Vasconcelos. She is the General Coordinator for Surveillance of Non-Communicable Diseases and Injuries, and she works at the Ministry of Health. And she's going to be the moderator of the panel Data Management. And I'm going to allow Patricia to introduce our brilliant guest. Thank you, Everaldo. I'm here once again. So this panel is going to be a little unique. It's the first time that we're going to discuss data management, and it's the first time that we are placing people who work with some kind of strategy that generates data, that generates statistics and figures. So that's why we decided to give presentations. We're going to give 10 minutes to each panelist so that they can discuss their experiences using these systems and these statistical data frameworks that we aim to discuss. And so the quality of data is essential so that we can have success. And this topic, the National Statistical Database, is very important to give the foundation to studies. And so the analysis of RENASH, the database system, we have initiatives focused on the first pillar, and among its goals, they aim to harmonize and make data available all over the country. So the actions within this represents the collection of data, the integration of this data, dissemination of data generated by them. The main objective of this panel is to identify objectives and challenges and barriers so that we can make data available regarding road safety so that they can be compared all over Brazil. And so that we can reduce the number of traffic crashes. I would like to introduce our panelists, Mr. Eduardo Sanches Faria. He is the director of the Traffic Policy Management Department at the National Traffic Secretariat at the Ministry of Infrastructure. And then Dr. Carlos Vinicius Reis is the official for Strategic Management, Technology and Innovation at the Ministry of Infrastructure. And he is going to discuss the general data protection law, and so that we can consolidate the RENASH. And then Dr. Marlis Souza Rocha, who is the General Coordinator of Information and Epidemiological Analysis at the Health Surveillance Secretariat. She's going to present a case about our mortality rates, and she's going to discuss right after that, we're going to have Dr. Otaliba Libânio de Moraes Neto, who is a professor at the University of Goiás. He's going to give a presentation about the project called Vida no Trânsito, which means life in traffic. And at the end, Dr. Paula Freitas is going to discuss a project that has to do with non-communicable diseases and injuries. She's going to show a project that has this interoperability benefits. At the end, we're going to have a question to each. We're going to ask a question from each panelist, and then we're going to conclude the event. I'm going to pass the floor to Dr. Eduardo Faria because he's going to discuss the NIH with us. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great joy to be with you today, to be able to discuss and talk about a topic that is essential for us, road safety, saving lives. Everything is in our hearts and minds, and we aim to achieve this. And much more than being in our hearts and minds, it's in our daily lives. And I would like to give a presentation, a very brief presentation. I'm not going to be able to go deep down on how we have been conducting the RENAESH, because unfortunately my time is limited, but I'm going to try to give you an overview of what we have already been able to do and how far we have gone and where we want to arrive at. Can you please upload my presentation? So I just have a few slides, okay? Presentation number 7. RENAESH is not a new initiative for us. And I have Luiz Otávio present here. He worked at Detran in Pará at the time. And he participated, and I worked at Denatran at the time. And we developed a first version of what RENAESH would be, and it was a solution. With the technologies that we had, they gave us a good result. We were able to generate the statistical yearbook. We were able to generate many documents. But when we had a change in the management of Denatran, they stopped creating this product. And we restarted this now. And we are really determined to do that, and our secretary is giving us this mission. So our department, the department that I am heading, it deals basically with this, with two important areas. One area that produces the systems, the structuring systems of the traffic system, and also a department that deals with the budgets. So in our department, we have two very important fronts that take care of the strategy of how to deal with the data when it comes to the registration of vehicles, the issuing driver's license to drivers, and we also use statistics, work with statistics. So RENAESH is the national registration of traffic statistics and crashes or accidents. Some people say accidents, some people say crashes, but it's only a detail. This is not going to make a big difference. And we have to deal with this, either calling them accidents or crashes. We have a normative basis that gives the Secretariat the mandate to organize these statistics. So this is in our norm. And so it's Senatran's responsibility, which is the federal executive body, to implement this legislation. And now in 2020, we had the CONATRAN resolution being published that revised this process so that we could update the RENAESH to create a new version of a product that was abandoned for quite some time, and we needed to restart it. And so we tried to have to create the framework of this, we needed a partnership and the integration among all of the DETRANs. So the execution bodies in the Brazilian states and in the federal district, they are important partners that we have to collect these data. So they have been centralizing everything. And the strategy that we created was, let's use the state DETRANs because we have a good relationship with them because of RENAVAN, because of ENAIF, RENASH. So let's create a relationship so that we can update RENAESH, update it, improve it, use these data, and share all of these data with the national database. So how can we do this? Let's use the DETRANS model. So DETRANS, they exchange relationships with us, information with us, and they also exchange files with us for some situations within the system. So let's use the archive methodology because we have the transactions, and the transactions do not have to happen online. They cannot be, and they should not be in real time. So we deal with this. We have established a methodology on how to transfer files using a platform that we already use with our other systems. So the first decision was, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's use what we have, the communication channel that that we have with the state DETRANS, and we're going to standardize everything that we need information on. So we established another implementation strategy for the RENAESH. So we are going to implement everything in waves. So it would be useless for us to approach the DETRANS and the municipal agencies and the state that collect traffic information, to approach them with a huge amount of data, because they wouldn't able to collect these data, organize these data, validate this data, and send them back to us. So we established waves of work. So let's use the 4 pillars that we have: the accidents, the crashes. Can you read the slides? Because I cannot. The vehicles, the human beings, the roads, the crash or accident itself. So let's gather all of this and let's organize this in waves. Information waves. Sorry, I don't have my reading glasses and I cannot read my own slides. I apologize for this. So let's organize these pieces of data. And then we we started the first wave that started in 2020. We started the second wave. And now we are wrapping up the 4th wave jointly with the state DETRANS. So we have been collecting data from the 27 federative units in Brazil, which means the 26 states and the federal district. We have 2 types of access. We have a public panel that organizes all of these data jointly with the DETRANS, which are the traffic departments. We have a harmonized system. We have the routines for the state DETRANS and also for the federal traffic police, or the federal road police that we have here, the PRF, and they send the data directly to us. And so we select the information that we do, and we consolidate everything in the data source regarding the number of deaths. We analyze the quality of the information that come to the pieces of information that come to us from the states. Is this level acceptable? Is this over what is acceptable? So we analyze the data before publishing them. And regarding the federal road police, so we receive the data, but we are facing a small problem. We are facing an organization problem, and also how reliable the data is. As soon as we solve this problem with the PRF, and the interesting thing is that we set forth a methodology and a standard. So all of the agencies, they are collecting the data in the same way, analyzing the same kind of information. And in the future, this is going to allow us, in the near future, okay, to have highly qualified data inside the RENAESH. And this is what we aim to have, because what we truly want for RENAESH is that it's not going to be only a tool, like Frederico mentioned this morning, for us to count the number of people dead. We're not thinking about that. We are working with the data that we have, and I said that we have 2 solutions. We have a public solution, which is this one. You can find it on the website of the ministry. All of these data are published on our website. And we have another tool that is a login, that needs a login for you to log in. And we have partners, and some people have access to these specific pieces of data. People who want to carry out researches, studies, who want to use these data in a different way. And in this database, we worked with it during the 4th wave, and we were trying to forecast or predict what was going to happen based on the data that we have. And then this process is becoming worthwhile. So to show the Penatrans pillars, what's happening? What's happening? So if you don't do this, this and this is going to happen. So we can offer inputs so that the agencies can carry out their planning with data collected in a standardized way. The data have been analyzed, validated, so that they can implement their planning based on each one of the pillars with which each one of the stakeholders. And for the future, we hope that RENAESH is going to be the tool that is going to be the spice of the work. So it's going to be uploaded onto Penatrans. It's going to feed information into Penatrans. It's going to receive information about the crashes and accidents. And then what we thought about doing, what were the practical results? What were the real results? And then RENAESH has this mission, much more than counting the number of dead people in our country. So to see how things are, to see the performance, so that we had our goals. Did we achieve the goals? What happened? So that is the cool thing about RENAESH, and I'm really happy to be ahead of this project. Marcela is ahead of Penatrans, but I'm ahead of RENAESH. So it's really, really nice for us to have this perspective. Looking at the plan and saying, ooh, I have a perspective. So I have this action, I have to carry it out, I can able to measure it, and to in the future say, wow, it was really worthwhile. So in the near future, if we integrate our work with the PRF, which is the Federal Traffic Police, okay, so we have some difficulties that we have to overcome at the agencies, at the states, mainly the secretariats of health. It's difficult for the secretariats of health to share data with us regarding the individual taxpayers' numbers, because it is our legal mandate. I already have the data of the drivers. I am responsible for safeguarding their data, safeguarding. And we and the Senatran, we are responsible for safekeeping our citizens' data. And also the citizens that can and have the right to get a driver's license. We are responsible for safekeeping these data. So we have a document that is equivalent to an ID card. It's already our responsibility. So not sharing the individual taxpayers' numbers involved in a crash or accident makes no sense to us. It's as if we couldn't share this individual taxpayers' numbers to the legal agencies that require it. So this is a problem. We have to understand it well. And Carlos Diniz is going to mention Carlos Vinicius. So we are understanding this a little better because we have a national data protection law, and we need to preserve lives. This is the main objective of the Brazilian government, and nothing can hinder this. So we have to protect our citizens, we have to protect everything that has to be protected, but we cannot remove from the state the capacity, or the government, the capacity to do that. This is approximately what I had to share with you. If I went over my 10 minutes, I apologize, okay? So this is what I wanted to share with you. We are doing this work, and I also considered other things, but this is the main message I would like to leave with you. So we want to do way more than just reaching our legal objectives and legal responsibilities. We want to do much more than what we're planning. I'm going to pass the floor now to Mr. Carlos Vinicius. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you all for the invitation to take part in this event. Thank you, Ms. Patricia. Thank you for this opportunity to be representing my colleagues from Senatran and also representing the Ministry of Infrastructure. Currently, I am the official for Strategic Management, Technology and Innovation, but I have been working at the Ministry of Infrastructure since 2019. And my job used to be the ombudsman. I used to be the ombudsman at the Ministry of Infrastructure. And now I am responsible for protecting personal data at the ministry. And now as an official, I don't have this job any longer. But I always like to mention that within the Ministry of Infrastructure, we have different perspectives regarding the different transportation modes that are under the responsibility of the ministry: ports, highways, railways, and airports and ports. All of the management of this infrastructure is mostly aimed at, it's a little far from our society. We don't have a direct contact with our citizens. We work with models, with constructions, regulation of the market, and this is the regulatory agency's responsibility. And the ministry received the mandate to control the traffic agenda, and this started in 2019. So Senatran became a part of the ministry. And this was very good for our ministry because all of the traffic perspectives, they go through our highways, they have an interface with our daily routines, within urban centers, access to airports, access to ports. But mainly what we noticed within the ministry, we had direct contact with our users of our services, direct contact with our citizens. So just to give you an idea, regarding all of the social participation that we have had at the ministry since 2019, 80% of everything that we receive, suggestions, compliments, complaints, public consultation, participation of in our public audiences, public hearings. So we have our citizens that use our traffic system, and they are facing our realities with services that are rendered directly by the ministry, because we offer digital traffic services, and also the services that are rendered by our states and municipalities. So the traffic agenda became a priority at the ministry. So since the beginning of the Ministry of Infrastructure, the strategy, so we aim to take Brazil to be a leader in Latin America when it comes to infrastructure services and traffic services. This is a political objective, objective of the ministry, to offer traffic services. We also should promote the safety of our infrastructure.
So we are here approaching about the different perspectives, be it from the part of data or from the considerations of eventual policies to deal with safety in traffic, road safety. So we are talking about something that is priority for the ministry. This is the agenda of the minister. And how this is important, because the objective, obviously, and the commitment of all is that the expectation is that there would be no deaths. We cannot count, we have the objective to count dead like it was approached before, but our consideration is that all lives matter, but not one life that we lose could be accepted. After all, it's a parent, a child, a mother, a student, a professor, a worker. So all of these lives are fundamental for us. But now, regarding the point of view of how we can reach within the strategic objectives of the ministry, working here within the specific theme for information management, we have, like it was said, like Sanchez said, within the agenda, structuring systems of traffic. We have Renate, Renaim, Renaeste. as these three systems, essential systems. And from the point of view of management and safety of this information, with the perspective of the citizen and the technology provided by the ministry, we have an access that can highlight of security, cybersecurity, of information security, and how we can and must increment these guarantees. After all, we live each day more in an environment of risk, of cyber attacks that can go through crises about critical systems, systems that are considered critical from the point of view of being essential, fundamental for our management of state. And then these three systems, not only the RENAEST, these three systems are classified due to the federal government as informational systems, critical informational systems, so they deserve and have been receiving an attention not only from the Ministry of Infrastructure, but also from the center, government center, through the Secretary of Digital Government and GSI, which take care of this perspective of information security and facing attacks. And until now, with a lot of effort, dedication, and partnership, both from the ministry, Senatran, and these bodies, we have been able to guarantee and preserve these necessary safety attacks. If I can mention that in a general way, anybody is subject and suffers attempts of attack very frequently, be it with a simple attempt of access, be it through attempts of crashing a system, but the barriers they exist to face these attacks. So we act in the adequate counterattack and necessary counterattack. Another axis of perspective that we need to have, we can have all the layers, security layers. I'm not going to go into an aspect, technical aspect, be it using clouds, be it using the different instruments of safety, information security, but we can maintain all of this very well protected, reserved. But as managers of information, of personal data, controllers of personal data, like Sanchez highlighted here, we need to have attention, because sometimes there was a failure in the perspective of privacy, not necessarily in safety of the system or the safety of information, but a failure in the policy of privacy. It can lead to a damage that it can be greater of the system itself. Sometimes an attack in the system we can recompose in a few seconds, in a few minutes, with some reconstitution, backup, but most of the time a failure in privacy, in the privacy policy, in the models, sharing models to deal with personal data, this can have a damage, if not irreversible, but a damage that is big for the manager, responsible manager for this data. And here, not only the responsibility, of course, from Senatran, alongside the ministry and as a controller of data, personal data of this basis, but also all the actors involved there in that operate in this system. So all of the trans, all of our federative units are part of this greater system and consequently have this responsibility. And how to deal with the LGPD. When you see this principle of privacy, privacy in the use of personal data is no longer a legal aspect defined by law. It became a fundamental right. It became an item in the 5th article of the Constitution. We are talking about a fundamental precept because, after all, we are talking about the identity of people. And the citizen is the lord of this data. We, as managers, as people involved in this, controlling this data from the point of view of the citizen that trusted us to manage this data, we need to take care of them under the perspective of what the citizen hopes from us as managers. And how can we do that? First of all, we evolve the transparency with the citizen about the policy to deal with personal data through the ones we are dealing with. So that's why the LGBT asks from us. The LGPD does not ask the manager, does not impede the managers to use the data from the point of view of dealing with data, doing the analysis, doing the better use of this data, but that this communication is clear, that is has the consent, that it has the legal precepts, so that this data use this in benefit from the citizen itself and society. So this we cannot lose this perspective. So the citizen, as lord of this data, as the owner of this data, of the manifestor that needs the consent for how these data are going to be used, must always be under the perspective of this reality. That's why we have the attention about the sharing of this data, how it will be done, if it can be done, that is, it must not be done under the risks of suffering a fundamental right, not only a legal precept, not only a resolution, a norm, but without the fundamental precept of a citizen. And of course, when we think about this perspective, focusing on the citizen and the fundamental right, and doing a bridge, connecting here with what Sanchez said about the analysis of this data, we always need to consider that maximum part, that the inherited powers, so we can deal with this data that is going to generate information. This information will produce for us managers and for the society certain level of knowledge, and this knowledge being duly worked on and then analyzed through the correlations, through evidences, through empirical and scientific studies that aim to understand that reality can lead us to a more certain level of intelligence. So I think that this is the border that we need to advance on, not only to expose data, not have graphs, to have numbers, but to produce the necessary intelligence so that our action of state is more predictive, it's more certain for what we wish to avoid, which is precisely what we want to promote, sorry, about the focus here, which is the road safety, but mainly to save lives. So I would like to thank once more Patricia for the opportunity, and I'm put myself available here, like our subsecretariat from the ministry, in partnership with Sinatran, to cooperate with anything that you find necessary. So thank you very much. I would like to pass the floor to Marli. Thank you, Patricia. Please, can you put my presentation there about... I'm going to talk about the declaration of death and about mortality. This is going to be very brief and objective. So the System for Information about Mortality was created in 1975. It has been it's under the management of the Secretariat of Vigilance and Health and the municipalities and states in the perspective for the Secretariats of Health. It has been in force since 1975, so they want to capture all the deaths, fatal or not, that occur in the national territory, as well as the causes why did these people die and the main characteristics of these people. So I have the analysis of this situation of health that will compose indicators, health indicators, and generate information and knowledge. I bring here some information referring to the number of deaths that occurred per year. In the last 2 years, we've seen an increase due to the pandemic. We have around 1,500,000 deaths per year. We also notice, I bring here an information about the coverage of this system in the Brazilian territory. In Brazil, we are around 97% from data from 2020. In some states, we already have a coverage of 100%, and the Ministry of Health has been working with the end to increase this coverage in the partnership with other ministries, institutes, among other works performed with municipalities and states. The declaration, the death certificate, it's a pattern, it's a standard document with a mandatory use. It's a standardized one to collect this data about the death in all the territory. This is for all of the deaths, fatal or not. This is a medical thing that needs to be filled in. This is a document, judicial document of all the declaration here, and mainly from the death certificate. It is a judicial document used to certify the death. So I take here a picture from the death certificate, which was created in 1975, a standardized document, a judicial document with data from this. The data from this system are used for epidemiological studies. It is printed in three ways: a one that is white, yellow, and pink. It is pre-numbered and exclusive. It was given exclusively by the Ministry of Health for the state secretariats that distribute to the municipal secretariats. So I bring here, it is divided. We have here a presentation of the blocks from the identification of that person from the data of the block. 5 for the conditions and causes of the death, which is where we take the analysis about the causes of death, what led to this death. So we can not only to count, like it was said, but analyze the causes, and in this way propose interventions related not only to the health area, but other parts. So the notifying units, the one for health establishment, services of verification, legal medical institutes, and also other doctors which are registered in the Secretariat of Health. I bring here, I'm not going to talk about this, but I bring here how in non-natural or natural cause, which would be external cause, and how the flux to emit this death certificate. How does it happen? Here at the end, we have these three ways here. We have a white, which goes to the Municipal Secretary of Health. The white with, or better, this one stays in the health establishment, whether death occurred. The second one, which is the yellow, is delivered to the family of the dead person, so they take it to the courts to certify the death, and then the pink one stays in the health establishment that archives this in the chart. So it's important to highlight the decree 116. Sorry. I would like to return. Actually, it's ordinance. Ordinance 116 that regulates the flux and the terms to publish this data and also the distribution of this form. Okay, in the block 5, it is a part destined so that the doctor can describe the basic cause of death and also the intermediate causes until the terminal cause. We have here an example that the basic cause usually comes in the last line, then we describe the intermediate causes, and then lastly here in the example is acute edema in the lung. So this is a terminal phase. So then you have the declaration here, some diseases which are not related with the chain of events said in the first part. So once this form with the certification are received by the Secretariat, so the professional codifier it's going to convert what was described by the doctor in codes from the International Classification of Diseases. All this procedure is standardized with the objective of qualifying and also of making all the national territory to have the same method, the same methodology, so that at the end we have true data, real data about the deaths in the country and states and municipalities. Once the codifier converts this description into codes, this data is passed to the typer that inserts this data in the system, a system of information about deaths, and then the selection of the basic cause. Once there is some kind of divergence, it returns to the codifier. In a country, we have around more than 4,000 codifiers for this step, for this procedure, specific procedure that follow rules from the WHO, and they are described in the international classifying of diseases. We are going to the 11th one. So as it was said before, this is a brief summary in the Secretariat of Health. Once received, this declaration is typed, qualified. There is the investigation of death. This data in this certificate, the intention is to reduce the number of multiform causes that do not bring to us an information that is important. So the importance of investigation of these teams, there are in municipalities and in the states, so that this information are more qualified as possible. Once the municipal secretariat, these professionals work with this information, then it's passed to the state secretariat of health, which is going to consolidate all of the data and also disclose this information. Then we pass this data to the Ministry of Health, which also performs the qualifying of the national basis. So the criteria are implemented in this basis to identify some inconsistency. So if we find some inconsistency, this data returns to the municipality so that it's qualified, fixed, and then passed, transferred to the Ministry of Health. And once we have this qualified basis, we consolidate and we disclose this also. So I bring here a brief information about the disclosing of this database. At the end of the year, we are going to disclose the final basis from 2021, and now at the end of the year, we are going to disclose the preliminary basis of 2021. Yes, 2021. All of the data that are from this system of information about deaths, it is available in the portal of Open Data SUS, so that the citizen, the researcher, can analyze, can do the analysis. There is the monitoring procedures. If someone wants to know more about the deaths in the country, mortality in the country, about the perspectives, as it was said before, as you can notice, we do not use a system desktop that is installed in the Secretariat of Health. It is still a form in paper. There is not in the system this form the ID of the patient. There was a connection between the database. It's necessary to have a relationship, and we have as a perspective. This is still going on, the project SUS declarations that aims both the DO, the death certificate, and the one that was alive, and then it will makes it possible to have the transfer integration with other information systems and with other systems from other ministries, and also the connection through the ID. Once this information, it will be in these forms.
And so this is it, Patricia. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marli. Now I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Otaliba Libânio. Can you please upload my presentation?
Se tiver na ordem, pode deixar então a Paula e depois vai o doutor Ataliba. Pode ser? Paula.
So if Ms. Paula's presentation is before, we can, oh, okay, Dr. Atalibas. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Patricia, Victor for the invitation so that I could take part in this panel. It's a great pleasure, and I'm learning a lot with all of the stakeholders who are here. Yes, I have been learning a lot. So I'm going to talk a little bit. Well, Patricia has already mentioned that the initiatives that we have at the Ministry of, and one of these initiatives is related to the Ministry of Health. It is the Vida no Trânsito project, this Life in Traffic project, started with the first decade of actions, okay, that it was something created by the UN. And one of the responses Brazil gave was the creation of the Life in Traffic project. And initially, we had the funding from Bloomberg Philanthropies and other stakeholders that work with road safety. I'm going to talk a little bit about the data management of the project in Brazil and how this started advancing throughout our history. So, as a theoretical reference regarding data management, I wanted to use this from the WHO, which is data systems. Data systems. If you work with data regarding road safety, you should read this bibliographic reference for us. And I use this as a foundation of my presentation. So it's going to discuss all the way that we're going to work with the data on road safety, how to identify the problems, risk factors, strategies, etc. So based on this theoretical reference, we structured in Brazil as a response of the Brazilian government for the decade of action, we created this Life in the Traffic project. So this was the response Brazil gave so that we could reduce the mortality rate regarding our traffic here in Brazil. This is an article that we explain what is this project, how did it start, and so you can use it. And this is a little bit about the methodology that we use in the Life in Traffic project. The first essential point is that not a single measure in the municipalities and in the states, if there isn't a multi-sectorial approach. So we need an intersectorial coordination to do anything at the several levels, at the municipal, at the state, at the federal levels. The DETRANs should work together, the health agencies, and also the security and integration of the data. Each agency has their own data. And so sometimes the data are not in sync, and so we have to align all of the data. All of the events that we have taken part in on road safety, the first question is, nobody knows how many people die from road crashes in Brazil because we have several sources of information. So if we coordinate and consolidate these sources, maybe I'm going to have access to the data. So where are the critical points? Who has died? Why did they die? How did they die? And so I can have data from the educational sector, from the engineering sector, and then we can monitor everything. So these are the main axes of the Life in Traffic project. Now, in a more detailed fashion, the first step is the creation of the committees, the institutional committees, defining the action plan, qualifying the data, validating the data. What do I mean by qualifying the data? To carry out an integration of all of the databases that exist. Analyzing the information from the data, what are the main risk factors at that place, in that city and design specific programs so that they can be implemented in each town, in each city, and then implementing these interventions. So this is a summary of the program. And in order to manage and qualify this information, these are the steps that we take. So we have a data management team. We're identifying the main sources of information. We map all of the processes and flows of the data flows and data processes. We try to integrate and create a relationship between all of the databases. We create a single list of victims. So you have certificates and reports issued by the fire department, by the police department, by the ambulance drivers, okay? We have to reclassify the victims and the crashes. We have to analyze the risk factors of each accident, and we have to define the key factors that mean that certain places are risky. So this is how we work with this. And here we have an example, just to give you an idea of Campo Grande, a city in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. So they are uniting all of the data sources, the information sources. You have information about fatal accidents, you have the death certificates, you have the discussion of the cases, you have the death certificates, as I have just shown to you, and Marli as well. We have a report of everything that happened in that crash. So what do they do? They have a registration from the ambulance drivers. So what does my system do? It's going to gather all of the media information, all of the information. They're going to have a committee to analyze the accidents in each town and city, and they're going to analyze which were the main risk factors of this crash. What kind of people were run over or impacted? And so all kinds of information that they should use so that we can systematize the local risk factors and to carry out the necessary measures. And this is a summary of how we work with the data management at my system. We have the healthcare source of data. We have the public security and traffic data. And then we need to relate these data sources so that we can generate qualified indicators. A huge difficulty that our municipalities face is creating this linkage or link between the databases with the different kinds of information. So there was a demand from the Ministry of Health for us to develop a software or a piece of software so that we could speed up this process and so that professionals who don't have this expertise, they could use it in a simpler way. So we created this digital platform for the life in traffic project. And this is going to be very important to subsidize the municipalities and so that they can speed up the use and the analysis of the data. So we have the objectives here. I'm not going to read them. And the processes. What does this platform do? First of all, it creates a national registry. Let's imagine that Patricia wants to know which municipalities have the PVT. Nowadays, it's difficult to do that. But if all the municipalities register themselves on this platform, I'm going to find out, do they link all of the databases? Who is the manager? Who are the coordinators? Which organizations take part in the PVT in these cities? So they are going to create a linkage or a link of the databases. And then we can define the risk factors, by discussing all of the factors and a final list, a qualified list of how many fatal accidents there were, how many people died in each municipality, every quarter, every year. So these are the functionalities of this digital platform. And so this is the interface of the platform. It is installed on the server of the Ministry of Health and at the Secretariats of Health, and it has all of these functions that I've just mentioned. So you have the registry, and then the linkage, and then the monitoring, and then the reports that it generates, the risk factors, the victims. And here you have the registry. Who are the coordinators of the PVT? Which organizations are taking part in the PVT? And then it goes to the linkage procedure. So we work with two kinds of linkage. The single list of victims, okay, using the information from all of the agencies. I have the identification of each agency, municipal agencies, state agencies, the federal traffic police, and other agencies. And then we create a single list. And then you upload the database. And we also have the hospital database. And it's going to run this linkage. What is the main advantage of this platform? For instance, in the city of Belo Horizonte, a few days ago, we worked in the city of Belo Horizonte. So it took them 2 weeks to do this by hand. On the platform, it took us 2 hours. So a municipality as big as Belo Horizonte, that is one of the largest cities in Brazil. So it brings a lot of benefits. And after you run the linkage, it's going to inform you. How many pairs do you have in the city of Foz do Iguaçu, for instance? How long did it take? And then it's going to give you the list of possible pairs, and you have to confirm. So is this a pair or not? And then you have to confirm it. You can do this in automated way, but we prefer not to do this in an automated way so that the technicians from the secretariats, they have the chance of doing this. Is this a pair or not? And then you have all of the procedures. For instance, all of the deaths, they are marked in red. And the person who's carrying out this procedure, they are going to analyze the steps and make the decisions as they go along. After that, it's going to allow you to define which intervention should be taken, the goals of each intervention, and the monitoring of these interventions or actions. And then it's going to generate the data, the risk factors, was it a serious crash or not, to ease the lives of these professionals. And they're going to it's going to generate the final indicators, how many deaths, how many days, how many people were seriously injured. So this is a tool based on what we have been following up at the municipalities. They are really, really excited with the possibility of using this platform and how easy it is to use it and how fast it processes all of the data. So this is a tool that the Ministry of Health and Patricia knows. They are assessing this to see when this is going to be made available to all of the towns and cities in Brazil. So this is everything about the Life in Traffic project. So you have the registry, you can define the actions or interventions, you can list all of the programs. So if the risk factor, the most important risk factor is high speed or drinking and driving, or driving under the influence, and so on and so forth. And finally, as most of the people in the audience, they are professionals who work with road safety, this is a provocation that I have for you. The need to have a national information system, a national traffic security information system. I'm gonna skip a few slides to save time. How can we create an integrated system in Brazil? So our colleagues that spoke before me, they are working on this. But I would propose this model here, which is the construction of an integrated system that you would have a national traffic system module, a health module, and a social security module. And this would be, the linkage would be done internally, and then you would generate an integrated system. From an IT perspective, this is feasible and possible. So this would be my proposal, just to wrap up my presentation so that we could work like this. And this is it for me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Otaliba. And so we're going to have the last presentation and then my final remarks. I also have a presentation. Good afternoon to all. Thank you, Patricia, so much for the invitation and for the trust from transforming this project from a piece of paper into a reality. So we have already mentioned, it has already been mentioned many times this morning and this afternoon, how much information we have in different systems and how we can place all of these pieces of information at the same place so that they can be qualified and used. So just discussing the context a little bit. So the traffic accidents, they have a high impact in Brazil. Since the first decade of action, we were able to reduce the numbers, and this has already been presented here, and there was a stability in this reduction in the death rate. So in the second decade, aligned with the SDGs and the WHO's goals, and we have the Dante project that was presented by Patricia, and we have the national policy to reduce the mortality rates caused by crashes. And so we created a strategy to diminish the injuries and deaths in our traffic. And so we received support from the emergency department. Thank you, Julia. And we also had the support in the participation of CONAS and CONASENS, and this was essential so that we could have the participation and create a project that was threefold, or that had three organizations involved. And so we also used DataSUS, and we were able to get a project manager that was dedicated to this project.
So the project's called Technology of Fast Access of Unified Data to Mitigate the Accidents that we call Project Trauma. So the context of the project, there are many data sources of data for hospital, for the information systems of death, other bodies, from the rehabilitation part in the system of notification of injuries. So it proposes to structure the information between the many registry of victims of external causes serviced by the emergency centers. We can evolve to the ICU or DEV. So what we intend to do is to create an API. So the Ministry of Health intends to create no other system. We know that there are many systems within the health itself. There are many sources of data. We have many from the many SAMUs for hospitals, the electronic charts for patients. So what we aim to do is to create this API that's going to talk to the systems that will be retrofed with this information. So just to gain a panorama, when the accident happens, we call for SAMU, the firefighters, that fills this form, and when filling this form, they have the transmission for this cloud with the data from the patient. When it reaches there, the hospital, we are going to have the data filled in. So we are going to have the data from the accident, the data from SAMU, the hospital. We already received this form with some data. We're not going to do the work again to fill this in again, the data to touch take this information from SAMU. This is going to be fed to speed this service. So this database will have two ways. One to send data to data source and also another panel for the manager to visualize. So each health manager is going to have their customized panel. So the information that they need, they're going to be able to access. So Dr. Eduardo said now today earlier that for statistics, they do not need to have such a clear data. But now from health, we need the one as fast as possible so that we can structure services and be able to do an improvement for the service because we are talking about people's lives. So this project is this pilot project that already began, has the execution period of 2021 to 2023, and it's being performed in 5 places in the 5 regions of the country. So we have Manaus, Paraíba, Espírito Santo, Canoas, and in the Federal District. Here I bring some benefits of the project. Institutionally, I think that for us from the Ministry of Health, it's very important for us to leave our boxes of work, secretariats, and work in a joint way. So aligning the strategic objectives, we can save human resources, we can save financial resources, we strengthen ourselves as a management, and we make it possible to give the population a more qualified system. We have the production of qualified data for the development of this analysis. Like Marley said, we do a lot of analysis in health and the production of evidences for these interventions, mainly in the places of these accidents. So for the social, we have the access, the improvement of the access of information to this, the speediness of the service, and the quality of the rendered services. So bringing the contribution to the decade, we understand that this qualifying of information through the creation of a registry of trauma with intersectorial data makes it possible to construct the history of the victim, be it a high with rehabilitation or death. This is going to favor so that we can build the care line for the patient. Within SUS, we can have a vigilance, more active vigilance, and then bring again more cost-effective actions, and then we strengthen the multi-sectorial cooperation that is talked about here, and it is within the decade plan. We talk about the joint acting between many actors, and I brought here this picture that was the launch of the project in Brasilia, where we were able to see the potential of this project because we were able to put in the table the Albert Einstein here, which is the one performing the project with us, the PRF, the Secretariat of Public Health, the Secretariat from the Federal Districts, the Secretariat for Vigilance in Health, the Secretariat of Specialized Attention in Health, the firefighters, and the Secretariat of Special Attention in Health, and also SAMU. So we saw that it is possible for us to live where we are now, always talking that we need to have instructorial federations, we need to do this, and we did. It's possible for us to leave the ideal and go for the action, and in this way we are able to, in fact, reach the reduction, like we said in the morning, to reduce 7% per year. We are going to reduce this, so this project is one that, to me, it is very important to discuss this a lot. It's very aligned with all the strategies that we have been performing in the Ministry of Health. It is aligned with Penatrans. So Penatrans, we talked about the standardizing, the qualifying of the collective data, and it's very important because in the moment that we have NIH that consumes data, it can be a source
to feed and retrofeed of FENASH itself, we need more qualified data. This is it. Thank you very much. So then just to finish the panel, the idea is the following. We saw many initiatives, like Dr. Eduardo said, Senatran is responsible for the statistics for traffic. And within this role of data, other bodies perform. They are the source for information to consolidate and to strengthen this national network, RENAEST. So how can we, for the next decade, to align all these initiatives that in the first view can be redundant, but each one of them have their aim, each one of them arose in an adequate moment, in a moment of the decades, and how can we align this? How can we, within the scenery, within the reapproximations, within the actions that are developed by each body, by each sector, to align all of these initiatives in a way to strengthen these statistics? So the aim of this panel was to present these initiatives. Of course, this is just a part of these initiatives. And what can we, for the future, to realign and to offer so that we truly have the data and so that all of us can consume not only in the part of the government, from the part of the governments, but also the civil society and the population as a whole. So more than having from us working these issues in a way that, let's say, scientific one, in a way to gather, to winning the challenges, winning the issues from the LGPD. Each one is the manager of the information. So the Ministry of Health, the SBS is a manager. Dr. Eduardo, also within Senatran, does the management of this. So with these challenges that, like Dr. Carlos said, that is the right of the citizen. How can we win to talk and from now on to deal, to raise elements, identify elements so that we can strengthen and really have the information so that we can, even for us to know if we reached or not the goals, we are going to need the data. More than that, the action plans that are being established and that two which were here dealt with during this day, they are response for public policies. So the Secretary Federico said, so he's the manager for the national policy for traffic. So we are managers. Yeah, the National Secretariat of Traffic does this management of the policy. The Secretariat of Vigilance always does this management from the national policy for the reduction of death by accidents and violence. So these plans, they come to answer these agendas, to deal with these agendas. And to evaluate, monitor the public policy, we need to have quality information. So all of these systems, all of this information that are generated to answer somehow to this. So the challenge that we have, I believe one of the follow-ups, and I believe that Victor was one of the people that talked about this, is to establish other opportunities so that we can discuss to break this and sensibilize the local managers so that we can in fact integrate a common objective. So this is the message that we wanted to pass for the panel. Everaldo is already there calling for me to end this, but we would like to take the opportunity to say that there is truly the possibilities of integration, of interoperability, to supply, to feeding, retrofeeding, so that we have a direction to have information, quality information, to face these issues that we discuss a lot. And this is it. It's about lives, to save lives. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of the panels. Thank you very much for the acceptance. So let's continue. Oh, so none wants to do a question. Yes, precisely. I was going to follow so that our people here in the audience can do some question. I think I have 3 here. So please.
I'm going to make a comment and a question in English. So first of all, thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting and it's very impressive, the different projects that are going on. And I very much agree with the idea of creating a national database or system to collect data on road traffic crashes, deaths. And actually, the question I wanted to ask is related to injuries. So we have only at WHO, when we monitor the progress made by countries, we look specifically at the deaths, the number of deaths, because many countries are unable to report on injuries, including very high income countries. And so I wanted to ask if you have data or if you have some of the systems you have are able to collect on injuries related to road traffic deaths. And also this would be a very interesting point of engagement and collaboration with us, because we want to be able to learn from the experiences that you've shared. As I said, even in high income countries, they're not able to report on the number of injuries. So this is a very challenging, and as you've heard already this morning, for every death we expect to have 20, 30 more injuries. And so to be able to capture the injuries is equally important for us. And so I would love to be able to engage. You don't have to answer me right now, but to engage with you in the future on how we can better improve the reporting of injuries, including serious and non-fatal injuries. Thank you very much.
Patricia, you can make a comment there. Yes, we have a system for information about deaths. Sorry, about the hospital information. This system actually was created to collect the payments for the network that is connected to SUS, but it's a system that gives information about the ICU, that lesion that generates this is filled there, the hospitalization form is filled there in this authorization. We have there the part connected to the injuries, and through it we can do some kind of analysis and then relate the costs of these injuries within the unified health system. Unfortunately, not all of hospitals can do that, just the connected network from the unified health system, but it gives an idea. The coverage is not 100%. It's not the target that the mortality system has, but it gives an idea of how much we have. And there are studies here, few studies we have, but some of them show what are these injuries and how do they present within the unified health system. Perfect. Thank you very much. We had another question. Professor Michele, I just would ask if you had a microphone for Professor Michele, or if possible. Okay, no. They're taking the microphone. Just identify yourselves just to register here for our recording. Thank you very much, Everaldo. Professor Michele from the University of Brasilia. Actually, I would like to make a comment to reinforce the speech from one of the friends from the table about the system, the general system in which it unifies this system, in which we are going to be able to see this event associating the accident to the person. This is fundamental for us and inviabilizes a quantity of research that can impact, for example, in the fabrication of vehicles, for example. So how far it can go, it can bring an impact on the behavioral aspect, in the infrastructure aspect. That is when we are able, when I can see this interest, the understanding of how rich this integration is going to be, that this table can see this panel can see this. I'm very happy and motivated and hopeful of having access to this data, and we can put Brazil in another sphere in terms of the understanding of the traffic accidents. So I believe that this can contribute for us to advance in another element that would be the service of families that are victimized with the loss of these of those people that suffered an accident or that maybe have been incapacitated for a long period of time or even for the rest of their lives. I do not know. I do not know if Brazil has a kind of structure consolidated in relation to this type of service for families. But I believe that this system, if it can be structured in this way, it will contribute for this. Thank you very much, Everaldo, and congratulations. I think that this speech from the professor is important because technology we have to do these integrations. I think that each one of us here, the Ministry of Health, etc., the people that said, each one of them have a specific objective that it's from their own activity. What we have to understand and try to map which are the common points in this? What is common? What is necessary for us to have all of that? For example, I talked when I was talking about RENAEST, we are in the phase to collect data in the states, so we are in the fourth wave, and we have another thing that I wanted to take the moment to say, which I think it's good to, I remembered something here. So when I talked about the CNPJ from the legal for the citizens, so the registry for legal entity for the citizen to look to the procedure. If I have 10 victims from a bus accident, I need to know who was the one driving, precisely which one this person, because I have the Henashi from this person. Which courses did he do? I'm not concerned. It's not that I'm not concerned. I'm not going to profound myself in the other victims that are involved in procedure, but I want to see what was the vehicle that was there. Does this vehicle have a CSV? Did they change the characteristic? So we need to contextualize this. Where were they going? Where was this vehicle going to understand this vehicle? So to be able to give, to predict and to be able to act in these areas, we need to count the story of the incident. And to count the story, we cannot only regard to the accident after it happened. We need to look before, and this a little before we have this information. I know who was driving the vehicle. I know if he had a driver's license, if he had a driver's license that was working or not. I know we have all this information, and from the vehicle as well, if it went through the procedure of transformation, if there was a change in characteristics, if had or not a CSV. So we are able to see a picture that counts the story before the accident. So I think that this is an important change in the procedure to understand what is happening and to be able to support those who define the policy, those who define the necessary actions to reduce the accident with real data, real and concrete data. I think this is it. Thank you for what you spoke. We have two questions, and we have here one from Antonio Monteiro. Antonio Monteiro, I ask you for you to identify for registry, please, your question.
Good evening to all. My name is Antonio Monteiro from the state of Alagoas. I work at Senatran as well. And so I'm going to make three comments that I thought it was interesting. The situation in the state of Alagoas a few years ago, we were the Brazilian champions of deaths. They were identifying that V89 and 80% of those people were from the state of Alagoas. And one of the huge challenges that we had was to convince the coroners that besides giving the causa mortis or the cause of death, and because this person suffered a motorcycle accident. I don't know if you follow up the reality of the state of Alagoas. We went from 89 deaths to only 3 deaths. It was very interesting to hear the trauma project because one of the biggest difficulties that we have, people from the ambulances, they said, we don't have time to fill in the forms. And so when they arrived at the hospital, they were filled in by the intern or by the trainee. And so when you were able to align this information, if you're going to upload this data, if you're going to store this data, and if we were able to store all of the data on the same database, this would be wonderful. And the doctors, they said, I don't have time to fill in forms. But then when we are able to fill in these forms, get the information, or maybe automatize this, it would make things much easier. So we have some partnerships with some universities. We have a partnership with the Federal University of Alagoas, and I'm taking my master's course at the university. So the place of the crash, DataSUS has this in a very precise way. The time of the accident, the place of the accident, this is still very difficult. And in order for us to carry out the perfect intervention, to carry out educational campaigns so that we can carry out interventions on the road, knowing where the accident happened is essential. Otherwise, you're going to carry out an intervention and it's sometimes the place of the accident is going to be 200 kilometers away from the accident. Thank you so much for the collection of data, the management of the data, and I'm a big fan of all of you. If Patricia allows me, I have a question from Mr. Dunci. He is not here, but he mentioned a question. I believe that this question is for Paula. I believe that Marli can help. So the death certificate informs us of the place of the death, but not the place of the accident or the crash. Collecting this data would facilitate the information regarding the death mortality. Are you guys endeavoring any efforts to determine the place of the accident? So currently, we are working really hard inside the technical chamber so that we can classify the accidents and crashes. We are having some discussions with some stakeholders and experts. So the new death certificate, we're going to add new fields so that they can be filled in, new kinds of information. And this is being discussed. And we want to add partners that work with road safety so that they can assess the possibility of giving characteristics and information about the crash. Not always the doctor is going to have this kind of information when they are registering the death. And so we need to add this field to identify the place of the crash or accident. So anyhow, it's important for us to discuss this with other experts and technicians regarding this. So just answering that question, the digital platform that I mentioned, you have two fields to add the coordinates of the place of the crash. So they're going to add the coordinates, and then you can work with geospacing of the place of the crash. And Professor Davi, I believe he has a last question from the audience. In fact, it's only a remark. So the death certificate for all of the deaths that happen in Brazil, we have neoplasmas, we have other things. You cannot change a system such as this one for a due to a specific interest. So the mortality system is not only to serve the traffic deaths or the road deaths, but RENAEST can do that. Other systems can do that. We need to have a system that is going to meet the demands of the road safety sector that go way beyond the mortality rates. I'm one of the one of the creators of this in the 1980s. We cannot change a death certificate just because of this. We need a system that is going to be used by the traffic sector. But the traffic sector, they need to find ways to collect their own information. Briefly, Dr. Carlos, just to wrap up, JP had a comment, and then I'm going to pass the floor so that we can conclude our panel. So my question, in fact, is related to the direct participation of the municipalities within the RENAEST process. What we have seen is that there are many, many uses for these pieces of information, but it's not clear to me how the municipalities, via the municipal secretariats of health, they join this process. We know that Brazil has almost 5,700 municipalities, and 85% of them have less than 30,000 inhabitants. Poor municipalities with a lack of infrastructure. So how can we collect this information when it's difficult for these municipalities to do so? Sanchez, I believe this question is for you. What is organized inside the RENAEST? So each state has their own coordinator. As we have a RENAVAN coordinator, as we have a RENAST coordinator, we have a person inside the state traffic agency, which is called DETRAN, and they are responsible for collecting the information, go to the coroner's office, go to the state secretariat of health, get in touch with the city hall so that they can collect these data. This is organized. And now with the resolution that was published now, and we're going to have the members of the DENATRANS, we're going to have a reinforcement that is going to be another team that is going to be helping the states and the municipalities to collect these data. So we have a coordinator in each state that centralizes the collection of data jointly with the IT personnel of the DETRANS, at the DETRANS. We analyze the integrity of the data, and then we coordinate with the Ministry of Health. But regarding the traffic statistics, and so we only analyze if the death happened 30 days after the crash. So we validate all the data inside the RENAEST jointly with the states based on the information that comes from the states to us. Secretary Carlos. And Marli, thank you for your suggestion. A way out would be an integration of the databases, and they would have the place of the crash. And the colleague from Alagoas also mentioned this and discussed this topic. Thank you very much. Professor Davi, we are creating a partnership with the federal traffic police so that they can create a traffic report of crashes, and this is going to be made available for free to the municipalities. And there is a field that they can fill in, which establishes the place of the crash. And so we're going to have an incident report. And this incident report is being renovated. RENAVAN and RENAEST, they need to have a single report, a uniform report all over Brazil. As we have a death certificate and as we have as a birth certificate. Without this, RENAEST will never, ever, ever. We have to have a uniform collection of data, a uniform report, a uniform training course. Without this, RENAEST is never, ever, ever going to be a good system. It's always going to be limited. This is a forecast and a suggestion. I dare to disagree with you. I believe Hannah is improving a lot, and the operational manuals and the system manuals, they bring all of the methodology, and the incident report that we're going to have as a standard is an incident report that we are using with the PRF. I dare to disagree with you because I have the terrible flaw of being an optimist. And so now I'm going to pass the floor to our Secretary Carlos to wrap up, and then Patricia, and then Patricia. Thank you, Everaldo. I'm not going to agree. I'm not going to disagree with anybody. I'm not going to dare to do that. And so we have a challenge of titans here. But from what I have heard, Patricia, I would like to provoke all of you because I believe that regarding the different perspectives of the databases, we need to integrate all of our databases with all of the necessary methodology, with the security of all this information. So the data is not collected because it was just collected, but it's because it represents something important. So let's think a little further. I'm not an expert in traffic and road safety. We have the experts here, the titans. And so I would not dare to agree or disagree, Mr. Sanchez, but let's think in a more disruptive way. I believe that we have been facing the digital transformation of our world. It goes through the integration of data, and also it goes through the integration of all of the solutions, the platforms, the accesses. I believe that we're still facing the challenge of having to deal with this system, this database, that database. This is the responsibility of that agency and the citizen that needs this. And we are discussing all of this information for the citizen. There is only one thing, the government. Sometimes they cannot understand what is the federative system that Brazil has. So what is the mandate of the federal government? What is the mandate of my state? What is the mandate of my municipality? So that's why I believe that the path ahead, or the path into the future of GovBR, it is extremely right. We have to facilitate to our citizens. We have to have a single door, a single access. And so the distribution of databases is a challenge for us. It's something internal, and we have to be able to make things work out, because this future, to interpret the data, we need to interpret the information. It's not only a traffic policy issue, but the structuring of our highways and roads. We have to do this. So the ministry is trying to become more assertive regarding these other analyses, not only the engineering projects, the infrastructure projects and designs, but the climate changes, the environmental changes, everything get integrated. We're living more and more. So we have now autonomous vehicles. We also have this perspective. So the digital transformation that already is a reality, and these borders challenge us to think about an integration. We must be assertive. We must integrate the data. We must integrate the databases. I really enjoyed my friend's presentation, because this is going to allow us to be, well, sorry, this is going to allow us to overcome the gap that we already have. We already have this gap, and we suffer because of this gap, because we don't have a general overview. And Hannah is trying to reach this. And I understand Mr. Sanchez's perspective, because maybe if we started building something from scratch, the gap will become even wider. We have already tested this, that was done by the PRF. And we need to have an integration. So this is a provocation, okay? So we have to integrate the solutions, the databases, so that we can render better services to our society and our citizens. And thank you for your words, your remarks. And we have to go even further. So in order for us to integrate our data, we also have to integrate our mandates and responsibilities. And this is still very, very divided, compartmentalized. So our initiative is, what can we do for the next decade? How can we use all of these solutions? How can we use this digital world that is already available? And how are we going to start to make our perspectives, individual perspectives, of each sector, of each field, of each topic? How can we leave this on the side because our objective is the same? How can we start working together, discussing this together, face this together boldly in an assertive way, and in a way that each initiative created with the same goal is also going to complement other initiatives. So we need to chat, we need to have a dialogue, we need to debate this together. And this is the challenge that we have for the next decade. So thank you to all of you. Thank you to our audience. And thank you, Paho, thank you, WHO, for the opportunity. I would like to pass the floor to Everaldo. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you to our panelists, Mr. Eduardo, Secretary Carlos, Marli, Paula, Dr. Otaliba. Thank you for this wonderful panel. I would like to invite you to take your seats back. And now we're going to have we're going to conclude so we were going to have a summary of the day, but given the times, so we're going to do the following. Tomorrow after 9 a.m., we are going to, with the presence of Dr. Victor Pavarino and also our colleague Silmara Vieira, who is our rapporteur. We're going to start tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, 9 o'clock in Brasilia. We're going to start with this summary of the day. We're going to summarize today. So today we had a very, very moving opening ceremony. And if you were here, you could notice this. We discussed a global plan for the decade of action for road safety of 2021 and 2030. We discussed the Panatrans, the Dante plan. We saw the example of Fortaleza. We had the Detran from Pará. We had a panel on speed management. We had a panel on data management. And so we're going to have many things to do. Tomorrow, we are also going to have some actions that I would like to share with you before wrapping up. We're going to discuss road infrastructure and land use planning, the Bloomberg Initiative for Global Road Safety in Brazil, motorcycles, the challenges and the opportunities, transport planning and inclusion, mobility, gender and race, and then we're going to have an event wrap up and a closing ceremony. And so tomorrow, Mr. Luiz Otávio, who is a technical consultant from the Ministry of Health, so you're going to have the pleasure of working with Luiz Otávio. Thank you, Mr. Pavarino, for the honor of being representing here our ministry. Thank you to all of you. If you're watching us on social media, the event is going to be recorded. And so see you tomorrow, Friday at 9 a.m. sharp. To those of you in the auditorium, thank you so much. Good evening, and I'll see you tomorrow.